People of all trades could be found in the capital of Stone Country. The city was incredibly lively. The grand city was as huge as remains from the divine and demonic times. Beautiful foreign women, mighty demonic birds and vicious beasts were common sights here, especially in a time like this when all kinds of people walked the capital streets. It had been 2 days since Hao arrived at the capital. He settled in the city without visiting the martial imperial manor, for he had learnt that his grandfather might have already left. He was overwhelmed with regret. Although it was not confirmed by any source, all sorts of rumors had been going around in the capital. It was no longer a secret since the great demonic god had not been spotted these days. Rumors had it that the supreme experts of the demonic spirit lake had entered the capital to ask for an explanation. They even started a fight with the imperial family, which forced the great demonic god to leave the city. The news itself was truly astonishing, but no one could verify it. After all, no cultivators had witnessed the battle. Another version of the story was that the archaic demonic spider had descended aggressively into the capital and announced that Grandpa 15 was its target. The human emperor protected Grandpa 15, who then kept a low profile since then, but was still in the capital. However, most people were still doubtful and felt that this story was not accurate. Some said that the human emperor told him the whereabouts of Xianxia, so Grandpa 15 had left the grand city at top speed to find his child. People found this explanation the most likely one. Grandpa Hao clenched his fists. He had no idea whether his grandfather was still here or not. Even if he was here, meeting him like this would probably cause a lot of trouble. Grandpa 15 must have remained hidden recently for a reason. Could it be that the demonic spider was here? He couldn't help but recall the image he saw in the void passage where a mountain-sized spider was fighting fiercely with someone. Where did that take place? His heart sank at the thought. It seemed like the archaic demonic spider had indeed taken action, only that he did not know who it was fighting against. Was the human emperor the one trying to stop it? Hao could only guess, for everything was uncertain. He returned to the capital, but the city was just too large. Even after spending 2 days roving the city, he still only managed to look around a fourth of the city. For a youngster that grew up in the mountain forests, everything seemed extremely interesting. Finally, he passed the martial imperial manor. He gazed for a while at the manor from afar, but he did not enter in the end. Where is Grandpa? Hao sighed to himself. He had come here full of expectation, but it seemed like he was one step too late. Had he missed the opportunity? During the next couple of days, Stone Country's capital became even more bustling. All kinds of creatures arrived at the grand city, making it all the more boisterous and lively. The fact that Xianxia was back might not mean much to the others, but Hao was greatly shaken by the news. Soon, other great forces were shocked as well, for Xianxia did not come back alone. He was accompanied by others, some of whom were exceptionally powerful. 2 days later, that green-haired man also showed up. He entered from the city gate with an extremely majestic manner. No one dared to approach him. The archaic demonic spider had sent another one of its spirit bodies to the capital of Stone Country. This time it was in perfect condition, so it was even more powerful. Many people shuddered at its appearance. This time he had a proper excuse. He was coming to celebrate the human emperor's birthday and did not breach the agreement of entering the capital without permission. After that, rumor came out that mighty creatures also arrived at Stone Country from the sea. Moreover, it wasn't just 1 or 2 groups, which would bring even more noise to the city. The human emperor had summoned Xianxia to the court. I wonder what it is about? Can it be for the conflict between the great demonic god and the demonic spirit lake? Which side will the human emperor take? Such news spread out in the capital that day. Some even claimed that the great demonic god was still in the city and was held captive. His fate would depend on the human emperor's attitude. Hidden tension began to arise with such rumors, and many were discussing the issue in secret. Obviously, the great forces would never speak carelessly about the situation, for it could irritate the human emperor and endanger their own lives. Hao's heart thumped heavily as concerns emerged within his mind. In reality, conclusive news were spread out soon after. It made him feel even greater anxiety. The words that Xianxia spoke after entering the palace were transmitted out. Uncle 15 is old now, but I'm still in the prime of my life. Ear is only just getting started, and his future will be splendid beyond imagination. No one knew how the human emperor responded. Xianxia's words were overheard by a maid in the palace. His voice was trembling when he said those words. It carried both excitement, as well as a bit of constraint. These words were heard by outsiders. Such words made people start to speculate. Was the human emperor considering his successor now, or was he warning Xianxia? Apart from this conversation, Xianxia also said other disturbing things at court that might have even troubled the human emperor of Stone Country. It doesn't matter now whose fault it was. No matter what, Ia is the supreme youth and such fact cannot be changed. After being transformed by the heaven-mending technique, he will be perfect and flawless. No one can stop him from rising to greatness. What does Grandpa 15 have? Where is his power? Who can defeat Ear in his generation? The capital erupted at Xianxia's words. Many great forces were greatly surprised by the news. Could it be related to the issue of the heir to the throne? The aristocratic lords of the Stone clan were especially attentive to these news. Cold lights glistened in their eyes, and all noble manners were disturbed that day. These words had affected them greatly. Could it be some sort of sign? If the wastelands fall into chaos, Ear would surely arise to greatness and become the war god that protects his country. Following that, Xianxia's opinions were completely let out. Grandpa 15 has nothing left now. Even if his power was still alive, there is no way he could compare to Ear. I'd like the human emperor to take out the divine blood left by the guardian spirit and use it to refine the body of Ear. Such words naturally caused a mighty uproar. Nobles of the Stone clan all speculated in secret. Could it be possible that Xianxia's family would become the heir to the throne? Otherwise, how could he be bold enough to make such a request? Everyone had realized by now that the human emperor was trying to make a decision. Grandpa 15 and Xianxia were candidates among other royal heirs. The great demonic god was only in his 50s to 60s and did not count as an old man at all. It was fair to say that he still had a long and prosperous life ahead of him. His son Xianxia was an equally able man and was considered a rare genius. As for the Xianxia's family, they had a double-pupiled youth, or the so-called natural-born divine being who would undoubtedly raise the reputation of his family. Stop speculating. The human emperor's thoughts are not something that we can understand. An old king said. However, people in the capital found it impossible to keep calm. The past few days tumbled through like tidal waves, rampaging in and out of the major noble manors. Xianxia clenched his fists. He had also heard about the news, which had been confirmed by various sources. The words of Xianxia had infuriated him tremendously. Had these words gone to his grandfather, how would the old man react? How devastated would he become? Did they think their family had ran out of heirs? Ear is the supreme youth, and no one can stop him from rising into greatness. What does Uncle 15 have? Where is his power now? Who in this generation can defeat Ear? These words rumbled in Xianxia's ears like thunder, and he stood up abruptly. He did not want Grandpa to be sad. He needed to let Grandpa know that he was still alive in this world. He was already very powerful and would not show weakness to anyone. I have returned. I will let you all know that I am alive. Now that I've returned, Xianxia is no longer an empty name but is someone of flesh and blood. Xianxia needed a way to tell everyone under the heavens that he was still alive and what happened to the Supreme being bone back then. In doing so, not only would he make Xianxia's people shut up, it would also tell his grandfather and parents that they did not need to grieve any longer. To reveal his identity this fast was not part of his plan. He did not mean to do it hastily and was going to wait for a few more years, for he was not strong enough yet. However, he did not want to bring sadness to his grandfather and his parents. Of course, he would not act recklessly. If he jumped out without any preparation, he might be killed instantly. There were too many powerful beings in the capital, and he needed to prepare himself first. He had some room to move about now, but it should not be used lightly. His most lethal card would be no other than the little pagoda. This glistening and translucent bone pagoda was no taller than 1 CUN, and was the most mysterious thing. He had one chance of using it. Let's go, then. I'll make the loudest noise this time. Since the archaic demonic spider dared to show up like this, I'll make it realize that it has bitten off more than it can chew. It wounded my grandfather and forced him to go away. I'll let it answer to that. In fact, the arrival of the archaic demonic spider this time was not quiet at all. Its manner had changed completely, now becoming forceful and aggressive. It revealed to several sources that the demonic spirit lake was showing interest in Shi. One chance of using the little pagoda is simply not enough. I need at least 2 usages of it. If those big men are bold enough to jump out, I'll show them pain. Shi swore. He then started to take action. In such a place like the capital, one would surely find some rare treasures. For instance, the little pagoda sensed a divine jade several days ago. He intended to look for it and barter with the owner. If he could find materials fine enough, the little pagoda would lend him its hand. Tell me, little pagoda, does this capital have things you want? Yes. The ancient pagoda gave an affirmative answer. The Bone Insect Auction House was a famous auction house in Stone Country's capital. It had many connections and was holding precious gems. Rare treasures always turned up each time an auction was held. The auction house itself was a vast building with grand palaces. Normal manners would place 2 stone vicious beasts at their gates, but the beasts outside the auction house were real ones. Both were powerful archaic descendants. They crouched there motionlessly. One was glistening in golden light and the other was surrounded by a silver glow. These 2 flood dragons released a terrifying aura. Although they were not pure blood, using descendants like these as guards was definitely something a handful of people could do. Wow! These 2 flood dragons are becoming more and more powerful. After guarding the precious palace and being nourished by the treasures of heaven and earth here, their cultivation speeds must have surely improved. A girl with a tiny waist and long legs walked out of a bronze wagon. She was lively and continuously moving around. She had fiery red hair, porcelain skin, and bright eyes. She walked into the auction house accompanied by a group of mighty experts. The talented ones have indeed all returned. That looks like the dear daughter of Lord Xianxia. Several old men walked over with smiles on their faces and entered the auction house. They obviously had some important connections and were welcomed with great respect. People came out to show their way in. After that, the crowd was stirred again. There were aristocratic kings that came, moreover not just one. They were surrounded by a frightening aura, and several people walked in together. Apart from them, some teenagers also showed up and entered the auction house one after another. The scene also caused quite a sensation, for they all appeared to be talented people that had not returned to the capital for quite a long time. However, they all came back today and were competing for treasures here. No wonder the little pagoda led me here. It seems we can find good stuff in this place. Shi said to himself. The place was packed. The gate of the auction house was crowded with people who were waiting to get in. Before long, an otherworldly-looking man arrived. He had jet-black hair and fair skin as translucent as jade. Many people cried out when they spotted him. The man was Shi. So that's Shi. Shi squinted. It was the first time he ever saw this uncle. Fierce beasts galloped over, and a golden chariot arrived behind them. It was brilliant and dazzling as it swept across the street like a blazing sun. It was pulled by 8 vicious beasts, and was rushing straight for the bone poison insect auction house. The 8 vicious beasts were all powerful and frighteningly fierce, not common cargo-hauling animals. They had horns on their heads and were covered by cold scales. There was a ruthless ferocity about them, for they were all beasts of prey that had been to the battlefield and seen their fair share of death. Who is this? Someone cried out in surprise. A golden chariot like this could not be used by just anyone. Apart from the royalties, only the noble families of superior status were bold enough to bring it out. That's Lord Huntian. Someone recognized the insignia on the chariot and his countenance immediately changed. He was clearly frightened by this aristocratic noble. Elite soldiers escorted both sides of the chariot. They were all clad in black armor, giving them a solemn and mighty appearance. Such conduct could only have been trained on the battlefield. The 8 vicious beasts did not make any roaring sounds when the golden chariot stopped. As they stood still, their enormous body released a remarkable pressure, making even the 2 flood dragons guarding the bone insect auction house contract their pupils and become attentively alert. With a hoo sound, the curtain of the chariot was lifted, and out stepped a tall man. His golden black armor was emitting a black glow as he stood there like a black mountain. He was a young man of no more than 30 years old. The heavy stubble on his chin gave him a very masculine appearance. He had shockingly bright eyes, making him look remarkably aggressive. Lord Hun Tian is only 25 years old, but he is already the lord of a region. He guards the border of our country. He has fought greatly against the forest creatures, producing outstanding results time and time again, someone whispered. This was an incredibly young lord with brilliant military achievements. Moreover, his surname was Shi, so he was a direct descendant of the Shi nobilities. Rumor had it that he was qualified to contend for the throne of the human emperor, and many had high hopes for him. Don't disappoint me. I've come specifically for that blood demon ruler. With large steps, he walked into the bone insect auction house with a majestic gait. A gust of wind followed him in. Such an important character from the bordering region even came to the capital. This naturally shocked everyone. It's possible that he has arrived for the human emperor's birthday. Someone murmured in a soft voice. Shi stood at the gate of the auction house and did not hurry inside. Instead, he remained outside, watching and listening to the people's discussions. This way, he could see many influential people. Petals showered down like glistening rain, filling the street with fragrance. A carriage drawn by several auspicious birds arrived from the air. The person inside must have been someone important, causing the crowd to shout in surprise. It's Princess 16. The crowd looked on. This princess was someone who the human emperor adored greatly, as well as one of the capital's renowned figures in the capital. She was a gentle and graceful lady with bright eyes and a beautiful smile. While accompanied by several ladies, she entered the auction house. Other people then arrived in batches. They were all figures of great importance. Shi was satisfied with the information he had gathered so far. Just by standing at the gate and listening to other people's whispers, he managed to obtain information on some of the capital's well-known people. This was incredibly valuable to him. Finally, he also entered the bone insect auction house. The spacious interior was richly ornamented and incredibly dazzling. The various displays were even more amazing. People entering the hall were greeted by a golden skeleton that was 10 zhang in height and 20 to 30 zhang in length. Light from symbols circled around the skeleton splendidly, and an intimidating malicious aura was spreading out from it. It was the complete skeleton of a vicious beast that was well preserved. The primordial symboled bone was especially impressive, as it provided divine energy for the entire auction house. It was a yazi, a type of Chinese dragon. To everyone's surprise, the skeleton belonged to a yazi. There was a saying that this kind of vicious beast would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. They were renowned for their savage behavior during the archaic times. Even the deities tried to avoid them, so no one wanted to cross them. Although the skeleton was not from a pure-blood yazi, the fluctuation from the symbols alone was enough proof of its incredible power. The fact that it was merely displayed here instead of being refined into the mightiest magical instrument was astonishing enough. The hall was swamped with people. Too many mighty beings had arrived from all kinds of places. They were of all genders and all age groups, but all of them possessed serious connections. Those who could get access into this place were usually members of the important families, but casual cultivators could be spotted as well. Common youths dressed like Shi were rarely seen though. People of his age here were either disciples of great clans or descendants of the nobilities, for the standard of this auction house was extremely high. Common folks found it hard to get involved in the bidding, because there were no ordinary goods for show. Shi looked around with curious eyes and watched everyone closely. Seeing that some people did not take their seats in the hall, but entered compartments instead, he also copied them. "Little brother, are you sure you want to choose this VIP lounge?" A young steward asked with a fake smile. "Why? What's the problem?" Shi asked back with an honest tone. He had already reached a rosewood door and pushed it open. He took a glance inside and was immediately dazzled by the interior. The room was furnished with all sorts of glistening materials and clearly luxurious. "It's very pricey in there and common folks dare not enter. Are you sure you want to go in?" asked the steward with a hint of contempt on his face. He was wearing a shiny silk uniform. Some people would judge others by their appearance, and such undesirable customs existed everywhere. The steward saw that the youth was wearing clothes made from animal hides and found him too shabby to enter the VIP rooms. "Is this VIP room vacant? I'll take it." Just then, a youth walked near and pointed at the room in front of Xianxia. His silver armor was radiating with precious light. Behind him were a few other unordinary boys and girls ranging from 15 to 20 years old. The boys possessed heroic spirits and the girls possessed beautiful appearances. "Young master." The servant quickly nodded his head and bowed. This group of people was definitely not ordinary. They were all descendants of the capital's nobility, especially the youth in front of him, who was Lord Ximing's descendant. "I've already reserved it." Xianxia pushed open the door and left. His temperament was firm, and he would never allow himself to feel wronged. His voice was low and decisive. He had even killed the spiritual bodies of supreme experts, so he couldn't care less when faced with this group. "You?" Lord Ximing's descendant looked at with some shock. A youngster wearing such plain clothes actually dared to compete with him. "Little brother, please just leave. I don't think this is somewhere you could enter. If you are here purely for the experience, then just enter the main lobby. There might be some room for you there." The steward had an unnatural smile on his face as he gestured for him to leave. "Isn't it just a VIP lounge? I've even gone to the seafloor Dragon Palace. Yet you still want to brag in front of me how luxurious this stupid room is. Disgusting." Xianxia shot out a look of contempt before berating the steward. "Do you understand? You are like a dog looking down on a human. What are you saying?" The steward's face was thoroughly red. Even though this was his intent, after the other party pointed it out bluntly, he still couldn't help but be ashamed into anger. The young boys and girls on the side were all extremely shocked as well. Meanwhile, that silver-robed young master also stopped. He did not try to argue with Xianxia either, because he had a feeling that the other party wasn't someone worth provoking. "Entering this place means that you must offer up at least 5 valuable objects. Can you meet this requirement?" The steward shouted. He had a look of despise on his face as he acted somewhat arrogantly. Long before he could even finish his speech, the area in front of him lit up brilliantly with multicolored light. It was so dazzling that he couldn't open his eyes, and soon after, his nose felt intense pain as it was struck with a brick. He immediately cried out miserably before falling on his back. On the side, the young men and women's mouths were opened wide from shock. Who was this fellow? How could the brick he brought out be so blue and brilliant? It almost seemed like ocean blue essence. Using such an object to strike someone, this was just too extravagant. Who is this person? After the steward cried out miserably, he also saw the chunk of ocean blue essence on the ground. He had worked at the auction house for quite a while, so he had definitely seen something like this before. However, back then it was just a small piece, yet it was still auctioned for a shockingly high price. Yet now, this youth actually threw out such a huge piece at his face. This was truly an extravagant and arrogant action. He made an error in judgment this time. "Waiter, bring wine." Xianxia hollered from within the room. "I'm not a waiter." The steward wanted to scream out, but he suppressed the urge. He picked up the rare and precious ocean blue essence before respectfully carrying it down. He then quickly grabbed some fine wine. He felt extremely depressed, but he had no choice but to carefully wait on Xianxia. The few others on the side were somewhat stupefied, especially that silver-robed young master. He opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say in this situation. That piece of rare ocean blue essence alone could probably even make his grandfather Lord Ximing jump. This wasn't something that he could bring out, let alone use to smack someone. What happened here alarmed the bone insect auction house. An appraisal master immediately hurried over, and after confirming that this was truly ocean blue essence, his eyes immediately ignited with passion. He immediately loudly rebuked the steward before bringing over several elders. They continuously apologized, but more importantly, they asked Xianxia if he was going to auction off this amazing stone. Aren't the items being auctioned off already set in stone? Can you really still add more items? Xianxia was surprised. Special items will naturally be treated in a special manner. An elder excitedly replied. Then that's fine. During the auction, if I don't have enough money on me, then I'll let you guys auction it. The eyesore waiter left after being scolded by these elders. In his place were two beautiful girls that poured wine for Xianxia. They treated him like an honorable guest. The room was extremely luxurious. All types of objects created from rare stones were flickering with radiance, but next to the ocean blue essence, they immediately seemed rather plain. One side of the room was empty. After pulling up the art scroll, the guest would immediately face the auction lounge and clearly see everything. The guest could then easily participate in the auction. Soon, the auction started. There was an elder and an alluring woman that collaboratively managed this event. The very first object that was brought out already attracted Xianxia's attention. After taking a careful look, he became shocked. His heart began to jump continuously. True primordial record? He widened his eyes. The sparkling white piece of bone was flowing with a gentle luster. It was just too similar. However, it was a damaged piece of bone and incomplete. Quite a bit of it was missing. It was only a fourth of the true primordial record, but its material was extremely similar. This is a wonderful bone, and its firmness is rarely seen throughout the world. No matter the methods used, it still remains undamaged. It has to be a piece of heavenly bone, said the elder on stage. What? Heavenly bone? A sensation immediately broke out within the auction house lobby. Everyone's eyes began to flicker with greed, as if multiple streaks of lightning were flashing through the room. Is it really a heavenly bone? If that's true, then I am willing to pay any cost. I have my mindset. A woman's voice sounded. Even though the words were a bit overbearing, the auction has just started, yet a heavenly bone has already appeared. It was not saved for later like other divine objects. The auction this time is truly shocking. The crowd sighed in admiration. Xianxia naturally paid close attention to this item. He had used his divine gaze a long time ago to carefully examine that piece of sparkling white bone. It was just too similar, as if it was identical to the true primordial record. He was moved on the spot. He had to obtain this kind of object no matter what. He couldn't let it fall into the hands of anyone else. This time he was extremely confident because he obtained many rare materials from the ocean. In particular, his gains from the seabed mermaid race city were even more plentiful. Xianxia had no idea why that bone ended up here, and he could not tell whether it was the real thing or not without holding it in his hand. He wanted to obtain it badly. Is it really the heavenly bone? Why is it being auctioned first? Asked a befuddled audience. The red-clothed woman on stage was shockingly curvaceous and possessed an incredibly enchanting charm. Upon hearing the question, she held up the translucent white bone and showed it to the crowd. She then added, "It indeed looks like a heavenly bone, but it is a flawed one. It does not contain any symbol and is not a treasured artifact either. However, its hardness is unparalleled and surpasses everything else. We've tried many methods, for instance, bombarding it with the mightiest treasured artifacts, and even refining it within a furnace, but it continued to remain intact. It's only a broken bone without any symbols, after all. No wonder they display it this early to auction it off. It's nowhere near a priceless treasure. They should have said so beforehand." My heart almost skipped a beat. If that really was a heavenly bone, the human emperor himself would come down here to bid for it. The crowd commented and felt a load lifted from their shoulders, for most of them do not have the strength to compete for a heavenly bone. At the same time, there were some discontent among the voices. In trying to warm up the scene, the two people on the stage had unsettled the crowd quite a bit. It's not completely empty. There are some indistinct patterns on it, but they are not symbols. The old man on the stage added. The VIPs were given the privilege to touch the treasures during the auction. That was an opportunity most welcomed by Xianxia. After holding it in his hand, he was more than certain that it was of the same material with the bone bearing the true primordial record. He was absolutely sure now. Some loose lines were inscribed on that translucent white bone, but they were too cluttered to be any bone texts or precious techniques. His eyes flickered with light, but in the end, he handed the bone back to the girl, who then went on to other rooms to show the bone to other guests. 100 spiritual jades. Bid someone. 500 spiritual jades from me. 1,000. Despite the lack of symbols, the special material still attracted much attention. Many were bidding for it, hoping to take it home to study closely. The so-called spiritual jade is a form of jade stone bearing the essence of heaven and earth. It was a precious material that could assist one's cultivation. Gold and silver of mortals were useless to cultivators. Only this kind of materials that could be used for cultivation was regarded as currency. In fact, to common cultivators, several hundred spiritual jades were already quite a lot of money. The price of this bone was raised directly to over 1,000 spiritual jades, which was unexpectedly high. Xianxia scratched his head, for there was not a single piece of spiritual jade in his pocket. He was now considering whether or not to sell that block of ocean blue essence, because he still had similar objects in his heaven and earth pouch. How much is an ocean blue essence like this worth? He asked the girls in his room. A girl was startled by his question and made a face before answering him. It'll be priceless. They used to offer an unbelievably high price for a fist-sized one. In that case, Xianxia put his fingers together and cut into the ocean blue essence. With a metallic sound, he cleft down the size of a knuckle and handed it to one of the girls. "Help me call out my bid." "Ah!" the two girls in his room cried out in surprise. One of them took the stone with trembling hands, while the other one ran off at once to inform the people in charge in the auction house. It was such a reckless use of resources. He was wasting such a treasure. "I'll offer a piece of ocean blue essence." The girl bidded with a trembling voice. Clamor filled the auction house immediately. What exactly was ocean blue essence? The material itself was not very hard, but by adding it into an artifact during the refinement process, it could improve the quality of the treasured artifact significantly. It was a material that was hard to come by. This kind of object could improve the quality of an artifact, so it was truly a heavenly precious material. The translucent white bone was indeed special. But was it valuable enough to be traded with a piece of ocean blue essence? There were no symbol imprints on it, and it was not a spiritual artifact, so no one thought it was worth it. "I'm very interested in this bone, and I want to obtain it." The girl's heavenly voice from earlier spoke again. It also came from a VIP room. She had someone fetch a symboled bone and took it outside the room. It was glittering purple in color, and multicolored light flowed around it. The bone was obviously valuable. Many people was amazed. That bone could be used in running formations, or be sacrificed and refined into an extremely powerful treasured artifact. It was a primordial precious bone of an adult archaic descendant. "I'll offer another piece of ocean blue essence." Xianxia bid himself this time and was about to hack off another block. "Cut us some slack, young master." People of the auction's house got there just in time, and several old men were almost shivering with fear. It would be such a pity if this whole block of treasure were cut into pieces like this. If the entire thing could be used in the refinement of a large-scale magical instrument, it might even produce a supreme treasure. Appraisers of the auction house arrived. These old men were definitely authority figures in their field. It was most unbearable for them to see a treasure being spoiled like this. They felt like they were being torn apart by Xianxia's act and wished they could give the devilish brat a good kick. "I have no spiritual jades. Can you lend me some?" "Then," Xianxia said, "auction it off. Put this ocean blue essence out for auction." An old appraiser tried to persuade him. "That bone fragment won't cost this much, and I still want the rest of this for myself." "I'm not selling it all." Xianxia refused. In the end, the old men agreed to put it into his account. They would write down the size he offered away each time and not cut it down at once, because this was like a crime in their eyes. "I'll offer a piece of dragon bone iron." The girl seemed irritated by the competition and took out a divine iron the size of a knuckle. "What?" the crowd cried out in surprise. What was dragon bone iron? Even the materials used by the deities in refining their artifacts might not be as rare as this. Legend has it that it was a divine material created when true dragons died in an iron mine. Even a piece the size of a knuckle was amazing and invaluable enough. Once fused into a weapon, it would create an astonishing treasured artifact. Xianxia was left speechless for a while as well. He had only seen dragon bone iron once in the Kuanpeng nest, where it was made into a sword core. It was a rough model refined by the Kuanpeng, one of the 10 archaic vicious beasts. Relatively speaking, a knuckle-sized dragon bone iron was definitely worth more than a pile of random materials put together. Common people would not have the courage to bid with it. "How big an ocean blue essence do I need to overbid?" "That?" Sure Hao asked the appraisers. Everyone inside the auction house became utterly shocked. They had never expected a symbolist bone could attract such competitive bidding. The price was unprecedentedly high. You'll need at least more than half of that ocean blue essence, because the dragon bone iron is a shockingly precious material and way too rare. If we can collect enough of it, we might even be able to create a divine artifact, answered an old man. Then break up the ocean blue essence. I'll fight it out with her, said Sure Hao. In the end, an old man carried that giant ocean blue essence to the stage, which caused a large clamoring in the hall. It was a real treasure we were talking about. The size of it was simply amazing. Hang! A snort came from the VIP room as a girl looked this way with a disgruntled face. She finally gave up. The crowd felt their hearts skip a beat at the look of the girl. The teenage girl was around 18 or 19 years old and was remarkably beautiful. She was dressed in blue and had clear and translucent skin. She was elegant and ethereal. Young men of the capital felt their hearts racing at the sight of the girl, for they immediately recognized her. They following her with fervent eyes. That's the Pearl of the Thunder Clan. She's back as well. The eldest daughter of the Thunder Clan was renowned for her breathtaking beauty, and she was considered one of the capital's greatest beauties. Many men of the younger generations had fallen for her, but no one was able to win her heart. The surname Lei One was as ancient as that of the Rain Clan. Their members could be found outside of Stone Country, and even beyond the wastelands. Feng Tu, Yu 3, Lei, and Dian 4 were among the oldest surnames of the human race. Is her younger sister back yet? She is said to be the brightest pearl of the capital or even the entire Stone Country. She might still be young, but her fame has traveled far, whispered someone. The Thunder Clan had another daughter who was only 14 or 15 years old. Her beauty was said to be even more stunning, and she was frighteningly talented. She had been cultivating away from home for many years, and only came back once a year. Some even speculated that of Shi Yi's own generation, if there were someone that could become his match, the person would probably be this brightest pearl of the capital. Hearing the discussion of the crowd, Shi Hao couldn't help but frown. With the help of the willow deity, he was able to see pieces of memory from his childhood. He remembered vaguely now that he was somehow connected to the Thunder Clan. He had heard his parents mention the clan when he was little, and they might have even mentioned the names of the two daughters, but it was all a blur. The Thunder Clan has proved itself to be a great ancient clan of the human race. The family here in Stone Country might only be a branch of the entire Thunder Clan. Sure Hao's eyes stopped on a man beside the Thunder Clan's daughter. He was a young man around 20 years old who gave off a compelling feel. He was most likely a pure-blood creature. Sure Hao could now sense these things after having encountering these types of creatures repeatedly. He had killed them with his own hands, and had become quite sensitive to their presence. Creatures of the archaic divine mountains are involved, he murmured to himself and shifted his attention away. In order to show their respect, the auction house made an exception by sending Sure Hao the bone in advance, which was a pleasant surprise. Being a so-called VIP indeed gave him some privileges. The little pagoda vibrated and said to him telepathically, "Give it to me." "No," Sure Hao refused. The bone was very mysterious and could contain some great secrets. He wouldn't let the pagoda destroy it that easily. You have a point. An unparalleled technique is hidden within it. You can hold on to it for the time being and give it to me when you no longer need it. It was very rare for the little pagoda to explain in such depth. On hearing that, Sure Hao could finally put his mind at rest. He did not bid for this precious bone for nothing. It was definitely a treasure. The auction continued. Everything on display was of the highest quality. The crowd exclaimed from time to time when one treasure after another was taken out. The atmosphere was getting more intense by the second. The blood demonic ruler is supposedly built from the precious bone of ancient demonic gods. Even though it is damaged and only a noble lord grade weapon now, it is still mendable. Once repaired, its power will be unimaginable. An old man gave out the introduction. What he described was a blood-red ruler. Although it was chipped, the ruler was still scarlet like a bloody diamond. Mighty divine energy was spreading out from it. "It's mine." Lord Hun Tian stood up. He was a man of merely 25 years old with a mountainous figure. He had been guarding the country's border all these years, and was now an influential figure with great authority. With this bidding manner, few people dared to compete against him. As expected, the blood demonic ruler went to him. The price was still shockingly high though, almost to an unprecedented level. However, it wasn't anything a noble man like him couldn't afford. That ruler was undervalued. "Get me 4 of them and I'll save your life once." The little pagoda spoke suddenly. Sure Hao was dumbfounded. He did not expect the blood demonic ruler to be that valuable. However, he was frustrated by the request. Where on earth could he find 4 rulers like that? It was not like he could just pick them like cabbage. Moreover, that Lord Hun Tian looked like someone he should not mess up with. He seemed like someone who would stake it all against someone who bid against him. Sure Hao could only let it go this time. The auction went on and reached another crescendo. This time, it was a precious technique. The article was a tortoise shell that was inscribed densely with texts recording the divine abilities of the Black Turtle clan. Sure Hao was surprised. He did not know that precious techniques were auctionable as well. The unexpected turn of events excited him at once. He was in desperate need of great divine abilities like this, and so he set his mind for that precious technique. Many guests here would probably recall clearly that this black turtle rose in revolt in the western border in the past. In the end, it was killed by a mighty expert, who also managed to obtain its precious technique and stop its self-destruction. The turtle was an extremely powerful descendant. Although it was not of pure blood, it was still a frightening creature. It had turned the western border upside down, and 2 noble lords were killed during its capture. "I'll bid for it with a great killing formation. I offer netherworld water. I'll exchange it with a precious technique of the same level." The person on stage had barely finished speaking when the crowd erupted with enthusiasm and started bidding right away. No one even mentioned the spiritual jades now, for money was simply not enough. They have to barter with rare treasures. Sure Hao felt overwhelmed. It would be extremely difficult to win the bid, but he had to have it. He could not afford to miss out a top-level precious technique like this, because he needed something like this badly. Everyone, the elder owner of the shell, does not want anything else except for a pill recipe that could cleanse one's marrow and strengthen one's bones. The pill needs to allow one to maintain the prosperity of blood essence. The identity of the person who killed the powerful black turtle back then had remained a mystery. Now that the person showed up again and tried to exchange the black turtle precious technique for such a recipe, the crowd believed that the owner should be someone quite old in age. Sure Hao almost thought about giving up at first. He had stashed quite a lot of good stuff in his heaven and earth pouch, but not all of them could be exposed publicly, such as the true supreme water. Now that the request was announced, he started turning things over in his mind. Suddenly, he remembered the ancient recipes handed down from Stone Village ancestors that could fulfill the requirement. He had read the recipes himself and knew the incredible amount of herbs they required. Spiritual medicines were needed all the time, to a point where the main ingredients were divine medicines. The old chief used those recipes to fortify bones for children in the village, but he usually used old medicines as substitutes. Sure Hao felt that there was no harm in trying. He wrote a note accordingly and sent it out. In the end, he was told that the mysterious mighty expert had chosen his recipe. Of course, what Sure Hao wrote earlier were only the name and effects of the recipes. The deal was a straightforward one. After he wrote down the real recipes, the exchange was completed at once. Everything was done in private and both parties remained anonymous. The auction house made yet another exception and sent Sure Hao the tortoise shell immediately. Sure Hao studied it carefully. After a while, 2 beams of splendid light shot from his eyes. He was pleasantly surprised. It was definitely the powerful precious technique that he had been looking for. The black turtle precious technique had a protective effect and could make one's body almost impenetrable. Sure Hao asked the 2 girls to leave the room. He then closed his eyes and began to meditate. Soon after, an earthen glow covered him. His skin hardened, creating ding-ding sounds when he tapping with his fingers. He was only getting started, yet he had already learned quite a few key points. The period of Tao comprehension when he was at sea had a significant impact on him. He found it much easier to enter an empty state of mind and hit the groove when studying the Tao. I've obtained a praying in the Kuan Ping nest that's made from the twigs of Kuan wood. After leaving here, I'll use it to help me with meditation. I believe that I can master this divine ability in no time. Sure Hao was utterly delighted, but he did not let his guard down. He only tried out the precious technique for a little while before stopping. Even precious technique powerful enough to dominate a sect can be found here. I'm looking forward to what's coming next. Sure Hao was becoming excited, and he now expected the auction to reveal more good stuff. The precious technique of the black tortoise that had killed noble kings before was definitely astonishing. It could be considered a sect subduing divine ability. A technique like this actually appeared for auction, making Sure Hao extremely excited for this auction. Even though this fire avoidance bead is damaged, it is still a treasure that is difficult to come by in recent years. On top of that stage, the white-haired elder revealed a fiery red bead. This is a priceless object and truly a treasure. Everyone, please take a careful look. Regardless of whether it is used for refining precious artifacts or to add to a collection, its value is shocking. The curvaceous woman added. Fire avoidance beads were naturally formed gems of heaven and earth. The one on display was about the size of a pigeon egg, and it was entirely crimson like a fiery diamond. The bead was glittering and translucent. Unfortunately, it was cracked in several places and even had a corner missing, so it wasn't flawless. At first sight, the usage of the bead seemed limited since it merely avoided fire and was lacking of other wonders. However, its real value was much more than that. In this world, some restricted areas required special means to enter. Places like the Earth's core and the Flaming Cave were only accessible through specific treasures, especially if one wanted to refine treasured artifacts there. Some dangerous legendary areas were even filled with sky-high divine flames. There were wonderful treasures hidden within, so if one possessed the fire avoidance bead, they could enter and harvest them. Gems like fire avoidance beads or wind-withstanding beads were extremely rare, and no one knew how many years they would have to wait until the next one showed up. They were definitely going to become rare treasures in the future. Moreover, they were actually great materials for refining sacred artifacts, and could even be used for the refinement of divine artifacts. They were scarce divine materials. As a result, they had barely finished speaking on stage when the crowd started bidding. It was a lively scene with fierce competition. Sure Hao could only stand by and watch. The price of the bead was raised unprecedentedly high, which astounded him, so he did not participate. He had no use for the fire avoidance bead yet and found no reason to join the madness. In the end, a melodious female voice announced an unbelievably high price and won over the treasure with a pile of primordial symboled bones. That's Princess 16, the favorite daughter of the human emperor. Someone cried out when they saw the final bidder. The young lady was dressed yellow clothing. Her eyes were bright and her teeth were beautiful. She was extremely beautiful. The crimson bead was currently held in her hand and a splendid rosy light was flowing around it. The contrast of colors between the two created an astonishing sight. The crowd sighed. How could they possibly compete with the aristocrats? These people possessed the deepest backgrounds, so how could they lack spiritual jades? In fact, at this point of the auction, everyone was using primordial symboled bones as currency. What a pity. Another rare item showed up, but we simply didn't have the resources to obtain it. Don't worry, there will be other good stuff. The standard of this auction is set quite high and they have made some elaborate preparations. A lot of treasures have been gathered here. People were discussing in private with great enthusiasm. All of them were looking forward to even better items. Of course, the base price of items that followed would only becoming higher. Although the best stuff was not necessarily reserved towards the end, that was still the general trend. Soon after, an Azura fan appeared. Dark light flickered about it, and it was full of negative energy. The object was extremely powerful, a valuable object among noble king weapons. It raised the interests of a few old kings. The younger generation could only watch without participating. The first reason was that the price was quite high, and the second was that since these old figures were fighting over it, it would be a bit rude for the younger generation to participate since they were all a part of the capital. There was still some friendship between the people here. Soon after, the Azura fan was taken by a middle-aged noble king. Little Pagoda, can't you give me some recommendations or advice? Exactly what kind of objects have a high price so I won't miss it? Sure Hao transmitted these words. The small pagoda remained silent and did not respond. The devilish child's mouth twitched. He didn't believe that it could stay silent the entire time. Once something good came that it needed, it would definitely speak up. What we have for everyone now is a precious symbol left behind from the ancient era. It is extremely rare, so we invite everyone to take a look. The flirtatious red-clothed lady on the stage smiled as she introduced the item. This was an earthen-colored parchment that seemed rather tough and flexible. No matter how it was twisted, it would remain unaffected. When things made contact with its surface, it seemed like some type of metal or stone. Someone should have realized by now, right? This is a withdrawal symbol. When stuck to one's feet, it could allow one to rise from the ground and fly faster than a bird. It is something refined by an ancient great power, and nowadays not many people can create such a thing. The lady added. Many people were interested and attentive. The withdrawal symbol could allow one to quickly flee if they were being chased by an enemy. However, the nobles of the capital weren't as interested. Their illustrious identities affected their decision. They rarely had times when they had to flee, and so they preferred offensive magical artifacts. In reality, they definitely wouldn't lack protective equipment. Sure, Hao was tempted. He had once intercepted someone with a withdrawal symbol in the 100 Shattering Mountains, but it was already almost broken. He found it rather practical and wanted to obtain it. 3,000 spiritual jades here. 4,000. The great hall immediately rose and fell with sounds of bidding. Even though it was not as popular as the fire avoidance bead, there were still many people who wanted to obtain it. Chop of a fist size of my ocean blue essence and use it as a bid. Sure, Hao instructed for the auction staff to help him do this. After seeing another piece of ocean blue essence being moved out, everyone became speechless. It was just too extravagant. This was like bullying others. In reality, only a small piece of this large object was still Sure Hao's. The remaining had already been used, but just haven't been cut off yet. They were waiting until the end to do so. Ocean blue essence was also considered a rare material, and just a fist-sized piece was already priceless as it could be used to raise the grade of many precious artifacts. This actually were truly type of squandering. In the end, no one wanted to fight against him. Sure Hao's bid with the fist-sized ocean blue essence knocked everyone down with his wealth. He was able to obtain the withdrawal symbol. Sigh, won't this make others angry? I need to think of something later. Sure Hao was a bit worried. Please be at ease. At the very least, no one will dare take action within the capital. Our bone insect auction house still has some power and can ensure the safety of our honored guests. One of the individuals in charge handed over the withdrawal symbol while saying this. In reality, the things that Sure Hao bid couldn't be considered to be too valuable. Compared to those divine objects, it was still rather ordinary. Of course, this was because no one knew that the white bone had a mysterious connection to the true primordial record. Does everyone think that things are a bit dull? Then let's raise your interests again. I believe that the next item for auction will bring about many people's interest. The red-clothed female gave everyone a lovable smile and left everyone in suspense. She brought out a piece of beast skin. It was rather dull in color and without any exceptional qualities, but when she shook her hand and draped it over her shoulders, something bizarre happened. Her exquisite and curvy body completely disappeared. She actually became invisible. What happened? What kind of precious artifact is this? Everyone became amazed. They were all interested. With a schwa sound, the red-clothed girl reappeared. She had already lowered the beast skin, and with lovable smile, she said, "Can our guests guess what this is? Could this be void beast skin?" Someone shuddered. When everyone heard this, they all became shocked. A huge sensation broke out. This was an extremely rare material that was just too rare. In the current age, the void beast should have already become extinct. Even during the ancient era, it was exceedingly rare. The price was immeasurable. The appearance of a void beast skin would sell for an astronomical price, because its natural characteristics made it an incredible treasure, not to mention what it could be used to create. It could allow someone to hide within nothingness and remain completely undetected. Once it is properly refined, it could allow one to travel through the void. It could be considered a remarkable treasure. In the past, Sure Hao had seen Hualinga bring out a piece of void beast skin. They were able to avoid a great disaster because of the Fire Country Emperor's magical artifact. How could something collected by a country's emperor be ordinary? Of course, that piece was far larger than the one in front of them. This piece was only a square meter in area, so its carrying capacity was limited. There's no need for me to say too much about the divine might, because I assume that everyone is quite clear on it. The red-clothed girl on the stage then spoke out an astonishing starting bid. Everyone found it difficult to calm down. This beast skin's uses were too many. It could be used to avoid a great disaster since one could enter the void by stepping on it and hiding within. Meanwhile, if it was in a killer's hands, it would be even more terrifying. Where wouldn't that individual dare to go? And who wouldn't that individual kill? It was impossible to defend against. Of course, if it was refined together with other amazing materials, it would become even more valuable. It would bring about an incredible magical artifact. Xiaohao's eyes became red from greed and began to bid as well. In the end, he realized that even with his recently acquired wealth of ocean blue essence, it was still not enough. There were quite a few that were more rich and overbearing than him. Someone directly brought out pieces of rare materials. They flickered with radiance so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. There was also someone who took out a large piece of earth essence, something that was known to be able to prolong one's life. Xiaohao surprisingly noticed that not only were aristocratic kings bidding, there were even some younger, unfamiliar faces. He could sense the auras of pure-blooded creatures, giving him a big headache. He couldn't outbid them. It seems like the human emperor's birthday has brought over quite a few great experts. In the end, the piece of void beast skin fell into the hands of a mysterious individual. He hid within the VIP lounge and did not reveal his identity. The price he declared left everyone powerless. More than 10 rarely seen material, including blue spirit, earth, purple crystal, and others appeared. They were all shockingly valuable items. I'll let you guys bid it out first. When there are good items later, all of you will be powerless. Xiaohao said this to comfort himself. With another climax of the auction over, it now naturally sank into an ordinary period of items. What was being displayed now was a fist-sized small back person. No one knew what kind of metal it was made from. It didn't possess any luster and was completely devoid of light. It seemed rather ordinary, but it still made people feel like it was an antique. Moreover, it was most likely quite ancient. What is this? Someone asked. This is an ancient magical artifact. It is so ancient that we aren't even able to determine where it originated from. The red-clothed girl smiled as she introduced. After experiencing the course of the auction, the people gradually began to understand her nature. Are you sure it's not just the word ancient that's written on it? A few people laughed and said, that's not necessarily the case. This is a magical artifact left behind from the ancient era. Based on what we surmise, it could possibly be a powerful battle figure. If it can be restored, it might be incredibly useful. The red-clothed girl smiled and said, once a battle figure is broken, I don't think there's anyone in this world that can restore it. If it really is an ancient holy object, then you guys would not auction it off like this. Many people shook their heads. This fist-sized small person was dull and without light. It was sent into the VIP lounge for everyone to see and touch for themselves. It was truly a pity that even though it was made from a rather sturdy material, its symbols were still shattered. There weren't many left behind, and there were many cracks on it. It seemed as if it could shatter at any moment. Everyone shook their heads. This thing might have come from the ancient times, but it had already lost its value after all this time. It had no symbols, and there was no divine energy fluctuating from it. Moreover, no matter what was done to it, it still wouldn't display its power. It was more correct to call this a ruined treasure. The only thing that's worth something is the material it is made of. However, it does seem like a particularly rare material either. The people did not show much interest in this item. Xiaohao looked it over in his hand. It was rather heavy and cold, but other than that, he didn't feel anything special. Right at this time, the small pagoda suddenly spoke, saying, bid over this item and it will be enough for you to use for the rest of your life. Even I feel like eating it is a bit of a waste. It is somewhat of a pity. Xiaohao became apprehensive. The small pagoda background was extremely terrifying. How could an item that it was interested in be ordinary? It was definitely one of this world's supreme treasures. Is it a mighty battle figure? Hao asked while full of doubts. Far surpasses a battle figure, replied the little pagoda. It was indeed an ancient item, but much older than what the crowd anticipated. It had a splendid past and was not as simple as people imagined. It had been carefully put together in the ancient era into a battle figure and was an object that displayed astonishing strength. However, it was later broken in a great battle. It is actually an object from the archaic times, a treasure among treasures. These types of objects could be called imperishable gilded bodies. The explanation of the little pagoda was astonishing, for this item was way too ancient. The fact that it could be passed along for so many years was nothing short of a miracle. Things like puppets and battle figures could be created after reaching a certain level of artifact refinement. They possess incredible fighting prowess, but they also had many shortcomings, such as the enormous energy consumption. During the archaic years, there were those who raised their skills at creating battle figures to an extreme, evolving them into the imperishable gilded bodies. These human-shaped precious artifacts were even more powerful than battle figures. Once combined with the physical body, the gilded bodies could greatly boost the wearer's fighting capability, as if they themselves possessed an imperishable gilded body. Their strength would far surpass that of a battle figure. Even in the archaic times, treasured artifacts like the imperishable gilded bodies were still rare. Every single one was a fine product that required exceptional skill to create. The amount of materials needed was also huge, making it extremely hard to produce. Based on the little pagoda's speculation, this was an extremely powerful imperishable gilded body. It was merely damaged and later dug up by someone from the ancient era. After being refined and mended, it became a battle figure. In the end, it experienced even more desperate battles, causing it to become damaged even further. It is now nearly impossible to activate. The small pagoda could not bear to see the skill used to create such a splendid precious artifact become lost forever. Thus, it did not consume it. Hao was dumbfounded. Wouldn't that make this be a useless object then? It would be completely useless. What was the point of bidding on it? Get rid of the materials of the ancient time that were used to mend it, said the little pagoda. According to its words, the so-called mending done later on was blocking the imperishable gilded bodies from exerting its divine energy. How powerful will it become once those things are gone? Hao asked. It would be restored to the strength of a noble king's level. If it is carefully refined, it could even recover its glory in the archaic era, possessing a power that is beyond your current imagination, said the small pagoda. When he heard this, Hao became overwhelmed with excitement. For now, as long as he refined it properly, the figure could exert a fighting capability equivalent to that of a noble king. This news was simply terrifying. How horrifying would a real imperishable gilded body be? You have to understand that this was a treasured artifact that could fuse with the wearer's physical body. In other words, if he was lucky enough, he could obtain the power of a noble king level right now. No wonder the little pagoda said that this object could benefit him throughout his lifetime. It was worth continuously refining. If it could regain its power from the archaic era, the power of the imperishable gilded body would once again reappear. Regardless, now is not the time to hesitate. The most important thing was to successfully bid it over. Otherwise, it would be disastrous if it fell into someone else's hands. Someone had already started bidding down in the Great Hall. Those people had no idea of its origin and thought it a mere battle figure. They were purely bidding on it for research purposes. Others wanted to take it apart and see whether it contained special qualities or rare divine's materials. The base price was not set very high and there were only a few bidders. After all, they had just witnessed the void beast's skin and was now enjoying a restful moment. Most people did not place much attention on this item. Hao kept his composure and did not raise the price abruptly. He followed other bidders and only increased his bidding a little each time. Outside the bone insect auction house, a chariot arrived. It was an ancient chariot densely covered by symbols shining like stars. The chariot quickly came to a stop and a pretty girl raised the curtain. Out came a young man dressed in white with an exceptional temperament. Prince 19. The crowd was surprised when they recognized the man. Everyone knew that this prince was a rather remarkable character. He was sent away when he was little to study abroad and had only returned recently. He had kept a low profile until he was sent to the 100 Clan battlefield, where he killed 49 mighty experts in a row. The capital erupted with excitement when the news came back. It was not because he had killed that many people, but instead that he had been able to withdraw from the battlefield with an undefeated record. Inside the auction hall, Xianxia won the bid with a low price. When the pretty and flirtatious girl set down the treasured hammer, he released a breath of air and became content. It was truly a bargain. He was able to obtain a supreme treasure for such a low amount of materials. Just when the hammer was about to knock down, a voice came from the entrance of the hall. It lingered in the air with an ethereal quality, which sounded soft and tender. "Please wait." Everyone turned towards that direction. The voice was so gentle that it felt like it came from a divine realm. Upon hearing it, the people felt their soul being cleansed and their body showered in a spring breeze. "Prince 19 is here," cried out someone in surprise. He wasn't here by himself, but was accompanying someone else. He was currently raising the jeweled curtain at the entrance himself to pave the way for a woman who was the speaker just now. The crowd couldn't help but look at them. It was already a big deal to arrive with this prince, but since Prince 19 was lifting the curtain for her, it made everyone shocked. Needless to say, she was an important guest of Prince 19 and possessed an incredible background. Who on earth was this woman? Almost everyone turned to look at her. Dressed in all white, she was extraordinarily refined and had a graceful figure. She was about a head taller than average with a slender and attractive body. Her jet black hair was smooth and shiny, and her snowy neck looked smooth like that of a swan. Unfortunately, her face was covered by a veil and it was impossible to see her countenance. People could only see her eyes, which were extremely misty and could rouse one's deepest emotions. Although the crowd could not see her face clearly, judging from her slender and beautiful figure, the woman was exceptionally good-looking and most likely possessed an unequaled beauty. Who is this woman? Prince 19 is treating her with great respect, so she must have an important background. Could she have come from the archaic divine mountains? Someone speculated. Rumor had it that Prince 19 was after the throne of the human emperor. The heir had not been decided yet, and people considered him a strong candidate. It was known to all that when the human emperor chose his heir, the competition would be most merciless. The candidates would not only face bloody tribulations, but compete against each other in their backgrounds as well. At that time, some of the archaic divine mountains might also join in to support certain princes or descendants of powerful noble kings. The situation would become incredibly complicated. "Could you hold on for a second? A friend of mine wants to join in on the bidding," said Prince 19, who was dressed all in white. He asked the people on stage with a mild tone. "Well?" The woman in red on stage hesitated. The hammer had already set down just then, which indicated the end of the bidding. However, the person asking the question was an extremely important figure. He was among the few competing for the throne of the human emperor and could have a splendid future. Xianxia felt his heart racing. He was about to obtain the imperishable gilded body, so how could such thing happen now? "She's here." In another VIP room, a woman with striking beauty murmured to herself. Her big glistening eyes could break anyone's heart, and several snowy foxtails were waving behind her. "Woo, things that could catch her, I must be good stuff. I'm not letting her have it." The fox woman with the beauty to overthrow a country let out a charming smile. "I want to bid for it, too," she said in the sweetest voice. Her bare arms were translucent with fair and supple skin. When she looked out from her room, people saw a bright and beautiful face that could take their breath away. With black hair hanging loose on her shoulders, her eyes looked intelligent and she had the brightest red lips. This turn of event caused much discussion and the crowd was stirred. It was only a fist-sized black figurine. Why would two beautiful women compete over it? "Hey, I've already won the bid. You are not following the rules here," Xianxia said with an innocent face. He had to speak up or the situation could be turned because of the newcomers' identities. The woman in veil sighed, which touched many hearts. The people all felt regret with her, as if they could sense her feel of loss. It alerted some mighty experts. The woman was way too powerful, at least in her spiritual strength. Her power was almost otherworldly, since just a normal sigh could affect other people's mood. Hearing his words, Prince 19 turned to Xianxia and asked mildly, If the young brother is willing to part with his treasure, I'll pay 10 times the price. Little brother, why not sell it to me? I'm sure you'll be very satisfied. The heavenly fox woman chuckled. The crowd was astonished. What was happening here? A battle figure had caused two beautiful women to compete with each other, and one of which was accompanied here by Prince 19, which said a lot about her identity. There was no need to talk about the identity of the other woman, for she had snowy foxtails and a striking beauty. Her charm was almost irresistible. She was definitely a heavenly fox of the archaic divine mountains. At this moment, many nobilities of the elder generation changed their countenance at the appearance of this foxy woman. They began to vaguely understand who she was and what organization she was represented, and could even be connected to people beyond the wastelands. The information terrified them greatly. If things proceeded normally, these two women should belong to opposite forces. They might have each had an audience with the human emperor and set forth some form of heavenly secret. Sorry, I like battle figures very much and have been studying them. I won't sell it. Sure Hao refused them. Who were they kidding? He wouldn't sell it for 100, 1,000, or 10,000 of the price, let alone 10 times of that. It was a supreme treasure that would surely amaze the world when it regained its power one day. Little brother, come to big sister when you want to sell it at any time. The heavenly fox girl batted her lovely eyes charmingly. She then walked away leisurely in mincing steps. Her ivory skin was giving off a fragrance that stole the attention of many. Following that, the veil-covered woman next to Prince 19 also made an invitation with her heavenly voice, asking Sure Hao to meet occasionally, which attracted much attention and envy. The auction went on. When Sure Hao made his bid again, his move became much more noticed. Things he set eyes on all ended up with inordinately high prices. He then started to bid on every item, which made the crowd speechless. They finally gave up on following his moves. In reality, his gains were quite great this time. He obtained a grayish material at a reasonable price that was said to have been dug out of some ruins. The auctioneer said that it was identified as an ancient material void of divine energy. Its value was not very great and was therefore sent to the auction house. After obtaining it, the little pagoda told Sure Hao that this old material could make it give Sure Hao half a hand, which could explain the value of this treasure. Towards the end of the auction, a fist-sized bead led to a continuous bidding between the heavenly fox girl and the veiled woman, which amazed the crowd greatly. The strikingly beautiful girl from the heavenly fox clan asked to check the item for a final confirmation. She observed the blood-stained bead for a long time. Eventually she shook her head and gave up. The white-dressed woman then also looked it over in her hands and observed it carefully. She sighed gently. It's stained and destroyed. What a pity. The bead was covered by black bloodstains and was cracked in many places. It was cold and gruesome when touched and carried an ominous feeling. There were several others were among the bidders, but they were all simply following the two. Seeing that the two important women had both given up, they were dumbstruck and did not know how to proceed. Sure Hao did not take a look or check it personally, but started bidding right away because the little pagoda had spoken. It told him that the value of this thing was beyond imagination. The little pagoda said that the two women were capable enough to recognize the thing as an eyeball that belonged to an ancient divine supreme being. However, they were wrong to think that it was stained by heavenly demonic blood and as a result underwent petrification. In reality, it was merely a layer of dried blood. It was impossible for the demonic blood to stain such a divine object, and contained within was an eye. The eyeball belonged to a dual-pupiled individual. Other things aside, the word double pupil itself was astonishing enough to Sure Hao. He kept his composure but was overwhelmed with excitement inside. He won the bid with all his effort. That was the last item he bought from this auction. The things he won this time had exceeded his expectations greatly. With the stone bead in hand, Sure Hao couldn't calm down for a long time. It was cold and heavy, giving him a chilly feeling. Now was not the time for him to examine it carefully, so he quickly put it away. The auction came to its climax with a final glamorous divine treasure, but Sure Hao paid it no attention, for his mind had already wandered away. He only knew that the heavenly fox girl and the veiled woman competed with each other up to the last moment and did not bother to follow on who won the final bid. As soon as the auction was over, he stood up to leave. He had obtained quite a lot of good things this time and would need time to slowly use them. Young brother, please wait a moment. Prince 19 spoke. He was still tactfully expressing his interest in purchasing that black figurine. His eyes were attentively fixed on Xianxia. I'm sorry, but this object really is not for sale. I need to study it myself. Xianxia shook his head and refused. Beside him, the veiled woman was giving off a pleasant scent. Mist covered her eyes, giving them a blurred attractiveness. Her cherry lips moved slightly. That's all right? A nobleman does not seize others' favorites. She smiled. Even though there was a thin veil separating them, her bright and beautiful charm seemed to have passed right through. Her eyes were incredibly intelligent as she looked at Xianxia. She invited him to a party. Xianxia did not want to go at first, but upon hearing that it was a gathering that elites and talented people from all clans would attend, he became tempted. He wanted to find out what sort of people he would see there. Everyone has been studying abroad for so many years. Even those remaining in the capital have remained in seclusion. This is a rare opportunity, added Prince 19. Needless to say, it was not an ordinary meeting. The participants were either offsprings of noble families or elites from all forces. Even some formidable creatures of archaic divine mountains would be there. You have to come. At that time, this sister will go as well. How about we go together? A wave of fragrance followed the entrance of the Fox Clan girl. Her vivid eyes were so enticing that they seemed as if they could steal one's soul. Prince 19 stopped talking at once, for he held great fear towards the heavenly fox girl. He knew very well that how terrifying her organization was. Her background was like a torrent that could easily swamp the wastelands. The veiled woman nodded at the Fox Clan girl and was about to leave. Elder sister, why do you cover your face up all the time? Are we so vulgar that we are not qualified to see you? The Fox Clan girl smiled. Her appearance was stunning and her skin was incredibly white. She blew out a breath towards the veil as she moved deftly forward to remove the veil. With a wave of her pretty hand, symbols circled about. The veiled woman lifted her right hand, and resplendent symbols appeared like spiritual lights. They collided with that pretty hand, creating an effect that was like shattering crystals as thousands of glittering pieces flew out. You are so fierce, my elder sister. Why do you distance yourself from everyone? Would you not even spare me a greeting? The heavenly fox girl giggled. Her pretty fingers did not stop as she spoke. Multicolored symbols blossomed one after another like divine flowers and constantly brushed past the veiled woman's fingers, creating a blindingly splendid light. There were no striking explosions or terrifying fluctuations, only the rippling of a beautiful sound. It was as if a stone was released into a divine lake, forming small ripples. Xianxia watched in surprise. The power of these two women was beyond his comprehension. The brief hand-to-hand fight and the silent collision were more formidable than anything he had witnessed. He realized how critical the situation had been just now, and life or death could have been decided in the blink of an eye. Don't call me elder sister. I may not be older than you, the veiled woman said as she made her last strike. She then backed away like a breeze, as swift as glistening petals dancing in the wind. Is that so? Why do I feel like I'm the younger one here? I'm still rather young. The heavenly fox girl stopped moving her pretty hands and drifted away as well. In the final strike, the collision between the two created such a billowy movement that was strong enough to crush treasured artifacts. The veil was eventually lifted, revealing half of a fair and glistening face. The beauty was so stunning that young cultivators nearby all stared with dumbstruck faces. She's truly a fairy, exclaimed someone. The contrast between the two was stark. One was as charming as a fox, while the other one was deft and otherworldly. Elder sister, you are so serious and not fun at all. I'll see you at the gathering and help you find a husband. Cici. The foxy girl backed off swiftly. She leered at Xianxia on her way out and asked, Little brother, what about taking her as your wife? Xianxia scratched his head and made an innocent face. You two were both good. Why did you have to fight? What a bad boy. I'm trying to introduce a wife to you, not telling you to hit on me. The heavenly fox girl laughed lightly and left like a streak of light. What did I say? She misunderstood me. Xianxia mumbled and shook his head. He then started to walk out of the hall as well. Prince 19 was soon surrounded by the crowd. A prince powerful enough to go after the throne was bound to have a splendid future. No one dared to ignore him. However, Prince 19 kept to himself and soon left the hall. He walked in front and led the veiled woman onto the golden chariot. Wu, that woman could be from beyond the wastelands. I heard that she was in court to see the emperor not long ago, and that they talked for quite some time. The background of the heavenly fox girl is also exceptional. She represents an extremely powerful organization and has also met with the emperor, during which some heavenly secrets were revealed. Some nobilities murmured among themselves with grave expressions. They realized that it would soon become chaotic and that something big was happening. Hao returned to where he lived, which was a well-known inn. It was a spacious dwelling with a garden in the deepest corner that could provide some peace to its most important guests. Hao's room was set in a nice spot. He had a separate courtyard to himself, which contained little bridges and flowing water as well as rockery and fountains. The surroundings were very appealing. He sat down and meditated for a bit after he got back. He carefully observed the surrounding movements carefully. Nothing happened at night, but he kept his vigilance. He was not too worried, though. Should the worst ever happen, he would summon the little pagoda and allow it to unleash its murderous power. He would not let anything happen to what he gained from the auction, for they were way too important. In reality, his anxiety was unnecessary. What he obtained were not divine treasures to other people. Aside from the last pieces in the auction, other items were not valued much in the capital. Luckily, they know nothing about the imperishable gilded body, and even less about the value of this stone bead. Hao said to himself and breathed a sigh of relief. After the people of the auction house reassured him that no one would dare to make trouble in the capital, he became a bit more relieved and started to go through his inventory and prepare the refinement process. The translucent white bone piece was tiny and incomplete, and part of it was definitely missing. Hao made every effort to study it thoroughly, but he still couldn't find any connection with the true primordial record. There were no texts on it at all. He could not help but turn to the little pagoda, who then told him that it was not an entire piece. He would need all the pieces to reveal the secret. I'll have to put it away for now. Sooner or later, I'll discover that great secret. It seems like there are more than one true primordial records. Hao resigned himself to the current situation. He then took out the withdrawal symbol and studied it carefully. This ancient magical artifact was intact and could be used at least 10 times. Can this imperishable gilded body be as mysterious and powerful as in the legends? He took out the fist-sized black figurine and knocked at it, producing a clear and piercing metallic sound. The black figurine was cracked in many places and looked like a ragged doll. However, after a closer look, he noticed that some parts were of a different material, which was mended onto it at a later time. Hao started to peel them off carefully. The process was obviously an incredibly difficult one. He ended up using the broken sword, which still did not make it any easier. The refinement technique of the ancient times was just too powerful. In the end, the little pagoda gave him a hand and shook off the external layer of the black figurine, revealing its true form. After getting rid of the redundant material, the color of the black figurine turned deeper and gloomier. It now looked more damaged than ever. Some parts of it were falling off, making it hardly a complete one. Hao calmed his mind, and his consciousness entered the black figurine. With a wong sound, the figurine illuminated at once and floated in mid-air. A divine energy began to spread out from it. Before long, it began to radiate like a little black sun. Precious halos emanated from it, rising up in streaks before fusing into Hao. The black figurine enlarged and combined with the blood and flesh of Hao. It seemed as if he was wearing a golden black armor, giving him the mightiest look and a tremendous aura. I've directly surpassed the spirit transformation realm. This is just too terrifying. Hao was astonished. In a split second, his fighting capability exceeded his original level and was significantly improved. It was safe to say that the ability of the imperishable gilded body was so unbelievable that after combining with one's physical body, it could make one's fighting capability soar and break through one's limits. The transformation was like turning a mortal man into that of a deity. Following the advice of the little pagoda, He did not make any further attempts and stopped raising his fighting capability to a higher level. He was afraid of bringing more damage to the already broken imperishable gilded body. Wait until a material that is truly compatible with it is found. Only then can it undergo another stage of restoration and display an even greater power. Of course, this type of restoration was a complete and true refinement, not the creation of a battle figure like those in the ancient era. Covered by the black golden armor from head to toe, Xianxia drew out the black broken sword with a chong sound. He looked incredibly valiant, and as waves of oppressive energy were released about him, he seemed like a supreme demonic god. This is the same as giving me another identity, allowing me to do some other things, Xianxia said to himself. The light around him receded, and the black golden clothes disappeared. It once again formed the small figure in his hand. It was definitely a trump card. Xianxia felt that if he truly had to fight to the death, this figurine would surely make him incredibly powerful. He then took out the stone beads stained by blackened blood, which had coagulated and dried up countless of years ago. According to the little pagoda, the blood came from a demonic god. Xianxia cleft and cut with the broken sword. Metallic sounds rang out and sparks were sent flying. He managed to remove the scrapes one bit after another with great difficulty. The spirituality of the demonic god's blood had long faded and there was no medical effects left once it coagulated. It was still very hard, however, which shocked Xianxia greatly. How terrifying then was the actual demonic god? As the stone filings were continuously removed, it began to gradually decrease in size. That was close. A bit further and it would have been destroyed. Xianxia was surprised to find a rotten bronze arrowhead wrapped inside the stone bead. It almost penetrated into the deepest part of the bead. The bronze arrowhead seemed to be in rather poor condition, but it used to be a divine artifact. Based on the little pagoda's suspicions, it had not completely penetrated through the eyeball, and instead had been dissolved by it. So terrifying! Xianxia was utterly shocked. Even a divine instrument could not hurt the eyeball of a dual-pupiled man and was destroyed instead. However, what on earth had happened? He still lost the eyeball in the end, and it was sealed inside of a stone. As the stone chipped away, its original form was revealed. It was about the same size as a human eyeball. It lacked luster and looked quite dim. Dual pupil. He held it in his hand and studied it carefully. It contained two closely connected pupils that were almost joined together. It seemed to hold some deep and profound power within. Now that the demonic god blood and stone skin were peeled off, the cold aura around it had disappeared. This ancient double pupil has lost its life force a long time ago. Does it still have any uses? While holding it in his palm, Xianxia tried to activate it with symbols. Hong! Suddenly, when he started to refine it attentively, the eyeball illuminated and shot out streaks of ripples from its pupils. They were light golden in color and incredibly astonishing. See! Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air. He was firstly shocked, but then he became overwhelmed by happiness. The eyeball was still alive. This was something left over by a naturally born divine being who had reached the absolute peak. The eyeball was illuminating in a light golden color. It seemed extremely astonishing as energy swirled about. Could it be that it still possessed some incredible life force? Xianxia was considerably surprised. Numerous years had passed since the ancient times, yet it still had not withered. The power it was exerting was indeed astonishing. He began to carefully activate it. The eyeball's faint golden color began to change, the light it produced was now even stronger, and there were even more colors. The entire room was covered in a hazy radiance, as if one could see everything through this eyeball. Xianxia felt a strange force surging within him. When he shone the light from the eyeball in his palm in different directions, he felt a unique feeling. The scenery all around him appeared within his mind with incredible clarity. All of these things were seen through the eyeball in his palm and not his naked eyes, so it shocked him greatly. Was this a reflection of the dual pupil's power? It was a rare treasure after all. It was just a mere second, but Xianxia already understood its value. Could actually see through walls and observe this entire courtyard clearly. See through the fabricated, penetrate the superficial, and directly reach the essence. Xianxia was incredibly moved. This eyeball was too powerful, as if everything he experienced just now wasn't real. He looked down and stared at it. While holding it carefully in his hand, he observed it closely before trying to look into the distance through it again. The vivid view once more recurred within his head. The image was even more clear this time. He could see through the walls and observe the world outside. It all looked so real and clear. What an incredible divine ability! Xianxia exclaimed with admiration. Dual-pupiled individuals were indeed blessed. He had merely activated the eyeball, yet it could already exerted such power. He then used all of his efforts to forcefully activate the eyeball by providing it with spiritual essence. The empty air trembled abruptly, and a beam of primarily pale golden light shot out of the eyeball. It broke right through the wall. Xianxia was taken by surprise since it was so sudden. Luckily, he was not facing the pupil himself, or else he would have been in danger. He aimed at the bronze arrowhead and activated the eyeball again. With a metallic sound, the dual pupil illuminated and the pale golden beam turned completely golden. It crushed the arrowhead, turning it into dust. That was incredible. A single glance from the pupil could destroy a treasured artifact. Xianxia was rather amazed. The eyeball had already been separated from the natural-born deity and was only being activated in his hand, yet it could still exert such power. Just how terrifying was it originally? He could imagine how the natural-born deity stood above the world and commanded all other experts. When he opened his eyes, streaks of golden lights would surge, destroying heavenly artifacts and sweeping through everything. One could imagine what a scene like this would look like. With the opening of the dual pupils, streak after streak of light would pierce through heaven and earth and shatter precious artifacts all around it. Tens of thousands of experts would be killed. Just the thought was already frightening. Xianxia turned it over and over in his hand and noticed that as long as the eyeball was not activated, it would appear dim and devoid of vitality. Only by inserting life force into it could it exert such power. Has it turned into a precious artifact? Or is it still not completely withered? Are there still some imprint of life left? He was a bit doubtful. It was reasonable to assume that the eyeball had already transformed into a treasured artifact. After all, it had existed for such a long time. However, the real dual pupil should not merely have these functions. It might be that after being sealed up inside the stone bead, it was isolated from the rest of the world. As a result, it didn't suffer any damage throughout the years, and its life source has not dissipated. He realized that this was a possibility. This was because, according to some ancient records, similar incidents had happened. These types of stone possessed special qualities that could seal life and isolate it from the erosion of heaven and earth. He grabbed the stone fragments. The longer he looked at them, the more he thought of them as some sort of divine stone instead of common objects. Otherwise, how could it have been stained by demonic god blood and surround the divine bronze arrowhead artifact? In that case, just like the flood dragon shears back then, if I nourish the eyeball with vital essence, it might come back to life again? Xianxia said to himself. That year, he had fought a great battle outside of Stone Village in the Great Wastelands against the guardian spirit Pangolin. The opposing party already had a serious injury because it was trying to nourish the precious artifact left behind by its ancestors within its own flesh. This was done in an effort to revive the precious bone. It was simply a heaven-defying object. If word got out that he had the eyeball of a natural-born divine being, mighty experts of the capital would fight head over heels for it, and countless other competitors would also join in. What should he do with it? Xianxia felt rather conflicted, but he wasn't willing to use his own body to nourish it. He still felt that this wasn't his own, and that it was incompatible to host something alien like this inside of him. However, the eyeball was too powerful. If he was able to completely revive it and let it exert all its formidable power, the result would be extraordinary. What should I do? Holding the eyeball in his palm, he frowned and began to ponder. Should he replace his own eyeball with it? That would be impossible. Insert it into the center of his forehead where the heavenly eye was supposed to emerge? That did not seem a good idea either. If he was ready to create his own heavenly eye one day, there would be no place left for it. As Xianxia studied and refined it further, he suddenly discovered another divine ability of the eyeball, which made him all the more astonished. He could saw in the courtyard a bee flapping its wings at a low frequency. It was all extremely clear. Its speed has been slowed down. I can carefully observe everything. Hao was moved. He had only seen still scenes before and did not pay much attention to them. Now that he was able to see living creatures like this, it brought him a completely new perspective. He looked around carefully and saw a bird fly across the sky. It was originally rushing past, but from within the view of the eyeball, it almost seemed as if it was slowly and unhurriedly flapping its wings through the air. He then looked through the walls and into the other courtyards where some people were practicing martial arts. Their movement seemed extremely slow, as if the movement had been broken down into individual components in front of his eyes. This is incredible. Hao was greatly shocked. If he could use this ability when confronting enemies, he would be given an incredible advantage that could allow him to look down upon all those cultivators of his own level. He would be practically invincible. The dual-pupiled man was indeed a frightening creature. Such was the first thought that came to Hao. He had never treated someone with such seriousness in his life, because this was too formidable. Hao's expression became serious. That young brother of his was born with dual pupils, and possessed a complete set of divine abilities that should be more thorough than that of just an eyeball. He never thought that those eyes would be so heaven-defying. This was a wake-up call for him. Even if the other party did not steal his supreme being bone, he would still be ridiculously powerful. With such incredible natural gifts, just how many people could compare? Hao pondered in silence. He could think of only two ways to compete with the divine ability if he was the one facing it. One method was to utilize the extreme rapidness of Kuan Pang precious techniques to counteract the characteristics of the divine pupil by raising the precious technique to its top speed. The other way was to sticking to a fundamental principle. He would stay put and summon all 10 heavenly passages, exhibiting the power of his flesh heavenly passage. The space around him would then be confined, trapping his opponent. Is there another way? Hao asked himself. Through this eyeball, he understood thoroughly now how formidable a dual-pupiled individual was. It was simply unbelievable. I will use my original body, but fuse it with a spiritual body instead, Hao said to himself. He would use his spiritual body to study and refine the eyeball, before eventually unifying with it. This was because he still felt that this was a foreign object in the end and did not want to merge it with his own body. Using a spiritual body instead would solve this problem. In fact, what he really wanted was to fuse it with his spiritual body to understand the supreme secret of the symbols hidden inside the dual pupil. As long as he could understand the primordial symbols, the eyeball would no longer be a necessity. I currently have Swan and Eye and Kuan Peng precious techniques, so 8 heavenly passages do not yet contain a specific spiritual body. I should create a human-shaped one this time. Hao mused to himself, for he had heard before that there was a human-shaped being among the 10 archaic vicious beasts. If he was lucky enough to find one in the future, a human-formed spiritual body would not clash with it. As a matter of fact, to nourish spiritual bodies inside heavenly passages was to fundamentally endow them with imprints, as if one was creating life. However, the imprints would be retrieved eventually, which would then be used as sources of spirituality to nourish the primordial spirit of the original form. They would all be refined into a single body, and the only thing left in each heavenly passage would be a primordial symbol. Of course, those were problems that would only bother the legendary sages and deities. Hao did not need to worry about them now. Before long, he created a human figure inside a heavenly passage and inserted the eyeball into it. He then started to nourish it and meditate with it when he was idle. Hao summoned a strand of symbol imprint and sent it into the spiritual body, immediately making it seem like it possessed life. In fact, the imprint he spared was so powerful that his own body became a bit shaky and his face became a bit pale when he brought it out. The natural-born deities, I was right at the center of that spiritual body's forehead. A faint golden light circled around it as if it was about to revive. A frightening power was spreading out from it. Good. Hao was quite content with the progress. Other things aside, as long as this eyeball could come back to life, he could then understand and learn the divine abilities hidden inside. He currently knew only 3 abilities. One was to see through the superficial and reach the original source, another was the ability to destroy treasured artifacts with a beam of light, and the third was the ability to greatly slow down the speed of experts. These three abilities alone were already ridiculously powerful. Everything he did was to strengthen himself. Hao studied it tirelessly, using the spiritual body to nourish the dual pupil of the natural-born deity. Finally, his original form stabilized, so he started to take inventory of the other items he obtained from the auction. Seeing that the little pagoda was waving around and showing interest to some mud among the pile of things, Hao handed the item to it. He had no idea what that grayish thing was. The little pagoda only said it could be used to exchange for half a help from it. In other words, Hao would need to find more to elicit an additional instance of help. Needless to say, such items were hard to come by, and so he could only replace it with something else. It is heavenly blood mud. The little pagoda did not withhold the truth from him. Hao was dumbstruck. With a name as astonishing as that, it had to be a rare treasure. It could be considered as a sacred artifact, no matter being used in refinement or as a medicine. You are so powerful and understand almost everything. You could have just directly ransacked the auction house, Hao muttered. This is a world of balance. You are unable to understand how I ended up in this state. To obtain something, one must pay an equal price. The current exchange of equal value is by my own choice. The little pagoda spoke out this mysterious sentence. Does that count as an exchange of equal value? Are you trying to transfer some of that karma to me? Hao felt suspicious. He turned it over in his mind for quite a while but could not come up with an answer. He decided to drop the idea. The most important thing for him now was to strengthen himself with all of his effort. Finally, he took out the tortoise shell and studied the precious techniques on it. This was a treasured text he obtained from the auction. Back then, a black turtle rose in revolt in the western frontier of Stone Country, and 2 noblemen were killed while trying to suppress it. The turtle was not killed until a mysterious mighty expert joined the battle. The turtle was a top-level archaic descendant, and the precious techniques it left behind was a remarkable wonder. It was the descendant of the black tortoise, a race that was considered to be the one with the strongest defensive power. Hao began his comprehension. Within seconds, an earthy-colored glow started to appear over his skin, as if a layer of mist was circulating around him. It looked heavy and solid, with symbols flickering about from time to time. His cultivation level had been greatly elevated compared to before, especially after he reached the peak of the spirit transformation realm. The path of his cultivation was significantly widened as opposed to other cultivators who were facing narrowing prospects. He was constantly breaking through his limitations and did not suffer from such troubles. A long time passed before Hao stopped activating the symbols. He had by now roughly understood this great divine ability and could not help but feel amazed. It was indeed an exceptional item and definitely a major technique. It was truly worthwhile to win the bid. He then took out the praying mat and sat on it with his legs crossed. First, nothing happened. When he held the shell in his hand and meditated seriously, everything changed. Waves of spiritual light erupted from the praying mat, which was then accompanied by streaks of auspicious energy. One moment, purple chi seemed to come from the east. The next moment, the energy began to surge down like immortal energy. Misty light filled the space and divine light flickered, creating an extraordinary scene. The praying mat was definitely an extremely valuable treasure. This was left behind by the Kuanpeng, who even used it while meditating, and also interweaved from elder wood, which was known to connect the mortal with the divine realm. In this era, it was difficult to find even a few other praying mats like this. Even back then, treasures like this were held by those with great divine abilities. Hao sat cross-legged on the praying mat. His entire body looked translucent and sparkling. Symbols emerged one after another as the techniques of the black turtle were utilized. Hao was able to comprehend the techniques, and the symbols started to appear and circulate. Over the surface of his body, earthy-colored light flickered and turned into plaques. Metallic sounds rang out as if an armor was illuminating and making noise. It sounded like metal colliding with stones, thumping at one's eardrums. Just like that, he continued to study the technique. The light circulated around his body and continuously changed from time to time. Streaks of multicolored clouds erupted, giving him a mysterious and powerful appearance. In the end, The earthen color disappeared and turned black. Symbols surged like tidal waves, forming an indistinct black tortoise. Its massive body towered in the air. For several days in a row, Xianxia immersed himself in a wondrous state. He meditated in silence and studied the techniques, learning a lot during this time. Now that he had reached such a level that he no longer had to tread cautiously wherever he went. As long as he had an intact divine ability at hand, he could throw himself in immediately and figured it out slowly on his own. It had only been a few days, yet he had already briefly grasped and mastered most of this divine ability. He was now able to use it. Of course, it was impossible to learn the core imprint thoroughly in such a short period. To do that required a lot of time and endless effort. Even so, he had still made quite an achievement. He had mastered most of the divine abilities of the black turtle and could use them in battles against enemies. Xianxia stood up and put away the praying mat. He stopped right there, for he knew that rushing would not bring success. He had learned everything he could for now, and the rest would require a long period of bitter research. He had been cultivating for quite some time, and now was not a good time. Moreover, the gathering was getting near. He did not want to be interrupted during his meditation. 2 days later, a girl of 14 or 15 years old found Xianxia there. She was incredibly pretty and had several snowy foxtails behind her. She walked with a willowy motion, and despite of her young age, there was already a natural charm about her. "Her ladyship has invited you to the gathering," the young girl said with a grin. Her big eyes glanced him over. "My lady says that she does not like a chaste fairy and wants to find her a husband. Are you brave enough to take that fairy if my lady sells her to you? Is there a buy one get one free deal? Your lady looks nice too." Xianxia replied without any hesitation, which left the young girl speechless. The capital was a magnificent and grandiose place. Streets crisscrossed all over the city, and all of the main roads were paved with bluestones. They were more than wide enough for several bronze beast carriages to run side by side. Roars of savage beasts could be heard from time to time on the streets. They galloped by, with blustering and rumbling carriages trailing behind them in extraordinary styles. People here had long gotten used to such scenes. Descendants of lords and nobilities would always have savage beasts clear the way for them. Their treasured carriages would then rumble on while appearing glistening and dashing. Various topics even arose as a result, such as which family had the most magnificent bronze carriage, or whose savage beasts looked the mightiest. These topics were popular subjects over cups of tea. Businesses and well-off families could certainly afford their own bronze carriages, but savage beasts were not attainable for common folk. As a result, they could only use domestic animals to draw their carts. The streets were busier than ever today, for war chariots drawn by exceptionally large savage beasts rumbled by one after another. The auras they gave off were both fiendish and frightening. Pedestrians moved away from the chariots and dared not stir up trouble. They knew the owners were all nobilities that they could not afford to offend. On one of the busiest streets where bronze or even golden war chariots continuously rushed by, vicious beasts were roaring under their thick scales as they moved towards the same direction. What is going on? Why are there so many carriages? They look like war chariots from the Lord's manors. Has something serious happened? Why have they all gathered here? What are they doing? Haven't you heard? Talented members of the major lords' manors and famous noble families have all come back these past few days to celebrate the human emperor's birthday. They are currently holding small gatherings before that. Those geniuses have been away from the capital for quite some years, and some of them are the best of friends. Those who enjoy the excitement will certainly take the opportunity to get together after not seeing other friends for so long. Not only that, some clans and their geniuses do not see eye to eye with people of other clans. In such a gathering like this, everyone will be compared with everyone else, and some will go so far as to start direct confrontations. The gathering will surely be a boisterous one. Many people watched the rumbling chariots with envious eyes as the densely packed symbols emitted precious light. It reminded them of a never-ending torrent. What extraordinary extravagance! Xianxia naturally made his way over as well towards the gathering point. Along the way, he saw many bronze carriages sweep past. Gusts of powerful energy were raised, and symbols flickered in a mighty and astonishing manner. Many of the attendants were talented descendants of noble families and aristocrats. There were many princes and princesses as well, and all of their auras were exceptional. In general, although there were other guests who were arrived on foot like Hao, the number was relatively small and they looked rather out of place. Of course, Hao was still on his way and no one knew that he was invited as well. Greenwood Garden was a spacious place located in the northwest corner of the capital. Aside from the great numbers of halls and magnificent palaces, it also contained large areas of garden landscapes. The entire place was full of vigor, and wild profusion of vegetation filled every corner. A garden on such a large scale was hard to come by in the busy capital, for land in the city cost a fortune. This place not only contained ancient woods and garden sceneries, but even some lakes and hills. It was fair to say that the Greenwood Garden had one of the best views in the capital. Many major gatherings would use this location as their venue. Currently, guests were going in and out in constant streams through the Greenwood Garden's grand stone gates. More people kept coming in, and the line of bronze carriages they arrived with demonstrated their superior status. Hao grumbled along the way. The distance was just too far. The main reason was because the capital was just too large. He hurried over from the inn without using any precious techniques or bone texts, so the trip was exceptionally long. Even though he had already complained for quite a while, he still hadn't reached his destination. There was a long way ahead of him. Hong long long. A chariot rumbled by, drawn by 6 powerful and ancient vicious beasts. They were tall and strong animals that looked valiant and toughly built. Covered in thick scales, they passed by in a suppressing manner. Almost at the same time, another silver chariot dashed by, traveling side by side with the previous one. Ear-splitting roars sounded from the beasts. Hong! A cold snort sounded. The 2 chariots suddenly drew together, causing a terrifying collision to take place. With a honk sound, symbols erupted. Rays of light shone, and it was as if there was a clap of thunder. The silver chariot had parts of it cave in. Its shaft was damaged, and its symbols were badly damaged. It was immediately shoved to the side. The bronze chariot, on the other hand, remained intact and unhurt. The scorching multicolored light that surrounded it gradually faded away as it marched on. A voice sounded from within the chariot. The chariot of Lord Ziwei really isn't good enough. I think it needs some major repairment. Laugh all you want now. I'll see you in a bit inside the Greenwood Garden. Someone from the silver chariot replied with a snort. It was clear that there was a grudge between the two. A direct confrontation had broken out between the two just now, and the two of them opposed each other with equal harshness. These types of scenes were quite common here, because many of the attendants did not get along well. They saw each other as competitors. A conflict like this was still relatively insignificant. In the distance, several chariots could be seen on the ground, completely destroyed. Large pools of blood indicated that a bloody battle had taken place here earlier. Hao was taken by surprise and asked someone going in the same direction. That's outrageous. Is there no one around here to deal with these conflicts? One of the people passing by glanced at him and said, "You must be new to the capital and not know about these things." Those are either descendants of nobilities or young mighty experts of their region. They are all arrogant and unyielding people. None of them would admit that anyone else is better than themselves. These incidents are common scenes here that no one pays any extra attention to. Stone Country was founded on its martial prowess, and the naturally valiant and tyrannical attitude had been passed down through later generations. In fact, the nobilities even encouraged their children to act in such a dominating manner. The human emperor himself had expressed his opinions on the matter, stating that he did not want his descendants to be weak and cowardly. Especially in a gathering like this that was obviously meant to be packed with comparison and competition. No one would care too much about some bloodshed, for it was considered a common occurrence. "I like it," Hao noted. He was used to the carefree life of the great wastelands, and restraints worried him the most. He would not be fettered by any sort of restrictions or formalities. From what he had heard just now, the gathering sounded wonderful. It would be an unrestrained and straightforward occasion. Any disagreement could simply be resolved via confrontations. "Wei, young brother, where are you going?" "Don't go the wrong way. That's the direction of the Greenwood Garden," someone advised. It was because this road was extremely dangerous today. There was practically no one traveling any of the other routes. The route was full of talented individuals, and there were even some martial king's heirs. If he continued like this, he might receive some injuries from collision. The carriages were charging by so rapidly that sometimes several carts would run side by side simultaneously. Their exterior plating clinked as they glistened a cold light, making them look somewhat frightening. "I'm attending a gathering," replied Xianxia. Those standing at the fork of the road were dumbstruck by his words, for he did not even have a chariot. Arriving like this would only make him a laughingstock. Those geniuses were all about dignity and outward appearances. As expected, as he walked on, many people gave him surprised looks from their chariots. He was not the only one coming on foot, but there really wasn't many of them. "Look, sister, there's another weirdo. Does he think he is young Lord Lingbo, who is truly powerful and incomparable? That person's family is truly powerful, and so no matter what, he would never arrive by a chariot, yet this person is also trying to copy him." As a silver chariot passed by, the voice of a young girl came out. The curtain was lifted, revealing two beautiful faces who were discussing in low voices. Xianxia was a bit bummed by the words. What was wrong with being a bit humble? Similar things happened with the following chariots, with people eyeing him with weird looks, irritating him greatly. He had made an unwise move and was becoming some strange creature that was often being pointed at. "Cici?" A soft laughter sounded that could intoxicate one to their bones. An emperor's carriage galloped by. It was bright and translucent, with auspicious beasts pulling it along. Wisps of mists extended outwards, making it appear hazy but powerful. "You deliberately walked all the way here just to attract the girls. Are you trying to be different? This move is a bit outdated, though many have already tried before." A little girl curled her lip and spoke from the carriage. This was none other than that little fox. The coach stopped and out came the face of the heavenly fox girl. Her fair white face possessed a beauty that could take one's breath away. She watched Xianxia with her bright eyes and said, "Come, let big sister give you a ride." "No thanks. I'd rather walk." Xianxia refused her at once. His instincts told him that this heavenly fox girl was extremely dangerous and powerful. As enchanting and charming as she looked, she was someone he should not mess with. "My lady, you have no idea how bad a person he is. When I said I was selling him a saintly fairy, he asked for a buy one get one free deal to include you in." The little fox complained. "Fine. When we get to the Greenwood Garden, we can tell that saintly fairy that there's someone who would not even consider obtaining her alone." The heavenly fox girl replied with a smile. Xianxia felt a headache and found the foxy girl even harder to deal with than he had expected. If he were to travel together with her, he would surely be used as a weapon against that fairy. He decided to stay away from her. "You don't want to ride? Then we're leaving without you." The foxy girl chuckled. Her fair body moved slightly in an enchanting manner. As the carriage moved away, Xianxia rubbed his nose. He realized that the woman was difficult to deal with and hoped she would not involve him in her plans. If she managed to stir something up, he could be in a lot of trouble. "Get out of the way!" Yells came from behind him as ear-splitting hoof sounds approached. A chariot drawn by 8 vicious beasts dashed over fiercely, and together with it came the most ferocious and hostile aura. Xianxia was speechless. He was already on the curb and not blocking the way, yet they still yelled at. Wasn't this too overbearing? He stepped back a bit further to the side to avoid trouble. In the end, however, the chariot kept coming at him and rode extremely close to the curb, it charging towards him in a clearly undisguised manner. Xianxia backed away again, but one of the vicious beasts was already roaring with its basin-sized hoofs in the air. They were stamping right at him, and a chilly air gushed towards Xianxia. Xianxia was instantly enraged. They had gone too far this time. He had backed away twice, and they still unleashed their beasts at him. The hoof had the size of a washing basin and was stomping towards his head in an extremely savage nature. The animal was too violent. If he was stamped upon, he would surely be badly injured. Their act was ridiculously outrageous and overbearing. "What is wrong with you people?" Xianxia shouted and jumped into the air. He managed to evade the attack before landing not far away. The chariot came to a quick stop and the cart driver looked askance at him. "My master wants to know why that coach stopped and what the heavenly fox fairy said to you." That's none of your master's damn business, replied Shi Hao with a straightforward answer, showing no courtesy at all. You dare. Do you know who you are talking to? Scolded the cart driver. It was apparent to Shi Hao that the owner cared much about the heavenly fox fairy. He either wanted to woo her or had something similar in mind. Shi Hao shook his head. That foxy girl was indeed a troublemaker, as merely talking to her got him into trouble like this. I'm asking you a question. Didn't you hear me? Seeing that the cart driver failed to intimidate Shi Hao, the master inside was speaking now. There were several people in the chariot. They were going to the gathering together and none of them were common folk. They were all teenagers similar in age. Are you all sick in the head? You need treatment. Shi Hao stared straight ahead and spoke in a tough manner. You're looking to die. The cart driver raised his whip and lashed violently at Shi Hao. He was actually quite powerful and a string of cymbals swept across the air towards Shi Hao's face. However, he had no idea what kind of person Shi Hao was. The devilish brat would never be taken advantage of. Shi Hao flew up in the air and broke the whip in half with one kick. His other foot landed on the cart driver's face, which sent the man flying away for more than 10 zhang. Teeth were spat out from his mouth as he screamed in the air. Shi Hao did not exert his full power, because the man's head would have exploded. Even so, his cheekbone was still smashed. Tears were running down his face as he writhed about painfully on the ground. Do you have a death wish? How dare you attack my servant? A teenager dashed out of the chariot yelling. I'm treating your disease. Shi Hao made his move in a domineering manner. With a honglong sound, his right palm turned black, and the shadow of a black turtle appeared, suppressing the teenager at once. He was thrown directly onto the ground. You? The other teenagers in the chariot were infuriated and rushed out as well. They were in turn hit by purple lightnings and all trembled with black smokes rising from their bodies. None of them managed to escape. Shi Hao kicked them out of the chariot one after another and said, I'm taking over this chariot. With these words, he drove away. Shi Hao drove off, leaving behind those individuals with bodies scorched black from lightning. They were so angry that they were shaking. They never would have thought that they would encounter such a domineering individual. They were beaten in a simple and direct manner, and their carriage was stolen just like that. To these people, this was simply extraordinary shame and humiliation. They had just exchanged attacks, yet they were instantly suppressed and tossed aside like burlap sacks. Every word and action from that youth was done in a forceful and direct manner. He directly stole their cart, leaving them in a truly embarrassing state. This was the perfect example of offending the wrong person and getting beaten up instead. When the lightning disappeared, their bodies were all charred black. These individuals felt like they were going to explode from fury as they climbed up from the ground. Is there even a point in going to the gathering now? They even had their carriage stolen away. This was just too shameful. Who is that fellow? Why haven't I seen him before? He seems quite strong. If we don't attend the gathering and leave in such a sorry state, we will still be laughed at by others once they find out about this. The bronze carriage owner's face immediately fell ashen. The trouble this time was truly completely self-inflicted. If he didn't try to cause trouble and irritate that savage fellow, how could things have ended like this? The carriage is my grandfather's. We can't lose it. He felt embarrassed. Let's wait here for a bit. After we see someone we know, let's go with them to the gathering. Otherwise, it would truly be too shameful to leave, someone said. Shi Hao's mind was completely free of worry. Originally, he was alone during his journey, ridiculed and regarded as weird. Now, everything was better as he had finally solved his problem. It was an uncommon bronze carriage with an older appearance. Carved on top were mountains, rivers, birds, and beasts, as well as fish, bugs, diagrams of stars, and other things. In addition, the 8 vicious beasts that pulled the carriage were all powerful. Vicious auras surrounded their bodies, and it was clear that they had participated in many battles. Oh! Before he traveled far, the 8 vicious beasts began to stir about restlessly. They were intelligent and knew that the owner had changed. As a result, they were a bit unwilling and wanted to rebel against Shi Hao. You all better act more obedient. Shi Hao shouted and used his precious technique. A golden-winged ping appeared and overlooked them from the skies. A wave of oppressive energy passed through them and the 8 vicious beasts immediately trembled, no longer daring to rebel. A terrifying aura had descended, a type of natural suppression. Sure Hao didn't display the true Kuan Peng precious technique and only used the damaged precious technique. Otherwise, he feared that someone else might notice and bring onto himself an absolute disaster. He arrived at the Greenwood Garden, and what met him was a pair of towering stone gates. They were vast and enormous like two small mountains. Currently, they were already wide open, and war chariots were entering one after another. Woo, this is Lord Lingyun's war chariot. It seems like their young master has arrived. Someone began to record this. However, when Sure Hao greeted the people in front of the stone gates with a large smile on his face, the individuals in charge of registration felt their faces go stiff. This didn't seem right. Those brothers lent their carriage to me. Sure Hao began to chatter as he greeted them. He drove the carriage into the garden. Greenwood Garden was extremely wide and there was enough room to park the carriage. The area ahead was more restricted with large numbers of vicious beasts guarding the area. However, they were all peaceful and did not roar. This was because they were intelligent. Their owners had already instructed them previously not to create noise. Sure Hao noticed that this place did not lack powerful war chariots at all. They all felt like powerful precious techniques, especially those with archaic descendants pulling the carriages. Once the descendants matured, they would definitely be able to overlook a region, yet those war chariots all had top-level descendants pulling the carriage. One could imagine what the master of the chariot was like. That's the War King's carriage. That's the war chariot of an incredibly powerful lord. From what he heard from the discussions, Sure Hao learned that these were all younger generations trying to make themselves look better. They borrowed their grandfather's war chariots and rode them over, because there was no way these mature archaic descendants would obey them otherwise. Lu Han, you've also just arrived? A voice sounded as soon as Sure Hao stopped the carriage. He turned around and saw a war chariot gallop over. A young individual revealed himself. You? He was startled. He recognized the carriage, but noticed that the person on it didn't match. The youngster was similar in age to Sure Hao. He wore golden flood dragon clothes, as if he was a prince. His eyes flickered with light, possessing a type of unruliness as he examined Sure Hao. What is going on? Isn't this Lord Lingyun's carriage? Why is it in your hands? The youngster asked with an oppressive tone. Oh, they lent it to me. I'll just return it to them later. Sure Hao answered and laughed in a friendly manner before leaving. Greenwood Garden was extremely large. Sure Hao followed along the alley and passed through an ancient forest. He followed some of the more extraordinary-looking youths and entered the garden depths. When he reached this area, he noticed that the trees became more sparse. A large meadow and a lake appeared in front of him. It was dark blue and clear, just like an enormous gemstone as it stretched out. There were many people here, and they were all young, outstanding talents ranging from 10 to older than 20. Every single one was unordinary, and it was clear that they weren't normal people. There were a few that were even more brilliant and promising with astonishing auras. Sure Hao noticed some individuals who were particularly powerful, shocking even him. They didn't seem like they were humans. The males' gazes were like icy streaks of lightning, and the females were more beautiful than flowers. Wow, Princess 16 has arrived. She is a brilliant pearl of the capital. Who is that man walking together with her? He obviously comes from an amazing background. It must be an extraordinary expert. Be careful not to speak any nonsense. In the distance, there was a figure with energy rising in spirals, and her golden battle dress drifted about. Princess 16's body was extremely alluring. Beside her was a red-haired male with an outstanding temperament. Soon after, another incredibly gorgeous female appeared. She attracted everyone's attention and many people gathered around her. That's Lord Hunshan's younger sister. Not only is she absolutely stunning, her cultivation is also extremely astonishing. Someone said in a soft voice. Not far away, her older brother seemed to attract even more attention. Regardless of whether it was males or females, they all crowded around him. Lord Hunshan's black hair drifted behind him. His figure was valiant and tall, with dark golden battle clothes releasing dark light. As he stood there, his body seemed like a black mountain. Currently, he was only 25 years old. He was so young, yet he already received the title of nobility. He guarded the borders and obtained achievement after achievement. He serves directly under the command of Stone Clan's nobles, and not long ago, he obtained the blood demonic ruler from the auction house. Lord Huntian was heroic and unyielding on the battlefield, but in real life, he was open-minded and laughed heartily without any restraint. His left arm was wrapped around the waist of a beautiful lady. The girl moved her waist and struggled slightly. However, in the end, she stopped moving. Her face was completely red. The surrounding individuals all laughed. Those young men walked forward and began to ask him about the matters at the border. Meanwhile, there were a few young ladies who also had passionate gazes. They also rushed over to try and chat with him. This fellow really is popular. Even a group of fatties are surrounding him. Xianxia muttered in a soft voice. When the people around him heard this, regardless of whether they were male or female, they all became petrified. Fatty, were the people surrounding Lord Huntian that fat? Why didn't they think so? Those girls were all graceful, and only certain areas were more full. Even that fellow who went to Little Western Paradise returned? Not far away, there were people who said this with shock. This created quite a bit of commotion, and many people left for that direction to take a look. This was a young prince. His smile was extremely brilliant, and beside him were many beauties. They were currently sipping wine in a joyous manner. Rumor has it that Little Western Paradise is full of solemn cultivators who were all known for their few words and their attention toward clearing the mind. However, this fellow truly is an abnormality. Each time he returns, he would always throw away all restraint and have girls all around him, said someone in a soft voice. However, no one dared to look down on this individual who was named Defied. It was because he was rumored to have received the full extent of Little Western Paradise's inheritance. His power was extraordinary and unrivaled, with no one under the age of 20 inside the capital able to match him. If it wasn't for the fact that Xianxia was just too incredible, the noble heir Defied would have definitely appeared even more dazzling. Even though that wasn't the case, others still paid close attention to him. Right at that moment, a girl's soft voice began to scold with anger. Defied, you disappoint me. I am going to break off our engagement. Everyone looked over with shock. This was an extremely beautiful girl, but currently, she was so angry that her face was a bit pale. She truly couldn't stand watching him act so immoral and flirtatious with these beautiful girls. Beautiful girl? Are you talking to me? Come. Want to drink a cup? Defied was quite drunk. He laughed in a wanton manner as he greeted her. As a result, the girl was so angry that her entire body began to shake. Everyone was dumbstruck. This fellow was even more ridiculous than the rumors. His fiancée was one of the capital's pearls, comparable to Princess 16 and Thunder Clan's oldest daughter, yet in the end, he didn't seem to pay much attention at all. Throw him into the lake for me. The girl spoke hatefully and ordered the old servant near her. Hong. However, when that old servant moved, Defied's body began to emit a blazing precious splendor. A glaring Vajra appeared behind him, sending the old servants flying, and almost into the lake. What? That's the secret Vajra, great divine ability that isn't spread outside of Little Western Paradise. Even those old characters couldn't do anything to him. Beauties, let's continue drinking. Defied wrapped his arms around a girl's waist and drank with her. His fiancée was so angry she immediately turned around and left. What a carefree and abnormal fellow. Xianxia said softly. He hadn't been here for that long, yet he already met quite a few strange individuals. Jealous. Someone blew a stream of fragrance next to his ear. Jealous. Xianxia nodded. Sigh, so young yet so rotten already. Now I can be relaxed and give that pure fairy to you. The heavenly fox race girl appeared with a smiling expression on her face. Xianxia turned around. To be honest, he really didn't want to stay together with her. Even though this woman possessed an extremely alluring charm towards men, she was also incredibly dangerous. What's the point of saying so much? Are you saying that you really can sell her to me? Xianxia challenged back because the other party always ridiculed him like this. She always held superiority, and he didn't want to be the one on the defensive all the time. Don't worry, she will be sold, the heavenly fox fairy laughed and said before leaving. Her 2 legs were slender, her waist was like a soft willow, and she had a full chest and swan-like neck. Her skin was snow white like jade, and her charming face possessed an enticing aura. Her eyes were vivid and intelligent. When she walked away, every single eye was on her, regardless of whether it was male or female. Even Lord Hunshen's eyes were flickering with an unruly light. Soon after, many people rushed towards that direction. She was surrounded by many people, and it was truly like stars surrounding a moon. There are even people from the Martial Imperial Manor here. The people there recognized some of the Martial Imperial Manor's younger individuals. They all revealed different expressions, because the great demonic god's battle had shaken the whole capital, shocking everyone. However, in the end, he forced himself to leave. Currently, the Martial Imperial Manor was divided into two sides, and everyone felt as if it was no longer as powerful as in the past. What a shame. It isn't Shuri. I wonder if he will return. When this name was brought up, everyone felt a shiver run through them. Even though Shuri was only 16 years old, he definitely shook the capital. No one dared to show contempt towards him. This was because everyone knew that if he was given a few more years, he would definitely sweep through any enemy with unrivaled power. Did Shuri return? Someone asked. Those that did not get along with the Martial Imperial Manor, in particular, began to provoke them. Rumor has it that the Martial Imperial Manor has fallen apart. It seems that only if Shuri returns can everything be turned around. One of the Martial Imperial Manor's youngsters had already drank a lot. Too many things had happened recently, so there was a lot of pressure inside the clan. As a result, he completely let loose here and drank his fill. It was clear that he was partial to the great demonic god's bloodline. In a drunk voice, he shouted, "What do you guys know? My Martial Imperial Manor doesn't only have a Shuri. There is still someone who is a natural-born supreme being. He won't tolerate all of your contempt." Ha ha! What did we just hear? There is still a natural-born supreme being. Some of them began to laugh loudly. Woo! Did you guys split up or something? Are you going to create a demonic god manor? Ha ha, if you guys bring up Shuri, then we are willing to give our respect, and everyone else of similar age would agree, because no one in Stone Country is his opponent. He is worthy of the title Supreme Youth. I know that you are of the great demonic god's bloodline, but it's pointless to continue speaking like this. Other than Shuri, who does your clan have to depend on? There were some people who were especially rude and spoke with sneers. These words naturally stirred up quite a bit of discussion. There were some who nodded and others who sighed in pity. I heard that Shuri is also going to return. Is this true? If he shows himself, then it would truly be something to look forward to. However, don't bring up some made-up natural-born supreme deity. Some people laughed and said, "It's true. Originally, our manor still had another child who was a natural-born sovereign named Shurhao. That person berated loudly. His voice shook the entire lake in front of him, and the two words Shurhao struck down on everyone's ears like lightning. Natural-born supreme deity? You really dare to say something like that? Many people curled their lips and didn't believe it at all. This was an incredibly powerful title we were talking about here. Of course, not everyone thought that this was a lie. While living in the capital, they had still heard some leaked information about how Xianxia overturned the Martial Imperial Manor that year. Furthermore, the great demonic god had thrown all of the capital in chaos not too long ago. At that time, he had shouted and berated in anger. Even though he didn't publicly disclose everything to the entire city and only restricted it to the Martial Imperial Manor, those that were more keen were still able to piece together a bit. "You're drunk," another individual from the Martial Imperial Manor shouted. He grabbed the drunk individual and shook him to try to sober him up. "I'm not drunk. Stop blocking me." He struggled angrily. His face was completely red. "Forget it. Don't pay attention to that drunkard." There was someone who spoke softly. The surrounding people began to scatter. They all still felt a restraining fear towards the Martial Imperial Manor. Even though they were currently divided, that clan truly didn't lack experts. Each and every one of them were outstanding. There was even less of a need to talk about the great demonic god. He was enough to scare an entire generation, and even noble kings were now not his opponent. A bit beneath that was Xianxia, who joined the demonic spirit lake. This was a restricted land that was shoulder to shoulder with the archaic divine mountains. Who wasn't scared of such a place? These individuals all possessed extraordinary techniques and dealt with matters ruthlessly. Their innate talents were horrifyingly great. Other than this, there was still Xianxia, known as the capital's genius. Back then, he defeated everyone within his generation. And in the end, when he left, not even the martial imperial manor's 4 clan ancestors could stop him. Below that would be Shi, the natural-born deity. With his dual pupils, he was completely invincible. He was a dazzling figure as soon as he was born, becoming one of Stone Country's most astonishing supreme youths. No one could predict just how far he would reach in the future. For those hostile to the martial imperial manor, they were rejoicing in the division, but they still didn't dare to recklessly offend them. Calming flute music sounded, causing the commotion here to fade away and the noise to disappear. Everyone looked towards the lakeside. What they saw was a girl in white clothes that drifted in the wind. Her hair flew upwards as the flute was rested horizontally against her lips. The beautiful music moved the heaven and earth. The fairy has arrived. Many people cried out in alarm after recognizing who she was. This was the honorable guest of Prince 19. There was still no one who knew her identity, but from Prince 19's attitude, it was obvious that her background was astonishing. She should be from the archaic divine mountains at the very least. Those that were well-informed found out that she had paid a visit to the emperor's palace and spoke with the human emperor himself for an entire night. This created an endless amount of speculation. It can't be another imperial concubine, right? Stop speaking nonsense. Not even the noble lords dare to say anything, so someone like you should speak less gossip. My clan's ancestor said that she came from outside this region. There were naturally those that knew more about them, and they knew that the pure fairy and that bewitching fox spirit possessed incredible backgrounds. Many had been warned not to act recklessly. The lake water was a dark blue without a single impurity. The girl was just like a fairy as she played the instrument with flawless skill. As she stood on the lake in her snow-white dress with her black hair scattered behind her, it was as if she wasn't a part of this mortal world. Her face was covered by a veil, but this only contributed to her otherworldly aura. Her pair of eyes were covered by a hazy mist, her gaze making people feel moved. Her red lips were extremely beautiful and the jade flute was sparkling. The two together was like a scene straight out of a painting. The music from the flute was just too extraordinary, as if there were divine symbols leaping about and cleansing everyone's souls. Everyone quickly calmed down, and not many people were talking softly anymore. This was like the music of heaven, enchanting everyone. Light scattered down from the jade flute. The specks danced about with sparkling brilliance. That place appeared splendid and brilliant as light danced around her like flower petals. This made her seem more illusory and otherworldly, as if she was going to fly away. She did not need anyone to praise her. She genuinely had the appearance of a fairy, isolated from and above the entire world. Her appearance made many people around her seem filthy and forever unable to approach her. The sound of flute rang in the air. The buds by the lake shore grew as the flowers blossomed. After being showered by the light, they were brimming with vitality. Furthermore, the many colorful butterflies fluttering in the distant gardens were attracted by the sacred aura and flew over. They formed a spectacular and beautiful scene by the lake as they danced about. Forever unapproachable. Someone sighed. Some people turned around and unexpectedly saw Li biting. This person was extremely powerful and rarely had an adversary within his age group due to his exceptional talent and elegance. However, he actually said these words that contained a sense of powerlessness and endless regret. She's a fairy. We common folks naturally cannot approach her. Another strong prince muttered. At this precise moment, the middle of the lake rippled. Several silver creatures appeared on the surface, undulating and circling around the otherworldly beauty in white. Dragon carp. It really is this type of creatures. There are only a few within this entire lake, and their medicinal effects are extremely powerful, possessing powerful intelligence. These are as close to pure-blooded as possible. Some cried out in alarm. These were rare creatures that the human emperor personally raised, rumored to be one of the 8 ancient treasures. After many years, there were still barely a few of them. Their survival rate was too low. Afterwards, even more fish began to surface from the lake, producing every color under the sun as they danced beneath the water. Then, the birds in the air also flew over. There were scarlet-feathered cranes, rainbow swans, and even peacocks. All the birds from the garden appeared as they danced and flew about. Their bright feathers shined and appeared extremely beautiful. At this moment, whether it was the sky, the lake, or the grass by the lake, they were all brimming with vitality. Birds, butterflies, dragon carps, and other creatures all wrapped around the fairy as showers of light sprinkled outwards. Suddenly, a long shout broke the peace here. A youth with disheveled hair appeared. He was around 20 years old with a head full of scarlet hair in blood-colored armor. He charged over from the distance like a comet. Ha ha ha! I have finally found the fairy. He laughed incessantly. He seemed very valiant with a vicious aura. Everyone was originally in a state of stupor when they were suddenly disturbed. After returning to their senses from such a state of tranquility, they were all furious. This male broke such a beautiful and serene mood. Fairy, I have followed you along your journey, while traveling across regions. How have you always eluded me? His eyes were shining with passionate rays of light. Who are you? Leave immediately, some people shouted. Even more people were overwhelmed with shock. This man traveled across the regions? He wasn't from the Great Wasteland. This was all too astonishing. Xinjin, if you're still being a bother, don't blame our young lady for being impolite. A maid stood out from the lake shore as she loudly reprimanded. Who cares where you came from? Don't disturb the fairy. Move it. There were only geniuses here who were young and talented. Many of them shouted angrily. How can you guys control me? He sneered at the approaching people as he declared. He exploded with a powerful aura and shook and splattered the lake water. Some of them began to berate the scarlet-haired individual as they activated their precious artifacts and charged forward. However, with a single loud shout, that scarlet-haired youth shot out glaring rays of light from his eyes and all the precious artifacts exploded in the air. In the blink of an eye, the lakeside became absolutely silent. Many people quaked in fear of this absolute power. Your region is going to become chaotic. All of the divine beings have withered and you all will lose your light soon enough, yet you dare display hostility towards me. Hang! He spoke coldly. Cease your rude behavior. Lord Huntian spoke. His identity here was great, being Stone Country's powerful and youngest lord. With a wung sound, a blood ruler soared into the sky. Hung the male named Xinjin snorted. He raised his hand and directly suppressed downwards, catching the blood ruler. Something's not right. This is the demonic blood ruler. He was startled and quickly withdrawing his hand. He cried out in shock. The brilliant artifact from the ancient times. Xinjin, because of your senior brother, I do not want to bicker with you. It's better if you just leave. Beside the lake, the gentle and hazy fairy spoke. She had already taken action, sealing off the space and not allowing him to fight against Lord Huntian. The demonic blood ruler paused for a moment before returning to its owner Lord Hunchin's hands. Haha, interesting. The younger brother of the protected client came to chase after the sex's sacred fairy. Hee, are you trying to steal her away? Not far away, the foxy lady spoke. Bewitching beauty, you are here too? Xinjin opened his mouth. His eyes flickered, but soon after he turned around and continued to fixate his gaze on the fairy and forgetting everything else. The fairy in the lake's gaze flickered. She did not want to be bothered, and with the jade flute once again resting against her lips, a divine sound could be heard. Flourishing symbols flew out one after another. The atmosphere of this place immediately changed. Xinjin was shocked as he continuously retreated. He felt as if he was being crushed by a great golden mountain as he was forced back. He released a loud shout. His aura was incredibly fierce, as if a demonic deity had appeared in this world. The entire garden began to shake, as if it was on the verge of splitting apart. Everyone became dumbstruck. Just how powerful was this male? He was only around 20, yet he already possessed this kind of strength. It really was hard for them to believe. Xinjin, that's enough. You should leave. The fairy by the lake spoke. She blew out a final note. The golden symbol turned into a tangible character that continuously enlarged. In the end, it crushed down like a mountain and descended onto the scarlet-haired male. Pui spat out large mouthfuls of blood. He then turned around to leave, saying, Fairy, I will return. Even if I lose another 10 times, my heart still won't change. Everyone was frightened. This individual named Xinjin was extremely powerful and intimidating. Yet he was defeated like this by the fairy. How terrifying was this? Everyone's expressions changed. At first, there were still some lords who lusted after her beauty, but now, they were full of respect. It was truly like facing an immortal fairy that could only be looked at but never approached. Older sister really is getting more and more powerful. This younger sister is a bit scared of you now. The heavenly fox beauty appeared and walked over with her luscious and undulating curves. Her dress drifted behind her and her lotus-like arms flickered with light. Her eyes were full of life as she displayed an enchanting appearance. What's there to be scared of? The two of us can have a good discussion. There is no need for such a thing. The female fairy smiled sweetly. As the wind by the lake blew over, a corner of her veil was raised, revealing a portion of her otherworldly face. Anyone who saw this would feel as if they were being suffocated. Our two sects will definitely fight a decisive battle in the future and create an enormous war. At that time, I don't think older sister will show any mercy. The heavenly fox beauty's laugh resonated. By searching for me now, could it be that you want to start a fight? The veiled fairy asked. To continue our bet from several years ago, let's have a go with everything we have. The heavenly fox spirit said. Everyone saw a flash before their eyes and the two individuals disappeared from the lake surface. Meanwhile, Xianxia, who was currently abusing the free delicacies and wine while making his way through the fatties, suddenly felt his body become light. He disappeared from his original location and reappeared in a special space. He chewed off the golden dried meat in his hands in a single bite and then drank the good wine from the cup in his hands. He then stared at the two incomparably beautiful fairies with vigilance. You fatties, what are you trying to do? Do you think this untainted fairy is very fat? The enchanting fox spirit giggled. Her eyes were bright and her teeth were white. Her red lips were bright, and behind her, several silver-white fox tails moved about. There was an extremely alluring sensation coming from her. A very slender fatty with certain areas that are very fat. Xianxia muttered. A bit farther away, the veiled fairy was shocked. This youngster was a bit strange. What kind of words were these? Wasn't the word slender and fatty rather contradictory? The fox spirit, however, was laughing, creating a scene that was just too beautiful. As her fine body swayed to and fro, she didn't seem to have a single form at all. She looked towards the fairy on the other side and said, He's saying that your chest is ample and your bottom is very round, good for bearing children. Xianxia was stupefied. Wasn't this too blunt? Couldn't she have adjusted her words just a little bit? Didn't this fox spirit's words make him sound like a scoundrel? Brat, what kind of expression is that? After I guessed your intentions correctly, you still give me a look like this. This is just too rotten. However, it is extremely suitable for my cute untainted fairy here. Handing her over to some other family would actually make me more worried. The fox spirit giggled in a completely unrestrained manner. What are you saying? The veiled fairy softly scolded. Her figure was tall and slender, and her appearance was exceptional. Even though she wasn't smiling, there was still a graceful beauty to her appearance. Weren't you two going to fight? Why drag me in as well? Xianxia looked all around him. This was a bizarre space that was somewhat drab as well as old. It seemed like the ruins of an ancient battlefield. Two outstanding beauties stood within this dusky world. This was a rather strange scene. Xianxia was confused as to why he was caught up as well. Older sis, our fight from many years ago has lasted until this day. It feels like we can end it now. The heavenly fox spirit laughed in a lively manner. This shocked Xianxia. He always felt like this disastrous woman was a bit like someone he knew. Her temperament was extremely unique, something that he would not forget after a single encounter. You brought this youngster to deal with me? A rain of light scattered down and rested around the veiled fairy's body, making her seem incomparably holy. Her voice was extremely calm and unhurried. The heavenly fox spirit giggled and said, Sister Yuchan, this is the person I found. Where is the overlord you found? Xianxia began to feel more and more strange. What did this fox spirit find out about him? Could it be that his own secret was leaked and his true identity was discovered? He was confident in his appearance change. He had held back his personality and even his gaze and aura were changed as a result, so how could someone else notice? Her senses were just too sharp. This is the fighter you've selected from the wastelands? Fairy Yuchan asked. Her beautiful eyes revealed an astonished light and began to carefully inspect the youngster on the other side. Deity-like youngster, go. Throw yourself at her. Do you seen Fairy Yuchan? She's interested in you. The heavenly fox spirit's words were truly crude. She seemed to be laughing with incomparable joy as she incited Sure Hao. The devilish brat was completely dumbstruck. He felt like his own skin was thick enough, yet why did he always feel like this fox spirit was always a cut above him? What kind of words were these? Even he didn't have anything to say. Witch, stop speaking nonsense. Yuchan's expression was still calm and indifferent. It was as if nothing could disturb her tranquil heart. In the end, contrary to expectations, she actually smiled sweetly towards Sure Hao and said, "You were also forced here. How about we team up to deal with her?" Whoa, older sis, you are supposed to be always calm and never tempted. How could you act so two-faced? This is one of my people, so don't randomly set your ideas unless you are ready to completely devote your heart. The fox spirit fairy's smile was extremely brilliant. As Sure Hao backed up, he saw that the two were truly like heavenly and otherworldly beauties. However, they possessed an exceedingly dangerous aura, and they were both extremely powerful. Deity-like youngster, what are you backing up for? Hurry up and go on the offensive. The heavenly fox spirit instigated. This is a matter between the two of you, and completely unrelated to me. You two continue. Sure Hao found a boulder and sat down. He propped up his chin, as if he was watching a show. He was scheming inwardly. If he suddenly activated the imperishable golden body, could he catch both fatties? He wasn't sure, because he couldn't see through these two's limits. Hey, brat, what kind of evil things are you thinking? I am trying to find you a wife here. Are you trying to think of some way to get rid of both of us? Needless to say, the heavenly fox spirit's insights were too sharp. She could easily see through his intentions. No way, you two should fight. I will watch from here, Sure Hao replied. The heaven and earth became dusky. This ancient battlefield wasn't extremely large, but it was sufficient for the two unmatched beauties to fight. Older sis, we have decided many years ago that since we have both reached the peak and are locked in a stalemate, we could use some different way to fight. This is the person I chose. How about it? Do you dare fight? The fox spirit asked. Fairy Yuchan laughed and said, You really think that he will listen to your words? Older sis, you really are two-faced. He isn't listening to my orders, but he is rather on friendly terms with me. He's merely helping me out. You shouldn't use words to instigate misleading ideas. The fox spirit fairy said. What are they talking about? The two fatties are truly hard to understand. Sure Hao said softly to himself. He felt even more unwilling to get involved. Are you not willing to help me? The fox spirit asked Sure Hao. And then, she said in a soft voice, Northern Sea, Kuan Peng Nest, enjoying wine under a moonlit night. It's you. Sure Hao's eyes immediately widened and stared at the fox spirit fairy. It was as if he was looking at a ghost. That flawless face, that silly appearance, it was truly quite similar to that which back then. No wonder he felt rather familiar after they made contact. Was this really that witch? Their behavior were similar, but their appearances weren't the same. You truly make me broken-hearted. No matter what form you change into, I will still recognize you. Yet as soon as I turn around, you think that I am a stranger. The fox spirit sighed softly. Sure Hao didn't believe her words at all. He felt that the witch definitely didn't recognize him during the auction. Only within the Greenwood Garden did she recognize him. This place is known as the demonic war domain, equivalent to a supreme treasure. It is because of this place that she recognized you. Yuchan exposed the truth with her words. Older sis, you should give up on your ideas. Me and him are old acquaintances. In the past, we've worked together on several major operations. We've robbed supreme deities, beat up an ocean deity descendant. Haha. After saying these things, the witch turned around and looked towards Sure Hao. Boy that likes fatties, do you think that Yuchan is pretty? You can bring her back to your village. Sure Hao released a sigh. In reality, his impression of the witch was quite good, and it truly was as she described. The two had carried out many robberies in the Northern Sea. Even though they worked together for their own benefits, their time together was extremely joyous. What kind of help? he asked in the end. Don't be so unwilling. Helping me is helping yourself. Everything I said was real. As long as you suppress Yuchan, then I'll gift her to you as your wife. The witch spoke valiantly. Sure Hao looked at her. Was this another one of her spirit bodies, or was this her real body? I'm not her opponent. Her cultivation realm is higher than mine. Sure Hao said frankly. There's no harm in trying. This place is equivalent to a supreme treasure and known as the demonic war domain. Our cultivation levels can be suppressed when battling. Just choose the heavenly passage realm, the witch smiled and said. Soon after, this place became hazy with mist and the clouds began to condense in the skies, making it even more dusky. Sure Hao could clearly feel his cultivation suppressed to the heavenly passage realm. He began to shiver inwardly. These two individuals from outside of the wastelands were just too terrifying. They actually possessed a supreme treasure like this. It really was incredible. Fairy Yuchan was known to even exceed the ancients, so you have to be careful. The witch reminded. Really? Sure Hao was shocked and revealed a surprised expression. He did not want to take action, but after hearing these words, he became more and more eager to give it a go. There is no need for you to fall into her trap. Fairy Yuchan was surprised as well, noticing that the youngster's attitude was changing. Was this some battle maniac? Why did he immediately want to start fighting after hearing that she was outstanding in the Heavenly Passage realm? Actually, the Heavenly Passage realm is where she is unique. Fairy Yuchan seemed to have understood something and added while pointing towards the witch. I'll ask her for pointers later. Sure Hao replied. At this moment, he became incomparably terrifying. Essence energy surged from all around him, and he rushed forward while immersed within the resplendent divine light. His transformation was just too great. Just now, he was still delicate and pretty, but now he was like a supreme demonic deity. His temperament had completely changed. Hong! Sure Hao's palm pushed forward and a rumbling sound immediately sounded. It was as if deities were shouting and blazing radiance accompanied the noise. Fairy Yuchan was startled. As soon as the other party moved, she knew that she was facing an unimaginably great enemy. There was actually a youngster that was this powerful in the Heavenly Passage realm. It truly created waves within her previously calm heart. A slender jade-like arm moved, and within the brilliant multicolored light, everything was blasted apart like rotten weeds. Sure Hao's strike was completely dissolved, and those symbols were completely disposed of. Sure Hao was a bit shaken. This female was terrifying after all. She immediately erupted with an even more powerful aura. He brought out all 10 heavenly passages, and every single one was brilliant and intimidating. This was the first time Fairy Yuchan's expression changed. She gasped and said there was someone who established 10 heavenly passages within the great wastelands after all. At this moment, her expression became extremely serious. Her jade-like arms moved, and a rain of light scattered about frantically within the air, surrounding her and making her seem more and more sacred. At the same time, heavenly passages appeared around her body one after another. She actually also possessed 10. Sure Hao was completely shocked. This was the first time someone displayed 10 heavenly passages in front of him. This girl was mysterious and powerful. She could fight him even when they were at the same cultivation realm. This was an intense battle. One was like a demonic deity, and the other was like an otherworldly immortal. Power and elegance existed at the same time as brilliant radiance erupted between the two time and time again. The entire place was shaken, and the ground began to crack apart. Sure Hao possessed the manner of a master with every fist and kick. Even though he was still young, his calmness and decisiveness was absolutely horrifying. Fairy Yuchan felt a domineering pressure, but she still did not feel frantic. She calmly proceeded to fight. This was the first time Sure Hao encountered someone with 10 heavenly passages. This was a fairy from outside of this region, reputed to surpass even the ancient people. This reputation was definitely not without reason, and her 10 heavenly passages were definitely unordinary. Hong! The two collided fiercely once again. Sure Hao had absolute confidence within this realm. He firmly believed that he could suppress any enemy at this realm. As a result, he unleashed his power. He was like an unrivaled supreme deity as he attacked at every one of his opponent's weak points and closed in fiercely. He truly possessed the aura of one at the peak of supremacy. Fairy Yuchan was moved. There was actually someone who was able to cultivate such an unrivaled temperament within the wasteland region. He was still so young as well. This was truly rare. With a honglong sound, Fairy Yuchan's 10 heavenly passages shone, and a creature appeared within. This was the embodiment of precious techniques. 10 creatures emerged, and all of them turned into copies of herself. It was incredibly shocking. Within the heavenly passages, there were rainbow peacocks, beautiful vermilion birds, and all of them took on humanoid forms. They were now completely identical to Fairy Yuchan with bodies that were elegant and wonderful. They sat within those heavenly passages and simultaneously revolved around her body. The scene of the fairies sitting within heavenly passages was truly dazzling. Their hearts and minds were moving together, and every single one was extraordinary. They were reading incantations, sounding just like the chanting of deities. It made this world feel incomparably sacred, and an enormous aura hid the sky and covered the earth to suppress Xianxia. So powerful! Xianxia was startled, but he still remained fearless. He believed that he was unrivaled and could overcome anyone. However, he did not impatiently make his move. Instead, he backed up a few steps and continued to defend himself. Helping the witch was not an issue, but it wasn't worth fighting to the death. After all, it was still difficult for him to determine what was true and what was false. In addition, he believed that through this battle, Fairy Yuchan should already understand his strength quite a bit. If she truly came to the wasteland region with a purpose, then she would try to rope him in. Of course, this was on the precondition that he would not fight to the death with her. Xianxia did not want to get caught up in these two individuals' battle under such unclear circumstances. Deity-like youngster, throw yourself at her, the witch yelled. Fairy Yuchan's expression remained unchanged and still extremely calm. She used the divine figures from the 10 heavenly passages to deal with that demonic deity-like youngster. This was truly a formidable opponent, so her mind was in constant thought. Deity-like youngster, you have to know that in Fairy Yuchan's eyes, the wastelands only have 3 or 4 youths worth her attention. Her arrival in the capital is for the sake of roping in Xianxia, because she considers him as the wasteland region's overlord. The witch's voice was as light as a feather, but it made sure how close his eyes. The flourishing radiance in his pupils disappeared in a flash. Xianxia was clearly different now. Whenever he raised his fist or lifted his foot, he possessed the grandeur of a master. His strength immediately erupted and his aura became even more powerful. He now displayed his true power. What was his purpose in coming to the capital? It was for the sake of meeting his grandfather. In other words, he would naturally collide with those of Xianxia's bloodline. When that person's name was mentioned, he immediately thought of too many things. All of his resentment and grudges were towards that mother and child. He was fated to be his great enemy. Sooner or later, a bloody battlefield would occur. He never looked down on the dual-pupiled individual. After he obtained the ancient deity's eye in particular, he felt even more restraining fear. He knew that he had to be careful. Meanwhile, this Fairy Yuchan came precisely for Xianxia. In the future, they will definitely stand on opposite sides, and a great battle would definitely break out. Rather than waiting, it was better to settle it sooner. Of course, this was all from the witch's one-sided perspective. However, Xianxia's mood was now changed. He originally only wanted to fight, but now he was going to unleash his techniques. You have to understand that outside of this region, Fairy Yuchan's name is simply extraordinary. She is known as the most beautiful fairy in all of the 9 heavens, worshipped by all the young individuals. She is simply beyond sacred and extraordinary and stands above all others. If you can subdue her and make her your wife, just how fascinating of an event would that be? The fox spirit spoke while giggling. When Xianxia raised his hand, blue waves surged and ocean waves soared into the skies. A black tortoise rushed out. It was incomparably vast and suppressed towards the otherworldly fairy. Agu-mo-and-I. Fairy Yuchan began to chant an incantation, and light erupted from all over her body. A jade-white arm slammed out with an incredibly sacred power from the incantation. The blue sea surged and that black tortoise fiercely rushed out, colliding fiercely with that spotless white palm. The two created a storm-like power that was absolutely horrifying. With a whoo sound, rubble and stones rolled about everywhere. Tens of thousands genes of boulders were blasted flying. Enormous cracks appeared on the ground as if divine blades had hacked past. So powerful! Fairy Yuchan's heart was greatly shaken. Even though she knew that there were formidable characters in the wasteland region, she never thought that she would encounter a youngster like this. Xianxia soared vertically. A wave of incomparable aura surged from his body, and from high up in the sky, he slammed downwards with his palm. Waves of frantic astral winds were raised. The ground was ruined, and even more large crevices appeared. Fairy Yuchan lifted her head. She remained just as calm as before. Extraordinary splendor appeared within her beautiful eyes, and her sparkling white jade-like hands moved towards the sky. She did not want to evade, but rather face it head-on. Hong! The light between the two individuals became even more dazzling. Xianxia blasted through everything, breaking through layer after layer of symbols as he flew down. He swooped down just like a falcon. Good! Deity-like youngster. Throw yourself forward! The witch shouted from the distance. Fairy Yuchan seemed incomparably pure and holy. Light continuously scattered about her body and surrounded her. But this was still not enough. The youngster in front of her was too powerful, scattering apart the barriers of light one after another, colliding several times against the jade palm separating them. Divine light exploded between the two, endlessly erupting with shocking energy. Fairy Yuchan's precious appearance was serious. The 10 heavenly passages floated around her, forming a moon with her at the center. She became more and more extraordinary. At this moment, she began to chant out sutras like a supreme deity. Moreover, the heavenly figures within each of the 10 heavenly passages began to chant with her. Hong! She resolutely attacked towards the sky. Her jade-like palms continuously slammed outwards with an exceptional and otherworldly power. At this moment, her beauty and holiness reached its peak. She was just like a 1,000-hand Buddha. Hands reached out from those heavenly passages one after another, striking together with her against that powerful youth. This was an incredibly intense exchange, and even Xianxia was startled. He used his most powerful divine force to suppress and defeat this extraordinary fairy from outside this region. Astral winds chaotically blew about, raising the opposing party's veil. A sparkling pure white face appeared, possessing a beauty that made others feel as if they were suffocating. With an unhurried glance, he saw his opponent's real face. This was a great battle of life and death, and a single strike could determine the result of this decisive battle. That kind of face truly left a deep impression. Hong, it was as if the entire heavens were overturned. Xianxia was like a demonic bird that was swooping down from another realm as he faced that 1,000-hand Buddha. There were palm imprints everywhere. It was a graceful yet crazy scene. The two individuals both trembled. This was an awfully terrifying collision. Xianxia's valiance was unblockable, as his talents in this realm were extraordinary, surpassing those of the ancient times. As a result, he possessed an unrivaled power. Meanwhile, Fairy Yuchan's precious technique was exceptional as well. She was able to display this kind of divine ability in just a split second. The 10 hazy figures appeared from those heavenly passages. They began to chant together, and many more arms seemed to have appeared. Xianxia was like a demon, his body moving powerfully left and right. He did not try to simultaneously take on all of the arms, but instead dealt with them one by one. Terrifying symbols erupted, causing rumbling sounds to fall incessantly. It was as if a supreme demonic god had burst into a palace of immortals to wage war against immortals, creating an incredibly intense scene. This kind of confrontation was an extremely rare sight. If there was anyone else between these two, they would be killed in one strike without any suspense. They would definitely explode because it was just too powerful. They weren't ordinary people and were both incredible figures. Xianxia stood alone and above everyone in this cultivation realm. His power flourished, and without any gaudy techniques, he struck down with a single blow. Meanwhile, Fairy Yuchan possessed ample battle experience. Her precious technique was incredibly powerful, able to take on 10 people at the same time. It was terrifying to the extreme. Unless Xianxia turned the tides like a demonic deity to strike all of them down, he might truly suffer some consequences. It was because this was the 1,000-hand Buddha like sacred fairy. All of those pure and holy bodies were taking action simultaneously. It was just too terrifying, as if a multitude of people were suppressing him together. In the end, Xianxia broke through everything as he descended from the skies. He almost made contact with Fairy Yuchan, valiant and unrivaled. Truly not bad. Seems like you have succeeded in creating your own way in the heavenly passage realm. It has rarely been seen since the ancient times. Even the witch was full of praise. Both sides were evenly matched with this one strike. No one was able to obtain an advantage. Fairy Yuchan was speechless. The opposing party was just too strong, striking down with brute force without any special techniques. This kind of domineering manner gave her a sense of terrifying power beyond the realm's limits. I've come in search of Shi only to see just how strong he really is and whether or not he really is as great as the rumors say. I wanted to take a look at this natural-born deity that is regarded so highly in this wasteland region. Fairy Yuchan's expression was calm as she spoke these words. It was evident that she realized something because she was an incredibly intelligent person. Her perception was sharp, and from the witch's words she guessed that this youth did not have good feelings towards Shi. Ayaya, older sis is such a bad person. You clearly have your eyes on that dual-pupil guy and was willing to pay an extremely great price to rope him in. How could you suddenly say things like this? Oh my God, could it be that you were acting so defensive because you were turned on? That would not be good. The fox spirit fairy smiled while speaking. How naturally knew that the fox spirit loved chaos and wanted him to continue fighting. However, his mind was truly played by her this time. You really are a witch, he said to himself. He still didn't know whether or not this fox spirit was just another spiritual body or her real body. What kind of words are those? I was just thinking of you. Fairy Yuchan had selected the dual-pupiled individual as the overlord. That was clearly her goal, yet she insists on dragging me down with her. Deity-like youngster, throw yourself over. Pull that pure and holy fairy regarded as the most beautiful in all of the 9 heavens into the world of mortals. Let her know just how unbounded the mortal world is. From now on, make her forget about the immortal and make her the wife of a man. The witch was laughing splendidly. If these words were spread out, it would offend the entire world. If the people of her region found out, many young people would definitely be furious. Another round of fighting began. Shi ran along the great earth with his entire body shining. Around him, the 10 great heavenly passages roared, causing those 2 girls' expressions to change. Those heavenly passages were just too large. The 10 heavenly passages were identical and incomparably terrifying, as if 10 worlds had simultaneously appeared within the void and surrounded him. As they crowded together, they were like an enormous sun. Shi took action. He was just as intense and overbearing as before. At this moment, he became like a demonic god, with every action causing terrifying energy to overflow into the heavens. He continued to forcefully oppress his opponent in a direct manner without the use of any tricks. This was the power of a demon king, the power of belief that he was the strongest. He pushed forward with the strength to tear apart anything in his way. This was the first time Fairy Yuchan encountered someone so powerful within the heavenly passage realm. Her expression became more serious. She was known as the fairy of an entire generation, not only because of her appearance and temperament, but also because she possessed true strength. However, today she encountered such an incredible youth. Shi's palm descended and the 2 parties collided once again. String after string of divine light burst forth with symbols erupting like blazing flames, covering this entire place in resplendent light. Sky-altering divine art. The witch spoke out these 4 words, making Shi absolutely astonished. So it turned out that this was what she used. No wonder the other party was completely able to receive this attack. It was because she actually grasped such a great divine ability. The fight between the 2 were at times like eagles in the skies, at times like a demonic ape trampling down mountains, and at times like a true immortal displaying their power. Overwhelming power and delicate grace were coexisting. Fairy Yuchan's white clothes fluttered about, with her jade-like white arms revealed as she continuously collided with Shi. Ever since she was born, this was the first time she felt a battle was so difficult. This youngster was just too powerful. The earth beneath her continuously collapsed, with cracks extending far into the distance. This was the power of the heaven-altering divine ability's might, completely refining the other party's attacks and guiding it into the air or the great earth. She did not truly take on the attack herself. Hong! Her spotlessly white right hand collided together with Xiao's fist, erupting out an expanse of dazzling radiance. The berserk divine energy was completely dissipating, causing the space around them to ring. The force that was unloaded beneath her feet continued to follow the patterns of the ground, causing a mountain in the distance to explode into pieces. This scene was incredibly terrifying. Not only was Fairy Yuchan shocked, even the witch was shocked. Her intelligent eyes continuously moved about. Hee, I found treasure. Older sis Yuchan, is this youngster worthy of you? This is someone who is truly shoulder to shoulder with you, and can even suppress you within the heavenly passage realm. I know that you still have trump cards, but you have to know that this fellow isn't necessarily using everything he has either. The witch said with a smile. Fairy Yuchan found it difficult to calm her mind. Within this demonic war domain, she actually encountered such an unrivaled youth. She truly might even be in danger. Older sis, just admit that you've lost the bet. You've said before that if you were to ever lose to another, then you would allow me to handle it and marry you off. The witch said with a smile. Fairy Yuchan felt an incredible amount of pressure. This battle was incredibly unfavorable for her. She understood the witch's power, but never thought that she would find such a strange youth. The wasteland region far surpassed her predictions. She was known as a fairy, representing an entire great sect. She was normally high and mighty, and within her region, her identity was extraordinary. Who would dare to speak anything profane about her? Yet currently, the witch was speaking as such to strike her down into the world of mortals and humiliate her supreme sect. Xiao advanced with even more boldness. With every step, the world would ring with noise. His aura engulfed the mountains and rivers. He was difficult to stop. The witch laughed and also took action to trap her opponent. Fairy Yuchan's expression changed. Things were really turning bad. She was going to be captured. Xiao's 10 heavenly passages illuminated simultaneously as they roared in an explosive manner. They joined together, forming an enormous sun. He approached from the other end of the sky, as if a heavenly deity was descending into this world. Fairy Yuchan turned pale. The strike was too strong. When her delicate hand smashed into that palm, a splendid multicolored light erupted, sending a violent shock through her body. At the same moment, the heavenly fox fairy approached in a fierce manner. When her porcelain arms spread out, the heaven and earth were shifted as if the world was collapsing. A shroud of mist surged and pressed forward. Fairy Yuchan was attacked from both sides and could not withstand the two mighty experts at the same time. She was about to be captured. A strange look came across Xiao's face. Naturally, he still had some tricks up his sleeve. He did not lock down the space around him, did not use his flesh heavenly passage as well as other things, yet he found that he really was about to take down this fairy at this stage of the battle. He previously thought that he might not necessarily succeed, so he did not find it necessary to offend the fairy Yuchan. Now he found that the witch was a cut above. This demonic war domain was truly quite strange. Older sister, you are not going anywhere. The heavenly fox fairy pressed near. Xiao also charged near. With a strike of his palm, he shattered many symbols and suppressed fairy Yuchan. With a pung sound, he grabbed one of the unmatched beauty's arms. He immediately felt the softness and her fragrance. Something's not right. Just then, the heavenly fox fairy was alerted. She found that the situation was abnormal. Right at this time, the demonic war domain was sliced apart. A streak of blade radiance passed through the clouds from the heavens, hacking apart this world. It was just like an immortal strike from the heavens. Meanwhile, the entire space began to collapse. The demonic war domain disappeared, and they appeared within the real world. In front of them, the blue lake rippled. The unmatched beauty had a jade sword in her hand. She overcame that space and collapsed that place. Xiao felt that as soon as his hand relaxed, the immortal jade-like body disappeared into a rain of light. It flew towards that unmatched fairy and entered a heavenly passage. Fairy Yuchan. The witch smiled and said, older sis is incredible after all, cultivating your sect's divine ability to such perfection. You have actually reconstructed a true self with your spiritual body to pass off as your real body in such a short time, seizing the force of heaven and earth. Formidable. When Xiao heard what was said, He immediately felt a shiver run down his spine. That was formed from just a spiritual body. It didn't seem any different from a true body. Fairy Yuchan was incredible. Just now, she did not truly fall into an impasse because her real body was always outside. Not even the witch was able to realize what happened. The battle did not last for a long time. Not many people by the shore noticed them, but now, they looked over in this direction. They only saw two fairies standing by the lake. Everyone felt incredibly bewildered. This was true for sure how in particular. He didn't even attract much attention. Fairy Yuchan's expression was calm without any anger. She continuously stood there expressionlessly. In the end, she smiled sweetly and said, "Younger sister's methods really aren't bad." Following that, her bright eyes turned around. She nodded towards Sure Hao without any intention of fighting. There was no hostility. Sure Hao rubbed his chin. This really was an unexpected event. He didn't want to get caught up in these two ladies' dispute at all, and never thought that he would take action like he did just now. What happened? Many people were astonished. Suddenly, a dazzling web dropped down from the sky, completely surrounding the fairy below. Even Sure Hao was caught up in it. The web was extremely terrifying. There were stars flickering within, and it was sparkling and translucent like streaks of interweaving rivers of stars. The entire lake was surrounded. "Our family's young master wants to invite the two fairies as guests." The voice was transmitted from the heavens. Large amounts of black clouds surged over, creating the sounds of rolling thunder. Hong Long Long sounded as it quickly descended. "Many great characters will become rotten weeds. Your archaic divine mountain owner's teaching is a bit lacking. If he knew that his heir was causing such trouble, he would definitely be greatly angered." The witch sneered. At the same time, Fairy Yuchan took action. The sword in her had emitted dazzling divine radiance with a chi sound, cutting apart the sky with incomparable sharpness. A precious artifact appeared in the witch's hand, forming a sun. She leapt into the air, and with a gentle shake, all four directions began to tremble, and lightning from the 9 heavens hacked down. Kacha! The large net was directly destroyed by the two fairies. At the same time, Fairy Yuchan's divine sword and the witch's precious artifact shook, completely scattering the clouds in the heavens. Endless rays of divine light interweaved. What? How powerful are those precious artifacts? Everyone was alarmed. They were all deeply shaken. That net was definitely of noble king grade, and one could imagine the status of the person who used it. Yet in the end, under these two precious artifacts, it didn't stand a chance. With a pu sound, the jade sword erupted with inexhaustible radiance, hacking off an enormous bird's head, directly killing him. Fairy Yuchan is so powerful. Is her sword an ancient sacred artifact? Many people trembled. That sword's power was just too great. Pong, the sky shook, and that witch's precious artifact lit up and shook that enormous bird's headless corpse into powder. There was nothing left behind. Following that, the two precious artifacts returned to their owners' bodies. They stood within the blue lake like graceful fairies. The two individuals were distant and unmatched. Many people were stirred up. These two ladies were two powerful, truly heaven-warping beauties. The magical artifacts they grasped were even more terrifying, able to kill even noble kings. How could they be so powerful? Many people found it difficult to believe. They just could not imagine how it was possible. Even if the supreme youth Shuri becomes their age, he would only be similar to them, right? Would he be able to become any stronger? There were many people who sucked in a breath of cold air. They were in complete admiration of these two girls' power. Despite being like this, they were still beautiful to such an immortal degree. It was extremely difficult to find another person as beautiful as the two of them. They were like two supreme goddesses that had entered the world of mortals. More and more people were becoming shocked. They knew that these two came from outside this region, so these two were probably the most powerful supreme youth out there, right? Otherwise, why would they enter the wasteland region like this? These two were beautiful beyond belief, but their statuses were extraordinary and their strength was outstanding as well. It made the youngsters sigh because they could only watch and not approach. Those that had ideas before were now all silent. They were all geniuses with great statuses within the capital, but they were nothing compared to these two females. The two girls no longer faced each other in conflict. They were at a mutual understanding with neither of them taking action. The wind between them dissipated, and without saying anything, the two sides walked in different directions. The group of great talents separated and followed those two with passionate gazes. Even though they had put away many of their thoughts, they could still follow along and discuss passionately. The world is peaceful again. Xianxia was abnormally innocent as he reached out his arms and stood beside the lake. Those two girls did not even say anything else to him. He knew that this was only temporary. The two were not willing to fight here, but they were still paying close attention to him. Only they did not want to reveal his power to everyone here. Xianxia walked towards the pile of food. There was someone assigned to roasting meat, and all types of delicious fragrances could be smelled. There was also a wide variety of good wine that emitted intoxicating fragrances. I like this type of gathering. Soon after, he tossed aside everything else and focused on eating and drinking as much as he wanted. In reality, even though he was by the lake and relatively close to those two girls, not too many people noticed him. They all thought that he somehow got caught up in the chaos, and none of them made any connections between him and the two girls. Therefore, he didn't draw much attention to himself. Only when his incredible appetite was revealed did the nearby people reveal looks of shock. Some of the girls were quietly discussing. Do you see him? That fellow really can eat. That roasted fat cow has been almost completely consumed by him alone. It's you, the foodie. A beauty recognized him and gave him this evaluation. Fatty. It's not like I'm eating your portion. Xianxia replied. The eldest daughter of the Thunder Clan's teeth were itching. This fellow had won the mysterious bone from her at the auction house, so she had been upset for quite a while. Now she was being called a fatty, so how could she stand this provocation? In the end, she stamped her feet in anger, but did not break out in fury. She walked in another direction. Good. You really did come. You are actually eating and drinking here so carefreely. A furious voice sounded. It was precisely the Lu Han who had his bronze war chariot stolen from him and his companions. Besides these individuals, there were still two other people who came along. Their strength weren't ordinary and seemed quite powerful. They were both heirs of noble kings. Thanks for letting me borrow your war chariot. I'm done with it, so you guys can use it how you want when you return, said Xianxia. He then continued to indulge himself in the delicacies. You really are preposterous. Lu Han was incredibly furious. Born into the Lord Lingyun's manor, when had he ever been mistreated like this? He was beaten up, and then he had his bronze carriage stolen. It was truly a type of humiliation. However, he still did not dare to create an uproar here. He was scared that more people would find out because that really was like a big joke. Give him a beating, and then throw him into the lake, he said in a soft voice. He then slightly hinted for those two unfamiliar faces to take action. They were two extremely powerful heirs of noble kings, and these were the ones whose carriage Lu Han's group arrived in. Lu Han, remember that you owe me a powerful precious artifact. One of them laughed coldly and said, Fine. Lu Han nodded. Even though he was being extorted, he still wanted to borrow the other party's strength to subdue that hateful youngster. Otherwise, he couldn't get rid of his anger. Hong. That individual took action. His palm directly struck over, and with a sneer, he said, Go take a shower in the lake and wake up. The surrounding individuals immediately moved out of the way. These types of things were happening too frequently here. It had not been long since the gathering began, yet there were already numerous battles that had broken out, to the point where some people almost died. A gathering of geniuses was just like this. In addition to mutual interactions, there were also harsh and intense battles. Putong. The lake surface rippled, and water blossomed high into the air. Everyone was astonished, but then they all burst into laughter. There was someone who landed inside in an extremely embarrassing manner. You? The person who just took action felt his face go completely white. With just a single exchange, he was tossed into the lake. That youngster didn't even get up. Just stay in there obediently. If you dare to get up, then I can't guarantee that there will be no danger to your life, Xianxia said calmly. How could that brat be so evil? Lu Han cried out. Immediately after, Putong sounds continuously sounded. Lu Han cried out miserably because he had been sent flying together with several other people into the lake. Ha ha, everyone laughed loudly, making the faces of those in the lake become thoroughly red. This was truly shameful. In just a short moment, all of these people were left in sorry states. None of them dared to climb ashore on Shurehao's end, so they all swam towards the opposite bank. I wonder if this brother can part with his item? During the auction, we weren't able to obtain that bone, so we want to purchase it from you now. At that moment, a youngster walked over. He seemed to be from the same sect as the Thunder Clan's eldest daughter. They arrived to the Greenwood Garden together, and he also made his appearance in the auction. Shurehao's mind slightly trembled. His spiritual awareness was sharp and already felt that this was a powerful, pure-blooded creature. The Thunder Clan was truly not simple. Sorry, I don't want to give it away. He shook his head. Who was this guy kidding? That might be another piece of the true primordial record, so he definitely could not lose it. Could it be that the other party also noticed and recognized that this might be a piece of heavenly bone? That really is too regretful. I hope that this brother will contact me after he thinks things through, said the young male. The exchange gathering is occurring. Let's see if there are any amazing treasures. In the distance, there were some people who spoke. Even the imperial princes couldn't wait any longer and quickly left. Thunder Clan's eldest daughter and that pure-blooded creature also left for that area. Not only could the geniuses spar at the capital, they could also exchange magical treasures and other things. This was a rare exchange gathering. In fact, there were times where this place also became a place where a few noble king heirs tested out their precious artifacts against each other to see whose was stronger. The noble king heirs that carried grudges would also use this chance to take it out on their enemies. It was extremely lively that day because other than all the geniuses, there were also a few precious artifact store staff invited. They all brought with them some of their best treasures. For the precious artifacts to circulate about, these people were naturally needed. Only with them here could the battle treasures become even more appealing. There are things I need here. As soon as he walked in, the little pagoda in Shurehao's hair began to move and transmit sound. These are some ancient treasures dug up from ruins. They are almost completely damaged, but there is no lack of amazing items among them. Not long ago, we even found a sacred artifact inside. This was spoken by the manager of one of the capital's most wealthy and well-known weapon stores. In addition to several of his store's best treasures, he also brought over a parcel. Inside were a few broken ancient weapons like a wolf fang dagger, flood dragon tendon bow, and others. Even though they were all in terrible condition, it was still quite clear that they were unordinary. It was something good in the past, but as time passed, it has been deformed and ruined. Many people took a look here, but they all shook their heads before leaving. Shurehao was able to smoothly buy that wolf fang dagger with a low price. It was in quite bad shape and almost broken. The small pagoda quickly devoured it in a place no one else was at. Soon after, it told Shurehao that it would allow him one more life-saving opportunity. You are behaving so straightforwardly. What exactly was that? Shurehao was extremely shocked. How could the other party suddenly become so generous and not only giving him half a use? This isn't made out of a wolf fang, but rather formed from a dragon's teeth, replied the little pagoda. Shurehao immediately became frantic. What? That was actually a dragon fang? It was consumed just like that. To be precise, it is the teeth of a dragon child. It isn't the teeth of a true dragon. The small pagoda told him that the aura it felt when it first entered the capital was precisely this dagger. However, it didn't expect that someone would actually bring it here, saving it quite a bit of effort. Shurehao sighed and then completely calmed down. Now, even if he waged a huge war with Shirziding and the people behind him, he would still remain fearless. Archaic demonic spider, you forced my grandfather to leave, so I demand an explanation. His voice was extremely soft as he spoke to himself. Now, he would not be scared of exposing his real identity anymore. He could stir up absolute chaos within the capital and advance his plan. Grandpa, I want to tell you that I am still alive. I am still in this world. You don't have to wait much longer, because you will soon hear news about me. Shurehao clenched his fists tightly. Shurehao's temperament had changed drastically. He was like a sword previously hidden within a deep abyss, but now gushing with multicolored light. He was now extending his teeth and claws, revealing his power to the world. However, after he glanced around, A sigh came out of his chest. Although it was a pressing matter, now was not a good time to let everything out, for he still had no idea where the archaic demonic spider was. It would do him no good to alert the enemy or let word of him leak out. He was certain that if he were to reveal his identity, that giant spider would never show up, for its status was too superior. Instead, mighty experts of other levels might come forward to suppress and kill him. If that was the case, the martial prowess of the little pagoda could be used to kill a couple of lords at most. But not that black-eyed demonic green spider. It wouldn't be worth it at all. He needed to wait for an excellent opportunity. When mighty experts from all forces arrived in the capital to celebrate the human emperor's birthday, everyone should show up then. Another option was to visit the martial imperial manor in person after the business here was finished. He might be able to find the spider inside the manor. In fact, when he thought about it this way, Xianxia reconsidered his options. He wanted to maximize the effectiveness of the little pagoda's power, because it might not necessarily only be a single supreme expert. He had offended more than a handful of people in the Battle of the North Sea. Some mighty creatures of the archaic divine mountains might still hold deep grudges against him. The supreme experts of the sea were not very forgiving beings, either. Given the opportunity, Xianxia would not mind to make some noise this time.
I've waited for so long already, so why can't I wait a bit longer? Xianxia murmured and calmed himself down within no time. He had obtained his strongest hand just then, which unsettled his mind for a while. He was able to adjust himself to a natural state.
When he glanced back again, the green pond was spread smoothly not far away with 5-colored luan dancing beside it. Everything looked peaceful, and he achieved an empty and quiet mentality again. Various treasures could be found in this area. Auspicious light surged in streaks, and beams of divine lights erupted into the air. The sky was filled with an array of colors, and those watching were utterly dazzled by all the powerful magical artifacts here. Xianxia wandered around in the area and indulged himself in pleasure. He learned many new things here, for a number of the peculiar magical artifacts were items he had never seen before. Is this bowl a treasured artifact as well? Xianxia was quite surprised to find a broken pottery bowl that was grayish in color and lusterless. However, the price tag on it was astronomical. Moreover, the rim of the bowl was already broken with a sizable piece missing. It was devoid of any sense of beauty, making those that saw it speechless.
You should know, young man, that the best things are those closest to their original simplicity and nature. I'll show you its power. The old man of a treasured artifact shop spoke to Xianxia with a smile. He then began an incantation and activated the pottery bowl.
Collect! Instantly, ripples began to spread out in the green lake, and the entire body of water erupted, turning into a torrential current and injecting itself into the bowl. One could see clearly that the billowy green water was surging inside the bowl like a vast ocean.
There was something terrifying about it. The crowd nearby were all startled and came around to look at it. Is this the heaven-transforming bowl? Someone cried out in surprise, making many people jump. All sorts of reactions could be observed among the crowd as everyone became excited at this marvelous sight. Of course, most people seemed taken back by the announcement. If it really were that magical artifact, then according to legend, the bowl could melt down and refine anything in this world. When a mighty expert is sucked into it, he would quickly be melted into a pool of grimy blood. Someone exclaimed in a frightened tone. It's such a pity that this is only a broken imitation of the real thing. The true ancient magical artifact can no longer be found in this world. Someone sighed. The heaven transformation bowl imitated the laws of the nature and could melt anything down like a furnace. It could break down every tangible thing that it sucked inside, and no divine ability could help you to escape your doom once inside. In the ancient times, there were more than one saint that had successfully produced such treasured artifacts. The refining process wasn't any great secret. Instead, the key problem lied in the material used to make it. In those days, the creation of each one of these bowls would cause a huge sensation, for the materials required were both specific and hard to come by. Among other things, stellar sand, divine blood, and various other treasures of heaven and earth were necessary materials. The most famous one was the Heaven Transformation Bowl, the making of which involved the most astounding materials. It could even suppress and kill heavenly deities, making it unpredictable even to the spirits and gods.
To those of the mortal world, such a thing was beyond terrifying. It was as famous as the heaven and earth pouch, and was listed as one of the most formidable treasured artifacts. Although this is not made from the original material and can only be considered an imitation, it still is one of my store's greatest treasures. The old man smiled. As he turned over his hand, the water in the bowl spilled out and returned to the lake. Such noise naturally attracted much attention. Many people had traveled for days to come here. They started to ask about the price to try and purchase it. Xianxia found that this bowl was not bad as well and wanted to consult the little pagoda for its value. Anyhow, it seemed like an ancient item. However, the translucent little pagoda became motionless after devouring the dragon-toothed dagger. It remained dim and lusterless in his hair, for it was hibernating and slumbering to mend itself. Why don't I observe the bowl with this? It suddenly dawned on him that he had obtained a divine object that could see through all fabrications. Why not try using that instead?
Xianxia stood calmly on the outskirts of the crowd and watched them bid. He then reached for the natural-born deity's eye. The 10 heavenly passages could materialize in midair, but it could also be activated inside him. He opened one of the passages, which illuminated inside his body. After being infused with spiritual essence, the eyeball became alive, and streaks of divine multicolored lights began to twirl around it. Xianxia handled it with great caution and fixed it inside that heavenly passage. He activated it carefully and observed the broken bowl. It's much more than what it seems to be. With one look, he discovered something unusual about it. The bowl looked ordinary to the naked eye, but through the dual pupil he could see glittering divine multicolored clouds hidden within. In particular, near the bottom of the bowl was where the light was somewhat scorching. It was as if a stove was providing the entire bowl with divine energy, making it shine resplendently. It might be an imitation, but a divine material lies inside this pottery bowl. If I can extract it and put it aside until a later date when I find other divine materials, I might be able to use them in the future to make the real heaven transformation bowl. Xianxia told himself so in his mind. No matter what, this bowl was definitely worth the extortionate price on the tag. Xianxia took part in the bid as well. No one had expected that it was the bowl, instead of the auction, that would attract attention and competition. The price was growing higher and higher. I'll exchange it with 5 pieces of underworld iron, someone said. This was a descendant of a lord named Gu Lingyu. He was a well-known person of the capital, and currently he was keen on obtaining the bowl. I'll offer 5 pearls of blood essence, said Xianxia. Needless to say, he would not miss out on the bowl either. 6 pieces of underworld iron, said Gu Lingyu, the lord's descendant, in a cold voice. He glanced at Xianxia, and a black iron stone was dropped onto the ground with a dang sound. The stone glittered with a dark luster.
6 pearls of blood essence. Xianxia showed no sign of wavering and took out another scarlet-red pearl, the size of a human head, that glistened in multicolored light. It was a rare material he brought back from the North Sea, nurtured by a spiritual clam. You don't know what's good for yourself. Gu Lingyu stared at him and left angrily. Xianxia paid no attention to him and eventually managed to win the bid. He turned the bowl over and over in his hand in complete satisfaction. The item itself was a powerful treasured artifact, not to mention it had other benefits. He refined it carefully and focused all of his heart into his meditation. He tried to comprehend its activation techniques and indulged himself completely in the process, almost losing track of the world around him. For someone who had reached his level, he no longer needed to spend days to master the method. He could use it almost as soon as the bowl fell into his hands. It took him only a while to achieve a thorough comprehension. This bowl is completely worth the price. After studying it carefully, Xianxia was pleasantly surprised, for this bowl was powerful and suitable for him to use in the capital. Young man, don't you think you are too domineering? I saw you throw Lu Han and his friends into the lake a while ago, and now you are robbing others of their magical artifact. Don't you think you've gone too far? A young woman approached him at this point. She was accompanied by several others, among whom was his former competitor Gu Lingyu. I followed the rules and won the bid. Isn't this none of your business? Xianxia couldn't be bothered to deal with them. We find you a bit too arrogant. I've never seen you around in the capital before. Where are you from? The woman was not bad-looking, but talked in a rather careless manner. Big Sister Gu is asking you a question. Why aren't you answering her? Someone beside her yelled at him. Sure Hao now realized that these people were here to back Gu Lingyu up, and the woman seemed to be his elder sister. Sure Hao felt speechless at their reaction. Gu Linglong is back, exclaimed someone in surprise. The young woman was incredibly powerful and obviously a renowned figure among the younger generations of the capital. Otherwise, her younger brother wouldn't have turned to her for help. Linglong, you are back? Not far from here. Several aristocratic ladies of the capital were surprised to see her here. They all walked near. Among them were Princess 16 and the eldest daughter of the Thunder Clan. Gu Linglong nodded around at them and smiled.
Those accompanying her were now scoffing at Sure Hao now. Say something. Lady Gu is asking you a question. Is there something wrong with your head? Sure Hao felt no need to show politeness and responded with such words. That individual's face turned pale. Even Gu Linglong was surprised to hear this. In spite of coming here in person herself, this teenager showed no fear whatsoever. He was indeed a tough figure. Hadn't he heard of her prowess before? At this point, Princess 16 and the eldest daughter of the Thunder Clan had both arrived. The pair had the reputation of being pearls of the capital, and were indeed stunning to look at. Their beauty made quite a few onlookers drool in secret. You've gone too far, said Gu Linglong. You're ridiculous, Sure Hao retorted. The atmosphere turned cold instantly. With the arrival of such a group of people, especially when these outstanding ladies were among them, Sure Hao still acted in such an indifferent manner. People as powerful as Gu Linglong were obviously displeased. More and more people were gathering here, some of whom possessed exceptionally prominent auras. What's going on? One of them asked Princess 16. He was politely received by people as noble as Princess 16, which obviously proved his importance. Sure Hao burst into a laughter at once. Although the teenager was in his human form now, Sure Hao recognized him instantly, for their paths had crossed before. The teenager was that horned dragon he fought with back in the 100 Shattered Mountains and was suppressed by him later in the Void God realm. Its flesh had been cut off by Sure Hao to make into a stew. He did not make a sound, but instead sent out some of his aura towards that teenager. The horned dragon immediately shuddered and gasped. He couldn't help but stumble back. Even though he had no idea who the person was, he sensed a hostile aura, which meant that the person had killed pure-blooded creatures before. He took a step back and stared long at Sure Hao. He then turned to Princess 16 and said, "Don't mess with him." Many people in the crowd changed their countenance at such words, for they knew the identity of the teenager. Quite a few pure-blooded creatures were here this time, and people like Princess 16 all knew that he was a horned dragon. However, he was obviously intimidated by that boy. Such a turn of event was incredibly frightening. Gu Linglong was even more astonished and couldn't help but stumble backwards. "Sister." Gu Lingyu was dumbfounded. "Shut up." Gu Linglong scolded him. The place turned awfully quiet now. The aristocratic ladies of the capital, such as the eldest daughter of the Thunder Clan and Princess 16, were all greatly startled. Their suitors, on the other hand, felt their heart lurching and were shaken beyond imagination. Has the horned dragon met his old friend? Who is this person that frightens you so much? Let me have a look. Just then, a frivolous voice came from afar. The crowd almost jumped at this voice, for it obviously belonged to a pure-blooded creature. At the same moment, a drunkard was yelling in an indignant tone from the same direction. Who does the demonic spirit lake think they are? Who are they to meddle with the affair of our martial imperial manor? The crowd was amazed. The man was a disciple of the martial imperial manor and had protested before when he was drunk, claiming that the manor used to have another kid, who was a supreme youth. He was now venting his resentment again. People of the martial imperial manor have no manners at all. That so-called great demonic god is about to lose his life. You're in no position to talk rubbish now. The person of the demonic spirit lake walked over with a sneer on his face. Are you a demonic spider? Who gives you the right to talk rubbish here? Sure Hao spoke out as he turned to the man with a chilly look. Sure Hao's words sent the entire place into a dead silence. Was he so arrogant that he would blithely ignore the creatures of the archaic divine mountains? From the way he scolded at those beings without any hesitation, it was like he was no longer a mortal man.
The crowd acted as if they were seeing a ghost and watched Sure Hao with aghast looks. Despite the fact that the horned dragon had warned a few of them, they still found it hard to believe. When the horned dragon reminded them not to offend Sure Hao, the crowd assumed the teenager to be of similar level with the dragon. They had never expected to hear from him such undisguised berating towards the mighty expert of the demonic spirit lake. Awkward silence fell over the place. No one made a sound and all was quiet. Even jewels of the capital like Princess 16, the eldest daughter of the Thunder Clan, and Gu Linglong were left with vacant faces. Those were some tough words. Well, let me have a look. Exactly who is so bold to say such things? The frivolous voice came from afar as the speaker walked near. In an instant, the crowd felt that breath squeezed out from their chests. An enormous pressure closed in at them like a falling mountain. It was a Tianger around 14 or 15 years old. He had long green hair and a pair of narrow eyes that glistened sharply. They were full of essence energy. He was not walking very fast. His gait was steady and he looked perfectly composed. There was something cold and taunting in his gesture as he strolled near. He looked down at the crowd, as if everything was in his control. To humans, the demonic spirit lake was a forbidden land. Whatever creatures came out of that place would inevitably put every force on guard. Although the creatures were rarely seen, they were all incomparably powerful. Are you going to succumb to this guy, Horned Dragon? I wouldn't take him so seriously, though. He doesn't seem all that special to me, said the green-haired teenager. The Horned Dragon ignored him and said nothing. Everyone's eyes were on Sure Hao now. Many more people were gathering around, trying to witness the great battle that was about to be set off. What are you showing off for? Sure Hao spoke suddenly. The provocation made the teenager's eyebrow twitch uncontrollably. This was outrageous. Even after knowing that he was from the demonic spirit lake, the boy still dared to provoke him. It seemed he had picked someone who liked to play it the tough way. The green-haired teenager stared at Sure Hao and watched him carefully. However, he could not sense any aura. Sure Hao was simply standing there in a peaceful manner, as if he was an empty valley. One could only feel the calmness coming from him. The horned dragon said nothing either. He was more than happy to play the role of a disinterested bystander and felt no need to get involved in this mess. Besides, he was somewhat repulsed by this demonic spider, and it would please him to see the spider suffer. Some people always think they are strong enough to lead a region and that their match are rare to come by. Little do they know that once taken into the entire wasteland, they become nobody. The green-haired teenager said as he looked askance at Sure Hao. You know this yourself and you are still showing off here? Get lost already. Sure Hao's voice was extremely cold, especially with the get lost part which he stressed with a forceful tone. Many people shuddered at his words. The green-haired teenager went pale, for those were such humiliating words. He meant to teach Sure Hao a lesson but had brought it upon himself instead. Sure Hao had also added the get lost expression which was too shameful for him to bear. He yelled with a sunken face. Do you have any idea who you are talking to? Aren't you just a spider? Sure Hao spoke in the most casual tone and with the most scornful look. He had fought numerous battles with pureblood creatures and had even eaten a blue luan in the North Sea. The unrivaled fighting spirit had long set in, which made him indifferent when encountering creatures of the archaic divine mountains now. The crowd around him, though, all changed their countenance at such words. The boy was so tough that he was actually looking down on a creature from the demonic spirit lake. This was a ridiculously aggressive move. Everyone knew that a terrifying battle was about to start. You were asking for death, shouted the green-haired teenager. His lifted his eyes and easiness had completely gone. After all, he was only an adolescent and could not control his temper very well. Just by yourself? Get lost if you still want to live. Sure Hao sneered with a relentless voice. He was never afraid of making a scene. Well said. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. I've long despised those spiders. Who do they think they were to act so wildly in the martial imperial manner? Get lost. The drunkard laughed out aloud in the distance and stumbled over. A few people showed up beside him, looking worried. They supported him immediately and led him out towards the exit, afraid of getting into serious trouble. The people of the martial imperial manor are tired of life and have no reason to exist anymore, shouted the green-haired teenager. He was already greatly irritated by the arrogant Sure Hao, and now that a drunkard was taunting him as well.
He could no longer hold his temper. "Hey, who the hell do you think you are? Go back to your demonic spirit lake and wait for Grandpa 15 to wipe you out." The drunkard shouted back. The crowd was astonished. Obviously, they knew about the incident in the martial imperial manor, but they had never expected the conflict to reach such a level. "The great demonic god is doomed to have his head cut off and die a miserable death. He means nothing to the demonic spirit lake. How dare a nobody like you talk nonsense here? I'll kill you." The green-haired teenager finally made his move. He realized Xianxia was hard to deal with and did not turn to him at once. Instead, he wanted to kill the people of the martial imperial manor first, then fight a decisive battle with Xianxia. He needed to cut off a few heads and splash some blood in order to get rid of the embarrassment. He wanted to demonstrate his power and preserve his dignity. However, he had just lifted his hand when another figure swept across and blocked his way. A voice sneered. "This is the capital of the human race. You are nothing but a spider. How dare you loosen your tongue? You are asking for death." A hush fell over the place. Everyone was greatly shaken by Xianxia, for the young man was much tougher than they had expected. He not only scolded at the spider, but had now approached and looked down upon him. Chi! The demonic spider was instantly enraged and could not bear any more. All of his green hair erupted suddenly, turning into a long green river engulfed over with flourishing light. Xianxia seemed completely cold and detached. His legs didn't move, but instead directly lifted his hand to grab outwards. He didn't try to dodge at all as the green symbols filled the sky. A rumbling sound began to ring through the space around them. Everyone knew how terrifying that green hair was. It could easily shatter precious artifacts and could also be considered a type of terrifying weapon. An explosion sounded from midair. The hair began to illuminate and divided into 10 segments. They rushed towards Xianxia's arms like snakes. Symbols filled the sky, completely submerging that area with green divine light. Everyone retreated in terror. This demonic spider was too powerful. It used an incredible killing technique as soon as it arrived. The symbols that were created made the ground tremble and the blue lake chaotic. The divine might was just too fierce. Gotcha! In just a split second, the blue light was extinguished. The youth at the center slapped down, completely twisting apart those 10 snakes of green hair. They dropped to the ground in a simple and direct manner. Moreover, at the same time, his palm pressed forward in an overbearing and powerful manner. A large millstone-sized palm directly slammed into the green-haired youth. The demonic spider roared in fury. It truly couldn't tolerate his opponent's harassment. The other party was looking down on him too much, actually doing all this without even moving. His left hand was placed behind him, and from start to finish he only used one hand. His 2 palms pushed outwards to teach his opponent a lesson, preferably breaking that youngster's arm and making him the joke instead. The green-haired individual wanted Xianxia to suffer. However, in just a short period of time he felt a tremble. He had a premonition that things were going to end terribly. The palm that was casually pushed out was ridiculously powerful. The large millstone-sized palm sealed his movements, and it was as if a mountain was slamming downwards. His palms felt like it was trying to stop an immovable, overwhelming force, giving him a horrifying feeling. Honk! The green-haired youngster was sent flying by that enormous golden millstone-sized palm. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood, and his entire body violently shook. His eyes were full of shock and unwillingness. If he hadn't pulled back his palms at the crucial moment, the inexhaustible symbols would have directly broken his arms. That large golden-sized millstone was too powerful. It possessed a terrifying and overwhelming power. Pong! The green-haired youth collided with an enormous boulder, and only then did his flight stop. Blood overflowed from his mouth, and behind him, that giant boulder quickly split apart before exploding. This result made everyone's hearts tremble. This was just too ferocious and overbearing. Everyone began to look towards Xianxia with faces full of shock. This was a pure-blooded creature, yet he was sent flying with a single palm. Just how terrifying was this? Gu Lingyu's face went completely white. He had wanted to fight over that ceramic bowl with the other party just now and even brought his sister to stir up trouble. He felt a wave of stress, and his body went weak. He found it difficult to stand without shaking. Gu Linglong,
Princess 16, ThunderClan's oldest daughter, were also all stupefied. Their beautiful faces were full of astonishment. Where did this incredible individual come from? Their hearts began to overflow with waves. Only now did they realize how timely the horned dragon's warning was. This youth was too crazy, even being able to overturn a black-eyed demonic spider. His was just too domineering and forceful. Ah! The demonic spider cried out and was close to going mad. Light shone from its entire body, and symbols densely covered him as the original form was revealed. A large spider emerged. Its body was covered in needle-like dark green hair, and all of them were brilliant. This body was enormous, over several zhang in length. It suspended itself in the air and stared at Shihao. Everyone sucked in a cold breath of air. Was this the real body of the black-eyed demonic spider? Its appearance was too terrifying. Its 8 legs were thick and flickering with cold light. They looked just like 8 battle spears. Chong! A metallic sound rang out as one of the spider's legs slammed down from the skies. It was no different from a battle spear, and when it was pointed outwards, it was too sharp. It seemed like there was nothing it couldn't tear through. Shihao wanted to test it out. He threw out a piece of symbol bone, but in the end, it was pierced through and even shattered. The primitive precious bone turned into powder. Everyone became astonished. Every one of their faces turned pale. This demonic spider was too strong.
Just how many humans from this generation could face it head-on?
This is great. So sturdy. It is really good material for making precious artifacts. When Shihao's words were heard, everyone became dumbstruck. Regardless of whether it was the geniuses of the capital's pearls, they were all silenced. Dang! Shihao's palm slammed down on the spider's leg, making the demonic spider cry out miserably. It saw cracks appear from the base of its leg with liquid flowing out. It was almost removed from that strike. The demonic spider roared in fury and spat out a sparkling and white thread to wrap up Shihao's body. The attack was too swift and powerful. Shihao dodged, and the silk thread landed on the ground. This was a place where magical artifacts were displayed and exchanged. Yet in the end, one weapon store had several precious artifacts come into contact with it, immediately turning into green smoke and corroded into waste. So frightening! Everyone felt great fear. The demonic spider cried out in anger. It spat out strand after strand of silk, as if starry rivers were flowing out. They interweaved into a large web that was condensed from divine chains. It was incomparably dazzling as it covered Shihao. Hong!
Endless symbols poured out from Shihao's body, unexpectedly forming a flame. It began to ignite. He was like a war deity as he threw himself forward.
He did not activate any precious techniques, but rather used the most fundamental bone text from the true primordial record to create a flaming blaze to contend against his opponent's natural divine ability. This was the most pure flame of essence energy that could burn everything.
Chi-Chi. The divine chains in the sky were shattered, and those brilliant and resplendent rivers of starry silk were set ablaze. The demonic spider cried out loudly because it never thought that a human who wasn't older than itself would be so terrifying.
Pong with a kick from Shihao. It was as if a golden pillar that propped up the heavens slammed down into the demonic spider's body. It could clearly hear its body emit gotcha sounds and crack apart. It released a loud cry as it flew outwards. Its entire body was covered in blood, and it could no longer climb up. Not even at the consummate level of spirit transformation. Yet he dares to fight against me? Shihao said quietly. This kind of arrogance and these words immediately subdued everyone there. You have to understand that he didn't even appear to be over 13 or 14 in age, yet he had reached the absolute limit of spiritual transformation. This was just too heaven-defying, a speed that was even faster than the cultivation of pure-blooded creatures. Good, excellent. It feels so good, the drunkard from the martial imperial manor shouted. Shihao raised his hand, and from his palm appeared a small bowl. It released strands of light, and with a schwa sound, the spider was collected inside, quickly shrunk and entered the bottom of the bowl. One of the 5 archaic poisons, important even when refining divine medicines. This is an important medicine, he quietly said to himself. Such a powerful spider was now only an inch in length. Its body had shrunk by many times, and its dark green body was lying at the base of the bowl, not able to move at all. Everyone became petrified. Was this youngster joking?
He considered such a powerful pure-blooded creature as just an important medicine? Scorpion, spider, snake, centipede, toad, these were the 5 poisons that were needed to refine medicine. The 5 poisons that he was talking about were all forbidden demonic gods many, many years ago.
Such a powerful pure-blooded creature was dealt with and placed into the bowl. Everyone was simply stupefied. They all kept quiet out of fear because this was truly a horrifying event. Even the horned dragon was stunned. Even though it had realized quite a while ago that this youngster was powerful, it never thought that he was this strong. He was simply too monstrous.
He was able to suppress that demonic spider without even spending too much energy. Release me. The demonic spider struggled and tried to break free, but the bowl was extremely special and possessed the force of powerful secret symbols.
Even though the bowl's opening was not sealed, strands of symbols still circulated to suppress it. The demonic spider was firmly stuck to the base of the bowl, and it couldn't break free at all. As long as sure how gently activated it, a terrifying force would appear and refine it.
Do you really think I'll release you just because you were telling me to? Even a small spider like you dares to stir up trouble in the capital. If you aren't worth suppressing, then who is? Xianxia spoke while propping up the bowl and staring at it. He had completely treated this pure-blooded creature like a normal spider.
Guarding the village is definitely no good, but you alone aren't enough to use as fuel for refining medicine. After all, you are still a small spider, so I still have to raise you a bit. Everyone went stupid after hearing these words. Who was this person?
Raising a pure-blooded creature?
This was even more frightening than raising a pet. This was simply like raising a pig to kill when it was fattened. At this moment, Princess 16, ThunderClan's oldest daughter, Gu Linglong, and the other pearls of the capital were all frightened stiff. This was just too shocking. You are... A noble king's heir consulted. Such a powerful figure appeared here, yet none of them knew his identity. Too little was known about this person. I'm just a passerby. Xianxia laughed and did not say too much. Brother, you are truly a good person. Today is such a joyous day. I can't thank you enough for suppressing that spider today. The drunkard from the martial imperial manor had sobered up. Such a great event had caused his drunkenness to completely dissipate. There were still a few young people on the other side.
Their faces were extremely ugly because they had arrived together with that demonic spider. There were people from the martial imperial manor and other creatures in that group. Could this brother give me a bit of your time? A young person spoke. If you have anything to say, then just say it. Xianxia calmly said. You have to know that he came from the demonic spirit lake, so his status is quite extraordinary. Doing things like this isn't too good, so I asked that this brother be magnanimous and let him off this time. The youngster spoke. What do you mean not too good? Are you saying that you could bully others tyrannically just because you are from the demonic spirit lake? This is Stone Country Capital, and not the demonic spirit lake. Xianxia's expression became extremely serious. His voice became louder and louder. You are the martial imperial manor's child, not this spider's servant. Your surname is Xia, not Spider. Do you know what you are doing? Why aren't you making yourself scarce? The youngster's face became flushed with anger after being yelled at, and he almost flew into a rage out of humiliation. However, he didn't dare act because the youngster in front of him was too formidable. In a soft voice, he said, You've brought a huge disaster onto yourself, and no one can save you. Xianxia gave him a look of disdain and shouted, Idiot, you still don't understand? After such a thing happened, you still dare to get yourself involved as a child of the martial imperial manor. You really are impossibly stupid. You are a hateful embarrassment to the entire manor. Those people were completely at loss for words. Their faces were thoroughly red as they were filled to the brim with anger. They were partial towards Shiyi's bloodline, so they walked in with the demonic spirit lake's people. They were absolutely furious now. Get lost, Xianxia shouted. It was just 2 words, yet it struck down onto the greenwood garden like lightning. Not far away, the blue lake began to surge. Waves soared into the skies.
Everyone was astonished. This youngster was too strong.
After berating the archaic demonic spider descendant, he then excoriated the noble king's heirs. He was completely fearless here, just like a supreme youth. You group of degenerates, get lost?
You are an embarrassment to your clan. The drunkard and other individuals from the martial imperial manor also shouted. They had long felt that the other group of people were a disgusting sight. Fine, fine, fine. You all wait. Those individuals were ashamed into anger. They turned around and left after giving Xianxia a hateful glare. Xianxia released a cold snort. With a swing of his sleeve, a hoo noise sounded, engulfing those people into the air with a frantic gale. With a putong sound, they all fell into the lake like drowned rats.
Hurry up and get out of my sight. If you let me see you acting like that demonic spider's stupid henchman again, then I'll directly kill all of you. His voice was so cold that it chilled others to the bone.
Good. At this time, not only were the drunkards people shouting, but even the other heirs of noble kings began to shout. Stone Country was a country founded on martial prowess. As direct descendants of noble kings, many people were full of bloodlust.
During the past few days, there were powerful pure-blooded creatures that had entered the capital claiming to have come for the human emperor's birthday. This brought about a bunch of noble kings to adopt a servile attitude.
They would ingratiate themselves into making friends with these powerful creatures, making quite a few of the powerful noble kings feel disgust. Today, Xianxia's powerful manner naturally excited many people's bloodlust. They all became hot-blooded and stirred up. Sissy. The heavenly fox fairy's laughter was extremely brilliant as it rang out. Her teeth were spotlessly white, and her body exquisitely undulated up and down. Her clothing couldn't conceal her wonderful curves at all.
As her black hair scattered outwards, her sparkling white face was absolutely gorgeous. Her large eyes were clear and full of life. When such an otherworldly girl walked over, everyone couldn't help but open up a root.
The witch opened her mouth and said, "This demonic spider really is a disaster in your hands. Why don't you give him to me?" Everyone was stupefied. She actually asked for a pure-blooded creature. Was this an act of sharing the calamity with the youth? What kind of relationship did these two individuals have? Xianxia's reply surpassed everyone's expectations. He directly shook his head and refused. "Not giving it to you. This is one of the 5 archaic poisons and can be used to refined divine medicine."
This is an essential medicine. Don't you know? If you don't hand it over, then there will be a huge disaster in the near future, the heavenly fox fairy said. Are you saying that there won't be a disaster after I give it to you? There will still be others coming out of hatred. Meanwhile, this is a primer for divine medicine, so if you want it, then exchange for it with some treasure. This was originally a gathering of geniuses, yet in the end, it developed to such a state. Many people's eyes were focused on Xianxia.
His appearance was truly outside of their anticipations. Not long after, Lord Huntian walked over to clink cups with Xianxia, laughing heartily. He offered words of praise and admiration, calling him a heroic youth. This was a powerful lord that had been granted the title of lord many years ago. However, he was only 25 this year, as well as the youngest official that protected the borders. His military fame was brilliant. He embraced a beautiful girl and left in a happy and free manner.
He did not say much and only told Xianxia how to pay him a visit should he ever find himself by the border. Following that, another well-known noble king's heir walked up to make friends and clink cups with Xianxia. Regardless of whether or not he could overcome this trial, anyone could tell that this powerful youth was worth getting to know. Xianxia was surprised to find that the number of pure-blooded creatures here exceeded his expectations. Other than the horned dragon, he also saw Bifang and Zhujian.
These were all opponents he had faced within the 100 Shattered Mountains, yet they were now here in humanoid forms. Other than these few creatures, there should still be other guests from other divine mountains because he saw the purple-haired girl Yunxi with a hurried glance. The other party did not come over and instead discussed something with some other powerful creatures. It's really lively here. I wonder if any supreme experts will reveal themselves. It seems like the wasteland region really will become chaotic. The disciples that the divine mountains dispatched should be here to learn about the situation, right? Xianxia said to himself. You really are interesting. So powerful, yet no one has ever heard about you before. Could it be that you are from outside this region? The Thunder Clan's oldest daughter walked over with a beautiful smile. She raised her cup from the distance to offer a toast. Her red lips on top of the jade cup were bright and beautiful. Gu Linglong was also by her side. Her expression was extremely unnatural because not long ago, she still wanted to suppress Shi Hao. In the end, a series of events occurred that left her embarrassed. As for her brother, he had long hid himself far away in fear. I heard that you have a sister? Shi Hao casually asked because he faintly recalled such a thing. What are you trying to do? The Thunder Clan's eldest sister was incomparably alarmed. Her sister was the pride of the clan. She had been taken in under the archaic Divine Mountains and was an outstanding talent. Moreover, the Thunder family's second young lady was known as the capital's #1 beauty. She was above all the other pearls and too many people had their eyes on her. Nothing, just asking. Shi Hao smiled and said. On the side, Gu Linglong and the others finally loosened up a bit. They all laughed and revealed looks of understanding. However, the Thunder Clan's oldest daughter frowned and shot him a sidelong glance. Right at this moment, a wave of disturbance came from the distance. There were vicious beasts howling and a war chariot was rumbling over. It actually traveled in the air and descended from the sky. They have arrived. It is the war chariot of a noble king. That's Shi Ziding. Everyone cried out in alarm, and the Greenwood garden boiled with noise. Even though they had already predicted as such, when the expert arrived in person, everyone still felt their minds shaken. They had clearly come to deliver punishment. The war chariot stopped and several people walked out. They walked on the fragrant grass with calm and collected faces. Shi Ziding was a legendary figure that had paid his respects to the demonic spirit lake. In the past, he had always been extremely mysterious. Not many people knew about him, but now, they were able to confirm his existence. Even though he had kept a low profile throughout all these years, once he took action, none of his enemies would remain alive. There were quite a few great figures that had provoked him, but now they were all corpses. And now he had personally arrived. This was definitely a great disturbance. Shi Ziding's hair shone. His skin was as white as jade, and his expression was extremely steady. His gaze was calm, and from his appearance, he only seemed to be about 27 or 8. He did not seem to be angry, and as he walked over, each step seemed to make the world pulse. At this moment, everyone's voices vanished. The entire place became completely quiet. It was as if the heaven and earth had merged into one figure and the entire being was releasing its terrifying sound. Everyone began to tremble inwardly. You suppressed the demonic spirit lake's air? Shi Ziding spoke. Behind him, there were several individuals that ranged from 20 to 40 years of age. They were all extraordinary and circulating their powerful auras. Their eyes were sharp and penetrating as they looked over together. Shi Hao raised his head and looked forward. From their familial relationship, he should be calling the other individual uncle, but currently he did not feel a single bit of affection. On the contrary, he felt his heart becoming extremely cold. That's me, Shi Hao calmly replied. He held a small bowl in his hands that seemed extremely ordinary, but auspicious multicolored light was flickering within. A dark green spider was lying at the base of the bowl without a single movement. Everyone's attention was focused on this place. They all felt as if a violent tempest had descended. Why don't you release him? Shi Ziding opened his mouth and spoke just as calmly as before. He was clearly just standing there, yet it gave everyone a feeling of inexistence. It was as if he had completely blended into nature. Not letting him go. Shi Hao replied. This was not the first time he faced Shi Ziding, but it was the first time that they collided face to face. Shi Ziding had personally hurried over to this place, yet Shi Hao was still firmly rejecting his request. His face immediately became cold, and the atmosphere became extremely tense. There really is always a new generation to replace the last, Shi Ziding said. His mood did not fluctuate and still seemed as calm as before. He was outstanding and almost otherworldly. His black hair scattered down and his skin was brilliant white. His appearance was truly almost a bit too handsome, giving people the feeling that he wasn't a human, but rather a piece of art. It was an appearance that one would never forget after seeing once. Hao's expression was just as calm as before while confronting him. If he was able to capture the other party, then the true archaic demonic spider might make its appearance. Only Zeding was definitely not an ordinary person. As soon as they faced each other, Hao determined that the opponent was a noble king-grade expert.
He was extremely difficult to overcome.
He had to activate the imperishable golden body. Moreover, he had to display the most powerful force. However, this might cause harm to that small black figure. If he did not do this, then he was not this man's opponent. Hao was not scared of anything. He really wanted to use one of the small pagoda's uses. If the enemy decided to attack him, then they would all be murdered clean.
However, if he was really left with no other choice, then he did not oppose using it to kill one person. Young one, do you know that those who act excessively are often easily broken?
For things like this, one has to understand how to make a choice and leave behind a bottom line. Otherwise, even the heavens will loathe you. There have been too many times when heavenly geniuses are killed off while still young. A middle-aged man walked out from Zeding's back. His face was overcast, and his words were spoken in a slow and unhurried manner. A threatening feeling could be felt from his calm manner. Middle-aged people also die pretty often, Hao said without the slightest bit of fear. He shot back with equal harshness. Are you going to release him or not? A young individual shouted. These were all experts from the martial imperial manor. If they weren't Zeding's cousins, then they were his nephews. They would naturally stand by his side and berate Hao. There aren't any people, but I do have a spider. However, I'm definitely not going to release it. Hao propped up the small bowl. Strand after strand of auspicious light swirled around the entrance of the bowl, trapping that dark green spider. I really don't understand. Is the grand and magnificent martial imperial manor going to enshrine and worship a large spider? To willingly become servants, do you guys even have any sense of self-respect left?
Don't forget that the blood of the king still flows through your bodies and that you are sure descendants of the human emperor. Don't embarrass yourselves too much. Hao continued. These were all criminalizing words.
These were all people who have obtained their current statuses due to their relationships with the demonic spirit lake's bloodline. They were so angry that their faces became angry and their eyes cold. Youngster, you seem to be incredibly outstanding. I am quite curious.
What sect are you a part of? Tell it to us. Who knows, we might be closely connected. Zeding finally spoke again, stopping those that were about to flip out in anger. He carried a faint smiling expression, remaining calm from start to finish. This was a rare state of mind that far surpassed those individuals. It made the surrounding geniuses all feel like their hearts were being torn apart. I come from Supreme Palace, Hao said to introduce himself. When everyone heard what he said, they were all moved. This name seemed so astonishing, only they had never heard of it before. At the very least, none of the human geniuses knew of it. There was no lack of pure-blooded creatures here, but they were all confused as well. They had simply never heard of it before. Was there really such a place? Zeding laughed and said, quite a domineering name. However, forgive my inexperience, but I don't have any impression of such a place. I've heard of it before. The heavenly fox spirit walked over with agile steps.
Her fine body was extremely curvy, and her appearance charmed all living creatures. Her snow-white skin and quick-witted pupils made people's minds flutter. The Supreme Palace only has a single disciple every generation. However, once they appear, they will definitely become a supreme being. They are not within this region, the witch said. When everyone heard what was said, they all sucked in a cold breath of air. When they looked towards Hao, they were immediately full of respect. How could he have such an incredible origin? No wonder he was so powerful. At first, no one paid attention to him, but now they truly felt like they had been careless. Other than the two fairies, there was actually another ridiculous figure from outside this region. Hao was speechless. Was this witch helping him? They really did match quite well. This made-up Supreme Palace now truly sounded quite frightening. However, he never expected Fairy Yuchan to also walk over. She fixed her gaze on him and said, I have also heard of this Supreme Palace. It is an unsurpassed ancient palace. This Even those that were still holding some doubts were now completely stupefied. Could it truly be real? You have to understand that Fairy Yuchan and the witch stood on opposing sides. The two of them had a grudge towards each other and definitely would not support each other. However, right now they both acknowledged this place, so it was unlikely for it to be fake.
Shi Ziding's expression remained unchanged. It was still as calm and collected as before.
Precious splendor flowed within his eyes as he nodded and said, "A great background after all. During the War of the Ancients, the last person from the Supreme Palace was killed by the deities and devils, and since then, there have never been another supreme expert that have come from there. Endless years have already passed since then. Truly a sorrowful story." Fairy Yuchan spoke softly. The people were all amazed. After hearing what she added, they all stared blankly. The inheritance seemed to have been broken during the ancient years. Was this youth really the next generation after all this time and recreating its glory, or was he just an impersonator? With this information revealed, it once again placed people in doubt. Hao was astonished. Was there really a place like this? Fairy Yuchan wouldn't say something false, right? If it was a real place, then it really would be a coincidence. Shi Ziding smiled and said, "Formidable. Regardless, you are an outstanding youth in the present age." Hao was stumped for words. He never thought that he would remain so composed and not erupt into fury at all. Instead, he was completely calm, possessing an outstanding manner. Right when everyone was sighing in praise, Shi Ziding once again became serious and said, "If a disciple from your sect was taken in as a prisoner, would you go to save them? Even if you came from the Supreme Palace and possess a shocking background and illustrious status, I am similarly fearless. After I take action, I will wait for your senior to come save you." His expression was resolute and grim as he took large steps forward. Hao sneered. This uncle really was formidable after all. Not only did he unmask his relationship with the demonic spirit lake, he even avoided being looked at as someone powerful picking on the weak. Instead, he made it look like he was forced into a situation of no alternative, almost as if he was in a position of weakness when facing the great figures of the Supreme Palace. It was only a few words, yet Shi Ziding already expressed a lot. Everyone could infer quite a bit from what he said.
He was going to withstand a terrifying supreme inheritance without fear. What was really going on, however?
Hao believed that this uncle didn't believe his words at all. It was likely that he was laughing coldly inside. He mere seized the opportunity to appear a bit more valiant. "Old man, are you really going to go there? If you want to fight, then just walk forward. What is the point of scheming so much against someone younger than you?" Hao transmitted sound directly to Shi Ziding to ridicule him. There were some things that could not be solved with words and would only be a waste of time. It was better to directly hit the problem at its center and make him unhappy. Shi Ziding's snow-white skin was like jade, and his black hair was thick. His outer appearance made him look like he was 27 or 28.
When called an old man, his smile didn't falter at all. "You are thinking too much. However, even if you are a supreme youth, my E is one as well. Young people should avoid making themselves look foolish by not acting so arrogant. Otherwise, they will die prematurely." He revealed a sneer and pressed forward. "In fact, the reason why I came to the capital was precisely to fight your Ia." This time, Hao directly spoke and did not transmit sound mentally. "Are you worried and want to get rid of me beforehand?" With these words spoken, this place immediately burst into an uproar. Who was Shuri? This was a heaven-warping genius whose name shook all of Stone Country. There were just too many legends related to him. He was a heavenly dual-pupiled individual, the embodiment of an ancient deity. Who didn't know about him here? This youngster actually came for Shuri, shocking everyone. Their hearts all began to stir with waves. Many people began to speculate what would happen. Could it be that he came? When Hao spoke this sentence, there were some that were inwardly startled.
They began to reveal doubt as they stared at him. "Is that so? I am quite happy to see that you have such a goal. I also wish for Ear to meet an opponent that could help him sharpen himself." Shi Ziding nodded. His expression remained calm as he said, "If you hand over my martial nephew, then I won't do anything to you. I will give you a chance to fight Ear." Even though his words were spoken in a calm tone, there was a hint of coldness. There was also a type of hidden intimidation that was forcing Sure how to surrender and hand over that spider. Otherwise, his life would be in danger. If Sure how handed it over, then he would be yielding to Sure Zeding and his supreme youth belief would also be dampened. Sure Zeding casually exhorted and seemed calm, but in reality, this was a forceful attack at Sure how's heart. If you want to fight, then I'll satisfy your wishes. Come here then.
Afterwards, I'll go fight your Ia. No one would have thought that Sure how would act so powerfully. His gaze was clear as he pointed at Sure Zeding. Currently, who here didn't know about Sure Zeding's power? After paying his respects to the demonic spirit lake, his cultivation became deep and profound, to a point where he dared to openly speak in opposition to the great demonic god. Even though this young man was a heaven-warping genius, he still wasn't very old. Wouldn't acting like this be the same as digging his own grave? This was just too much self-confidence, right?
This was the first time Sure Zeding put away his smile. His eyelids jumped several times, and only after a short period of time did it return to normal. The opponent was acting equally harsh back. His age was so young, yet that hand was pointing at him. A wave of fiery anger surged within him. Could it be that he really could fight against him?
He was a naturally cautious person, and he always thought things through. He never acted in an overbearing manner, nor did he speak words that were too kind. He was now in a state of deep thought as he stared at Sure how. As for cousins and nephews behind him, their tempers were not so great. They all became impatient and berated loudly. Their faces had ugly expressions, and two middle-aged men threw themselves forward. You want to fight?
You are looking for death. A middle-aged man was about to take action, and his expression was extremely bad. Come over if you want to die then. Sure how's words were even more vigorous, making Princess 16, ThunderClan's oldest daughter, and the others stupefied. This fellow was too domineering. No one can save you now. The opposing individual laughed coldly and pressed forward. The heavenly fox fairy giggled and spoke at this moment. What if my sky-severing sect interferes? Her voice was extremely pleasant to listen to, just like the sounds of nature.
She herself was even more of an incomparable beauty, possessing an appearance that could move all living things. When these words were spoken, the expressions of everyone at the scene changed. The expressions of the individuals from the martial imperial manor became even more unnatural.
People like them naturally knew how terrifying this witch's background was, and knew that she came from some incredibly great sect from outside this region. Sky-severing sect. This was the first time the geniuses here heard of such an inheritance. It made their hearts tremble. Sure how sighed inwardly, feeling a bit dissatisfied. The witch seemed to want to protect him, but right now he truly didn't need it. He wanted things to get more and more complicated and eventually stir up that archaic demonic spider. He naturally understood the heavenly fox fairy's intentions. This was an undisguised way of roping him in.
Facing the martial imperial manor and the demonic spirit lake like this, could he even repay her in the future? The martial imperial manor was one thing, but the demonic spirit lake was a place as terrifying as the archaic divine mountains. It was entirely possible that a demonic god rests there. Facing them like this proved the witch's sincerity, and it also proved the sky-severing sect's unrivaled power.
Sure how had a strong feeling that this battle was most likely not going to proceed any further. Sure Zeding was not an ordinary person and would definitely not give in to his anger to attack.
You have to understand that even the human emperor treated this witch with great courtesy, and they even had a chat within the palace. This proved the might of her great sect, a sect reputed to be a supreme sect. How is Sure Zeding going to get himself out of this mess now?
This was the most important question. If he directly turned around and left, then he would be losing too much face. At this time, Fairy Yuchan also walked over. Her beauty was out of this world, not possessing the slightest bit of mortal air about her. The white clothes around her body were as white as snow, making her look otherworldly. It gave her the appearance of someone that could only be admired but never reached. Junior, when will your honorable son return?
This time, the human emperor is celebrating his birthday. Will he return to the capital? She spoke in this way, drawing the attention of everyone here. Fairy Yuchan was as beautiful as a flowering tree, as clear as a new moon, and as pure as snow. Her question made everyone tremble inwardly.
Who was Shuri? Everyone knew who he was, and they were even more clear on how powerful his potential was. The witch represented the sky-severing sect and chose that mysterious youth. It was clear that she was going to protect him from harm. Meanwhile, was Fairy Yuchan going to select the dual pupil Shi? Could it be that they were going to oppose each other with equal harshness? What was the name then of that extraordinary sect behind her? No one spoke anymore as they stared forward. The atmosphere became even more intense. Shi looked at her askance. What did the Fairy Yuchan have in mind? Was she trying to get involved as well? Had the battle a while ago brought her to some sort of decision? He glanced at her and saw that she was as calm as ever. Shi was not afraid either, for even though he was still young, he had been through all kinds of turbulences and storms. He had even fought with supreme experts, so not even great sects beyond the wastelands could intimidate him now. Hearing this, a smile swept across Xianxia's face. Even though he had reached middle age, he remained handsome and looked more like a talented young man. He said, will probably return." The crowd was greatly impressed by the announcement. Was Shi really coming back? In that case, the capital would surely see some noise and excitement. The Fairy Yuchan gave a little smile and nodded. She then said, "How about we forget what happened today once and for all? I've witnessed the whole incident just now. The people from the demonic spirit lake were indeed in the wrong." The claim astonished many people. She had just approached Xianxia and showed interest towards Shi, yet now her attitude had took such a turn. Exactly whose side was she on? Xianxia's countenance remained the same and did not react to those words right away. However, simply retreating like this would be too shameful. What would others think of him if could not even save his own martial nephew? "My fairy, those people are from the demonic spirit lake. Don't you think your suggestion was a bit premature?" A middle-aged man beside Xianxia challenged. "Exactly what's so special about the demonic spirit lake? It's all in your heads. You've worshipped it, willingly became their slaves and abandoned all dignity." Shi criticized harshly without any hesitation. "You are too arrogant," said the middle-aged man in a chilly tone. The hostility in his voice was apparent.
"Fairy Yuchan, this is a life we are talking about here. My martial nephew may have made a mistake, but he shouldn't be treated and punished in such a manner, right?" Xianxia wouldn't give in easily. The Fairy Yuchan turned to Shi and said, "Young brother, there's no need to be so ruthless. Let him live." Shi pondered for a while. Since Fairy Yuchan had mediated the dispute for him just then and was no longer opposing him, he did not want to make the relationship difficult again. He nodded and said, "Fine. For the sake of the fairy, I won't kill him." The crowd knew that the conflict was very likely to end this way and the battle they were expecting was not going to happen. Beside Xianxia were his cousins and nephews. One of them said with a sneer, "Then please release him. Who told you I was going to let him go? Why should I?" There was nothing but coldness on Xiao's face. "But you said just now." The middle-aged man then realized that Xiao indeed did not promise to release the spider, only that he was going to let him live. The man said with a resentful voice, "You misled us. What are you going to do to him?" Xiao replied in an indifferent tone, "Nothing. Teach him a lesson, that's all. If I can't even deal with a little spider myself, what should I do when wolves and tigers show up at my doorstep in the future? Letting it live does not mean I'll release it right away. It needs to stay here and repent." Such words astounded nearly everyone. The crowd was utterly amazed to hear that the mighty experts from the imposing demonic spirit lake were only referred to as a little spider. The young man acted with such a dominating manner. "That will do. Even princes should be punished by the same law as the common people. The demonic spirit lake is an outstanding place, but they should know where their limit is. The spider should learn some discipline while being suppressed here," said the heavenly fox fairy. Since both fairies from beyond the wastelands had agreed on the point, the crowd could only express their amazement inwardly. The teenager's background must be so great that both of them would try to have him on their side. People of the martial imperial manor were discontented at the result, and Xianxia was the only one who remained calm. He nodded and said, "All right. My martial nephew will be disciplined here for a few days before we have him back." I think the ancestors of the demonic spirit lake would also like to teach him a lesson through this incident. Those words came out in a tranquil and otherworldly manner, but was alerting at the same time. Had an old pureblood creature arrived at the capital? Such news would definitely create quite a bit of pressure for everyone. People would think twice before they did anything in the future. To some extent, it was another way of putting forward a serious warning. Whoever inflicts harm on the demonic spider would be asking for formidable revenge from that sect ancestor. Xianxia smiled at his words. Don't worry, I'll teach it a good lesson. The finest diamond must be cut. Disciples with such a massive ego need some ruthless tidying up. Rage almost erupted from the eyes of those beside Xianxia. They clenched their fists so tight that the knuckles all turned green. Xianxia took a long look at Xianxia and turned to leave. As he got on the bronze chariot, vicious beasts roared and the chariot rumbled away. Their party soon disappeared into the distance. 2 men remained behind, who seemed to be ordered to stay here and watch Xianxia's every move. They were obviously still holding grudges towards Xianxia. Don't forget what family you belong to. You are not servants of the demonic spirit lake, but have the same ancestors as the royal family. If you are conscientious of yourself, don't make the martial imperial manner go through the humiliation with you. The words of Xianxia expressed his stark contempt. He might as well have slapped those men in public. The 2 men's faces were dark with anger, and they finally turned around to leave as well. I'd never thought you could be so cynical. The witch laughed. I'll show more respect to those who respect me. They've brought the war to my doorstep. How could I not fight back? Said Xianxia. I think you'll find dealing with the spider alone a troublesome matter. Why don't you hand it to me? If I manage to refine a divine medicine in the future, I'll surely repay you for this. The heavenly fox fairy said with a chuckle. Hearing this, the crowd were all fretting at the request. That foxy fairy was incredibly audacious. Xianxia only smiled. Needless to say, he would not agree to her request. Since he had already offended the demonic spirit lake, giving some major medicine to others would make no difference to his situation. He'd rather keep it for himself. The feud was long established, and there was no way to resolve it. Only the most talented people were invited to this gathering, but the atmosphere was no longer what it was now. After the disturbance caused by Xianxia, many wild souls had now restrained themselves. For that teenager had taken all the spotlight away. He was even bold enough to capture and kill pureblood creatures, which made other people want to keep a low profile in this gathering. Pureblood creatures like the horned dragon and P15 were also invited. Their eyes were glistening, and no one knew what they were thinking. It appeared that they had realized something. Xianxia then began his treasure hunting. He explored carefully with the dual pupil and had managed to find a few materials. He then purchased 2 of them. In the distance, those with old feuds began to fight. Seizing the opportunity, some disciples from famous sects and aristocratic descendants finally started fighting, attracting a large audience. These scenes were no longer appealing to Xianxia, however. He was focused on picking treasured artifacts and finding valuables among piles of ordinary items. A white-clothed figure moved near, filling the air with a delicate fragrance. Fairy Yuchan approached Xianxia with her graceful gait and tried to start a conversation, which raised many eyebrows. Xianxia found to his surprise that the fairy did not attempt to draw him over to her side, but only made some small talk which involved nothing surprising. Fairy Yuchan is getting smarter. She obviously wants to wheedle you in, but she's not doing it explicitly. Instead, she only chatted with you to leave a good impression, leaving everything else to the future. Not far away, the little fox beside the heavenly fox fairy grumbled. Sometimes there's nothing to choose from. We can only wait and see if the dual-pupiled person will come back. If he really is as powerful as the rumors say, and is comparable to the ancient deity, then things will get very interesting. The witch chuckled. Xianxia wandered around the place and managed to satisfy his enormous appetite. He picked some treasured artifacts and materials, drank his last glass of fine wine and turned to leave. It was because by then the gathering was drawing to its end and many had already left. In other words, the gathering was no longer useful to him. He was in deep thought his entire way back and was even looking forward to the world beyond the wastelands. Do you know why the wastelands fell into chaos? The witch approached him and walked out together. Her flawless features, paired with her perfectly curvaceous body, had made many young talented men drool over. They were all grumbling in secret, wondering what exactly was so fantastic about this teenager that made both fairies talk to him. It did not make sense at all. I do not know.
Could you tell me about it? Xianxia was eager to find out. Eons ago, this region used to be a prison, and many great vicious beings were locked up within. The most startling fact came out of the witch's mouth. Even someone as steady and calm as Xianxia was dumbstruck by the words.
He raised his head abruptly and looked into the heavenly fox fairy's eyes. He then stared at her in a daze. The witch's unsurpassed beauty could charm anyone's souls from their bodies. She was indeed a beautiful woman hard to come by in the mortal world.
In Stone Country, the fairy Yuchan was probably the only beauty comparable to her. She blew lightly at Xianxia in a somewhat provocative manner and rolled her eyes with a smile. Scared? No, just surprised. Xianxia gave his honest answer. It had something to do with the great chaos. The heavenly fox fairy told him directly. The statement was obviously a startling one, and countless ideas came into Xiaoxia's head in that moment.
His past speculations were all overturned now, for what had happened seemed much more severe than he had imagined. Of course, the great vicious beings of the archaic time have long died away. However, some creatures managed to take refuge in the wastelands later on their own.
Moreover, with so many sinful descendants left behind, attention would inevitably be drawn from the outside world. The witch was very candid and offered Xianxia incredibly valuable information from their casual conversation. I can see that you all care about the wastelands very much, or you wouldn't have entered here. What are you trying to do here? Asked Xianxia. Everything was driven by profit, or the sky-severing sect and the supreme sect behind Fairy Yuchan would not have competed against each other. There must be a reason behind this. Of course, there are no permanent enemies, only perpetual temptation and benefits. The great battle this time will bring out the true deities. The witch said frankly. The true deities? Xianxia was bewildered and surprised by such an expression.
He felt like there was an extremely unordinary implication behind her words, as if a monstrous storm was going to engulf the wastelands and send everything into complete chaos. She emphasized the word true as if there it made a difference.
Could it be that the deity she mentioned was not the same as the one he perceived? See? The witch laughed and said, It is definitely not the deities you normally refer to. I'm not talking about those who ignite divine flame and eventually die. Xianxia was greatly shaken by her words. It seemed that the witch did recognize the deities of the wastelands. What could that mean?
When they become deities and have the divine flame ignited, why would the fire extinguish? It is because their cultivation hadn't reached a certain level. Such was the comment of the witch. Starting from the wastelands, the true deities were going to be created. The impact of such events would be incredible.
How will the true deities be created? Xianxia asked. Naturally, he would like to know the answer. As a resident of this region, even if he couldn't hope for such a thing, he still wanted to be informed at the very least. That would be a secret. If you really want to know, you'll have to pay extra attention in the future. Maybe you'll learn some great abilities if you are willing to join the sky-severing sect. The witch did not go into details, but only tempted him with such words. Can you really not tell me a bit more? Xianxia asked. Although this region used to be a prison, something unusual was here as well, which is where the great chaos stems from. Even the supreme sect wants to obtain something from this place. The witch left and did not give out any more information. However, her words made it so that Xianxia could not calm down for a long time. These things were just too shocking.
The great vicious creatures, sinful descendants, other powerful creatures that entered the wasteland region, igniting a divine flame, true deities. These keywords were continuously tossed around his mind, and it would be a while before they would disappear.
The surroundings of the Greenwood Garden was rather vast, with many bronze war chariots parked about. Just as Xianxia passed this place, he saw Lu Han's group. When he thought about how they got others to try and defeat him, he waved and said, Let me borrow your war chariot again. Later on, you can get it back from the Tiger Gate Tavern. His words were spoken in a carefree manner. Those individuals all felt their faces darken, but soon after, they wilted like frostbitten eggplants. Why were they so unlucky?
They encountered this freak again. They did not act out in anger at all. All of their arrogance as heirs of noble kings was put away. This young master even dared to threaten the demonic spirit lake. He didn't even give any face to Zeding and instead fought back with equal harshness. They decided that they were inferior and were not on par with pure-blooded creatures. Currently, when they saw this youth, all of them began to rant in fear. As they watched him walk over and climb into the bronze war chariot, all of them stood there rigidly. Don't bully others so much in the future. Don't think that you stand on top of the world just because you are children of noble kings and stir up trouble everywhere. Otherwise, next time, I'll directly put you guys into the heaven-transforming bowl and let you have a heart-to-heart chat with that little spider. Xianxia left behind those words before leaving on the bronze chariot. This made the group feel indignant, but they had no choice. Ayo, Luhan, you are quite incredible. Are you trying to be on good terms with that person from Supreme Palace by lending him your carriage? Someone asked. Get lost. Luhan was simply angered bad. Fury filled him as he roared here, drawing quite a few eyes and whispers. Quite a few people found out about what happened, and they all began to laugh. Tiger Gate Tavern was located at a bustling part of the capital, and there were garden landscapes around it. Could be considered a luxurious place, so the price was naturally not low. There were man-made mountains, small streams, and other landscaping pieces. The layout of this area was carefully arranged. He parked the carriage outside the tavern, but as soon as he returned, he noticed that something wasn't right. He had been targeted. For revenge to happen so quickly made his heart harden. He was completely fearless and was not scared at all of these small things. Instead, he feared that things wouldn't build up quick enough. This time, the reason he came to the Stone Country capital was to make a powerful appearance and tell his loved ones that he was still alive. Of course, the best time for that was during Stone Emperor's birthday, when he could completely break everyone who meant harm against him. Only it didn't seem like things were going as planned. A thin strand of smoke wafted into the air, surrounding this courtyard. Several flags were illuminated, sealing off this place. It was completely silent, reaching the peak of calmness. Why are you hiding with your tail out? Xianxia wasn't scared at all. He stood within the courtyard while staring forward. Youngster, you are quite bold. You seem to have some guts, only people like you don't live for long. They all die from their stupidness and impulsiveness. From the arching stone bridge, a middle-aged individual walked out. With a pa sound, a fan was opened as he walked out in an extremely confident and easy-going manner. Are you from the martial Imperial Manor? Or a servant from the demonic spirit lake? Maybe from some other power? Xianxia asked. Speak a bit more courteously. The middle-aged scholar's eyes were fierce. The blue clothes he wore made him look calm, and only those eyes were somewhat cold. You want to kill me, yet you want me to speak more courteously. There is something wrong with your head. Xianxia's words were harsh. Within his sleeves, the small black golden figure appeared and was firmly gripped in his hands. You've acted unrestrained for too long. I admit that your natural talents are quite shocking and formidable, but you have to understand that not all geniuses are able to mature. So what if your identity is incredible? If I strangle you while you are still young and refuse you the opportunity to mature, everything you could have would be ruined. The middle-aged scholar spoke in a malevolent voice. He was extremely direct, yet still seemed extremely calm. He spoke out everything he felt, as if he had Xianxia's life in his hands and could care less about what would happen in the future. His strength was extremely great, and his cultivation surpassed Xianxia's. Currently, he did not feel any fear and felt like everything was in his grasp. He didn't even feel like he had to hurry and take action, and instead wanted to humiliate and break the other party first. Why do you think you are all that? If you want to die, then just come over. Xianxia shot him a look of disdain. Being shown such contempt by such a young person made the middle-aged scholar absolutely furious. He was still a comparatively well-known expert, and today he took action in place of the martial Imperial Manor's people. In the end, he was looked down like this by this youngster. It was truly unbearable. You are looking for death. The middle-aged scholar erupted with anger. As soon as his mouth opened, a divine flame was spat out, surrounding most of the courtyard. The temperature was raised to such a degree that it was somewhat shocking. Xianxia was considerably startled. This middle-aged scholar seemed rather quiet-looking, and he didn't expect that he was actually like a reckless dragon. Flames were spewed from its mouth as soon as the battle started, completely unlike his outward appearance. He quickly dodged because the opposing party's flames could immediately scorch any flesh that made contact with it into ashes. It was obvious that this was an expert at the engravement realm, one great realm higher than Sure Hao. His power was extremely terrifying. After entering this realm, one could truly become free and unfettered. It was like a bird leaping out from the sea and taking flight into the skies. Someone who could reach the engravement realm was definitely an expert in the human race. No matter where they went, they would receive the respect of others. Well-known figures could obtain the title of Lord. This cultivation realm was extremely difficult, requiring one to carve inscriptions into one's bones and heavenly passages. At the same time, they need to break through the natural chains of order to truly lay out and arrange the patterns. Every single step was extremely arduous. This was where one truly embarked on their own path. They were no longer confined to the symbols of vicious beasts or fierce birds that they began with and could now begin carving their own symbols. Of course, the so-called one's own symbols could only be simply assembled. It was impossible to create something innovative, as that was something that only supreme experts could do. With a whoo sound, Sure Hao dodged to the side. A lump of flame descended and the man-made mountain was turned into magma. The fountain evaporated and most of the courtyard became barren. This was the Tao flame of its own body. It was a special flame produced by symbols carved within the body in the engravement realm. This type of divine might alone could easily suppress any lower-level cultivator. However, what kind of person was Sure Hao? He was someone who continuously broke past limits. Even if he didn't use the imperishable golden body, he would still dare to fight against someone who had just entered the engravement realm. Are you used to always using these flames? Not bad. Just like a mess cook, he ridiculed. When the middle-aged scholar heard what he said, his expression immediately became overcast. Previously, he was refined and quiet like a scholar, but in the end, this brat's sharp attacks was more than he could bear. He opened his mouth and spewed out a wave of flames. At the same time, his entire body lit up and strand after strand of symbols curled up around him. His entire body soared into the air, sending down a tremendous wave of flourishing divine light downwards. This was the effects of the Tao flame. It was being stirred on by his precious artifacts, surrounding every direction to suppress Sure Hao. He did not believe that a child a bit over 10 could be that terrifying. Regardless of how great your heavenly talent was, so what? The difference in cultivation realms was still unavoidable, and it was difficult to avoid the fate of death. This time, Sure Hao did not dodge but instead directly opened all 10 heavenly passages. Within some of them rested a Kuan Pang, Swan and Eye, Black Tortoise, and Human Spirit. As for the remaining heavenly passages, there was a clock, pagoda, cauldron, and others. These weapons could be condensed, brought out, and undergo evolution. Once the 10 heavenly passages opened, they began to absorb the Tao flame. The endless spiritual essence began to disappear into what seemed like a bottomless pit as it was frantically devoured. The middle-aged scholar was shaken. Even though he heard that this individual was unordinary, he still couldn't help but change his expression. 10 heavenly passage, this was heaven-defying. He could actually meet such a magnificent view. This was truly a miracle. The Tao flame surged into the 10 heavenly passages, making the interior bright and sparkling. They became more and more divine and auspicious, nourishing Sure Hao's essence energy. Break open. The middle-aged scholar tried to calm his mind. His eyes flickered with murderous light as he focused all of his attention on activating his body's Tao flame. He wanted to completely blast his opponent's heavenly passages to pieces through their cultivation disparity. In reality, this train of thought was not wrong. Anyone at a greater cultivation realm had the ability to use their own fighting energy and divine might to blast a lower realm cultivator's heavenly passages into pieces. However, the 10 heavenly passages were just too different from normal. His efforts at suppressing them was completely useless, and Sure Hao instead used this opportunity to endlessly absorb the flame's essence. The flames could not even harm him in the slightest. Hong! An ugly expression appeared on the middle-aged scholar's face because he found that he couldn't make the heavenly passages explode. He fiercely brandished the fan in his arm, causing a 4-colored ray of light to fly out. The heaven and earth rumbled and endless symbols flooded this place. It was as if a great mountain was smashing downwards. This was a 4-division fan, a type of powerful magical artifact. During the ancient years, it was known for its outstanding prowess. Unfortunately, it was difficult to bring out its divine abilities in the present age, so the 4-division fan was not comparable to the sacred artifact of that era. However, for an engravement realm individual, this item was still quite excellent. 4-colored light flew out and hacked over like heavenly lightning. It seemed impossible to stop as it shot towards sure how to obliterate him. Any normal spirit transformation realm cultivator would immediately be blasted to pieces by the overwhelming power of the engravement realm expert's precious artifact. Sure how felt the pressure, but he remained fearless. The other party had just taken the first step into the engravement realm and was not a true noble king. His pupils flickered, forming a faint golden color. He decided that he was going to test his strength here. From within one of the heavenly passages, a Kuan-Pung slowly appeared. It then spread its wings into the skies before rushing forward. The Kuan-Pung was not that large, because the courtyard was sealed off. At the same time, he did not want to startle everyone, so he only used it within the limits of this region. Hong! The 4-colored light was scattered. The Kuan-Pung flew past and collided into the middle-aged scholar. Half of his body was immediately badly mangled, and the fan in his hands directly blew apart. It was a spectacle that was simply too hard to endure. What kind of precious technique is this? He was stunned. They had just crossed swords. He was an engravement realm expert, yet he couldn't even block a single attack from a youngster at the spirit transformation realm. This was just too shocking. As soon as Sure Hao released this strike, he had already decided that he would not let this person go. After using the Kuan-Peng's divine ability, he would completely exterminate his enemy. His mind could not calm down at all. He hadn't even fully comprehended it yet the Kuan-Peng's murderous form already displayed such a heaven-defying divine might. It was quite shocking and made him tremble slightly. There's still other people. All of you need to be dealt with. Sure Hao's spiritual perception was sharp, noticing that there was someone else hiding in the dark within this courtyard. A normal person would not have discovered those individuals. Kangqiang, his body erupted with light in a split second, and the black figure in his hand entered his body. The two were fused together. At this moment, his entire body released dark light and flickered with an icy golden luster. After merging with the imperishable golden body, his strength exploded and increased by a large amount. Even though Sure Hao was quite strong and could defeat the middle-aged scholar, in order to accomplish his goal, he still used this precious artifact. He did not want to let the other people go. A streak of bloody light emerged. The remaining half of the crippled middle-aged scholar widened his eyes in utter fear. He simply could not understand how his opponent could be so terrifying. With a single dash, he was beheaded. It was just too quick. Even though he was seriously injured, this still shouldn't have been the case. He just couldn't understand it as he died with his eyes open. The individuals that were hiding cried out loudly. They struggled with everything they had, but they already knew what would happen. The opponent released the 10 heavenly passages and locked down this space, so they could not move a muscle. Sure Hao appeared in front of their bodies. Once fused with the imperishable golden body, his entire body gave off a cold and isolated feeling. He mercilessly took action, and with pu sounds, those 4 individuals' heads dropped to the ground. They all lost their lives. He completely wiped this battlefield clean. After inspecting these people's remains, he found that there really were people from the martial imperial manor among them. There was even an expert from the Rain clan, because there was a clan emblem on his corpse. I didn't even explode yet. Why are you guys so impatient already? Sure Hao said to himself. Soon after, he called for a tavern employee to prepare some elegant gift boxes. He placed a head in every single one of them before sending them out. The Tiger Gate Tavern's people did not know what was inside, and they merely had to deliver it to the destination. 4 of them were sent to the Martial Imperial Manor, and 1 was sent to the Rain King's Manor. Do you want to erupt and retaliate? Then I'll help you guys and accompany you guys to the end. When the time comes, I'll pay you all a visit, Sure Hao said to himself. The Martial Imperial Manor's 4 elegant gift boxes were quite heavy. There were symbols flickering about them, so the people inside all thought they were precious objects. However, when they opened them, all of their expressions changed. With a pa sound,
A stone table was smashed apart under Xianxia's palm. His expression was incomparably overcast. He knew that the people beside him had done something. They said that they would teach that youngster a lesson, and he didn't stop him. They simply never expected that their heads would be sent back so quickly. This was a bare and naked provocation, an utter slap to their faces. Moreover, there was still one head missing, and that was the head of a Rain clansman. He came together with the others and paid his respects to him. He also went out, so why didn't his head appear? What kind of end did it meet? The cold-faced Xianxia no longer had those casual and carefree qualities about him. His eyes were flickering, and quite some time had passed before he spoke again. A frightening chilliness was spreading out from him. The rest of his company did not hesitate to express their anger. These people did not ask for Xianxia's advice and acted on their own to suppress the teenager, resulting in this mess. It was an insult beyond imagination. The several people they sent out were not only killed but also had their heads delivered back. The gesture was one of complete ridicule and humiliation. Is he declaring war against us? He is merely a teenager after all. Even with his exceptional background, without anyone else guarding him, can he really confront the entire marital imperial manor by himself? A middle-aged man said grimly. His killing intent surged, and he could not sit still any longer. This was an incredibly serious provocation. If they didn't deal with this, what kind of face would they have left? Within the Tiger Gate Tavern, Xianxia sat within the courtyard. He figured that the other party would definitely erupt into anger. Moreover, they probably wouldn't target only him but also place blame on others. In order to kill me, you all will probably blame many others. All of you have gotten used to acting overbearingly, Xianxia said to himself. He felt like something big was stirring up after he humiliated them in such a way. Either way, the human emperor's birthday was coming up, so the days were lining up. Go to the Rain King Manor and ask if Yulin returned first, Xianxia said. At this very moment, an overcast atmosphere filled the Rain King Manor. Many people's faces were ugly. When that heavy box was opened, there was actually a head. It belonged to one of their clan's experts. Blood was dripping out, and Yulin's eyes were still widened with fear. It seemed like he had received a great shock before death, and his eyes were still filled with unwillingness. Is this a provocation against my Rain clan's prestige? One of them roared in anger. Soon, the clan became incomparably depressed. After experiencing the great demonic god's anger, the Rain clan's popularity within the capital was at an all-time low. That event had put them into an extremely passive state and completely left them humiliated. Now, whenever the Rainkin was brought up, people would always think back to the great demonic god's great slaughter within the manor. They were truly humiliated and the losers during that incident. This was completely different from the great glory and prowess established since the olden days. It completely overturned their reputation and left them in utter defeat. It was sent over from the Tiger Gate Tavern's people. Get to the bottom of this. We cannot act benevolently any longer. No matter who they are, we cannot let them go. What if they are declaring war on us and waiting for our reply? This is starting a war. The Rain King Manor's next few days were quite difficult. Everyone felt stifled by anger. A single great demonic god made their entire clan unable to lift their heads. Yet now, something else happened. Many people naturally found it unbearable. This was just like a fuse that would trigger a huge explosion. This is fine. Let's see who dares to target my clan. Let's use this chance to break out from this situation and relieve some of our people's anger. We have to let the capital's people know that our Rain clan is still an ancient family in the end, a clan ancestor said. Soon after, several upper-level figures of the Rain Manor hurried over to inquire about the situation. They immediately erupted into fury because this was absolutely infuriating. Recently, they have always been investigating the devilish child's matters. There were some that began to doubt if he was the great demonic god's descendant. They were in a completely terrible mood, so this new incident gave them something to pour out their anger on. Bring a group of people to surround the Tiger Gate Tavern. Don't let him escape. True anger was stirred up within the Rain clansmen. They immediately made their move, sending out their experts. The main street was in a state of chaos. Powerful beasts roared and the galloping of armored horsemen resounded through the streets. All of the passers-by were shocked. They moved out of the way in fear of being caught up in the disorder.
The Rain clan had moved, sending out a group of experts. They surrounded the Tiger Gate Tavern, making everyone stupefied. What were they trying to do? Was a great war going to break out? The group was made of elite warriors that were reputed to be the Rain clan's best. Yet currently, they were all dressed in plate armor with sharp weapons in their hands. They flickered with cold light as they sat on top of vicious beasts, releasing waves of killing intent. What happened to the Rain King Manor? After experiencing that disastrous event, they have kept an extremely low profile recently. Why are they making a big fuss again? Great One, what is the meaning of this? The manager of the tavern appeared. For him to be able to make his business so great and establish a place within the capital, he naturally had an unordinary background. Out of the way! However, the Rain clansmen paid no attention to him. They pushed him away and proceeded into the tavern and into the peaceful gardens. House courtyard was opened all the way. He had already waited for a long time, and was shocked to find that it was the Rain King Manor's people that hurried over first. This was not the first time he came into contact with them. You are the one who killed my manor's disciple? The troops that entered had icy cold expressions. They were all exuding killing intent. They never expected that the opposing side would be so arrogant, waiting here the entire time.
You all aren't going to ask for the reason? House sized them up and felt that these were all experts who had experienced bloody battles. It was almost as if they had just arrived from a battlefield as their bodies still possessed the smell of blood. There is no need.
You've killed our clan's disciple, so no matter what excuse you have, you will still die. Among them, a youngster spoke in an incredibly cold tone. In his hand was a black demonic blade that was currently pointed straight at House's head. Domineering, oppressive, conceited. These traits all perfectly describe you all. Who do you think you all are? Without even finding out who was in the right and who was wrong, you immediately rushed to kill. House's voice was cold. To provoke my Rain clan, of course you would have this kind of attitude. Not just anyone can step on my clan.
You cannot blame anyone else for seeking death. Don't think too much of yourselves. The Rain clan is a king clan and sounds great with someone even becoming a deity. It is an ancient family, but now you all have already died out from everyone's minds. How ridiculed.
No matter what state the Rain clan is, it is still not a place where any dog or cat can provoke. Provoking my clan means that you will pay the price. The black demonic blade in that young man's hands made chong-chong sounds, shooting out blade radiance. This isn't the ancient years. The Rain clan has already declined through time. You all have believed yourselves as infallible for too long. With just people like you all, you still want to look down on the capital, sentencing people to death as you please?
Truly laughable and excessively conceited. Too bossy and domineering. How jeered. Chong the black demonic blade lit up, releasing an expanse of symbols. The young individual hacked over towards House's head, directly taking action. Dang, House snapped his fingers.
Symbols erupted with brilliance, and a thick streak of lightning flew out, colliding with that youngster's blade. A dazzling light exploded, making kangxiang sounds ring out. The black demonic blade shuddered. The lightning radiance flowed through it, making that young man's body shake endlessly. Even though his cultivation was great, he still suffered under this attack. Those that dare offend my Rain clan are few. You really are extremely daring. A middle-aged man also spoke. His eyes were cold as they stared at House. He wanted to find out more about his opponent.
House laughed loudly and said, truly laughable. Not long ago, the great demonic god beat you down until you've all lost your helmets and armor. You were thrown into a completely desperate situation to a point where you've all holed up in your manor and were too scared to come out. Even your main hall was torn up by others, so is that the awe and dignity you guys are talking about?
Now you all put on your arrogance again, looking like some unrivaled master who won't yield no matter what. Don't you think that's kind of funny? House's laugh was especially ear-piercing.
This was an undisguised ridicule, making them feel incomparably depressed and stifled. The great demonic god was like a great shadow that was imprinted within their hearts. It made all of them ache inwardly. Chong. The demonic blade hacked down once again. That youngster rushed over again. He was an elite of the Rain clan that had cultivated for 20 years, so he believed that he could suppress the young expert in front of him. However, in reality, he underestimated Xiao's strength. Without even the use of the imperishable golden body, Xiao easily broke through the blade radiance and rushed forward murderously. His flesh flickered with radiance. Kill! Xiao's palm collided with the opponent's precious artifact, and with a chong sound, it struck on top of that black demonic dagger. Symbols blossomed, but soon after, they were extinguished. The entire blade shuddered and then cracked apart. In the end, it completely shattered. Not only that young individual, but even the middle-aged people behind him were shocked at this result. Just how powerful was his strength to bare-handedly shatter a precious artifact? Pong! Xiao slammed his palm straight into his chest. The young man flew outwards with his entire breastbone caved on. He suffered an irreversible injury with his sternum seeming to have been completely broken. He spat out blood from his mouth and his face was completely pale. After colliding into the courtyard wall, earth and stone flew everywhere. Dust filled the air and he could no longer climb back up. The others were shocked. This youngster was too powerful. It was only a single encounter, yet the outcome was decided instantly. It was firm and forceful, and it was clear that his battle experience was plentiful. It made all of them a bit fearful. At this moment, they all put away their feelings of contempt. Among them, one individual's gaze was ice cold and a haze surrounded his body. Large amounts of rain descended and lightning accompanied it. This was one of the Rain Clan's true experts. After entering the 100 Clans battlefield, he reached the engravement realm. He was a formidable character. Xiao did not dare to act careless. Just now, he relied on his lightning techniques to quickly move forward and ruin that young expert. However, the situation was different now because the opponent was on his guard. In just a split second, his body began to emit dark light, merging the small figure into his body. His strength erupted, making him an engravement realm expert. An area of rain scattered down, and lightning hacked down. It completely descended on Xiao's body, but within the Kangxiang sounds, he wasn't harmed in the slightest. He directly rushed forward. At this moment, the Rain Clan's experts were completely startled. They gasped in surprise because even though they had their suspicions before, knowing that their opponent was definitely powerful, this degree of power still exceeded their expectations. This was still only a young man. How could he possess the strength of a noble king? This was simply heaven-defying. Attack! The other individuals rushed out together, and all of those watching the fight took action. They all revealed their precious techniques and brought out their precious artifacts. However, the end result completely terrified them. The youth was so powerful that it made their hearts palpitate. He seemed comparable to a noble king, as if he was invincible. With a single palm and paw sounds, precious artifacts were shattered one after another. He was simply like a human-shaped dinosaur as he pushed forward. Even though one of the middle-aged men surpassed the spirit transformation realm, in front of that palm, his body might as well have been rotten wood. With a pu sound, his body exploded into 4 pieces. This was just too powerful. The others were trembling with fear. Dang! Another precious artifact descended while emitting light. In the end, it encountered the youth's simple and rough fist and was smashed apart. It turned into a rain of light before scattering down. You? Who are you? The leading expert was now thoroughly alert. This was just too weird. Even if the opponent was a heaven-warping talent, he still shouldn't be this terrifying. Xiao revealed his true appearance, purposely allowing him to see his real face. What? It's you. These people all shouted loudly. At the same time, they felt shock and fear. The Void God Realm's devilish child? They immediately thought of many things. There were some rumors within the Rain Clan, with people making astonishing speculations about his background. At this moment, all of their faces paled, and they couldn't help but repeatedly step backwards. At this moment, what these people were thinking about was not to immediately kill the opponent, but rather to leave as soon as possible. It was because this swamp was just too thick, and their fear was too deeply rooted. You all should know my identity, right? Xiao's expression was calm as he said, My grandfather has paid a visit to your manor, so how could the grandson not go as well? I also must follow in his footsteps. All of the Rain Clan clansmen were shaken. The Rain King Manor did have these speculations, but the overwhelming majority did not believe such a thing. However, this youngster had now said it himself. You are going to go to our Rain King Manor? Someone trembled and said. Correct. Sure Hao replied in an extremely decisive tone.